Chapter 1. The second half of Grand Line, Wai-no-Kuni, the Ancestral Hall. The audience is solemn, worship the sword god Ryoma. Should not disturb the peace of the Ancestral Hall, everyone should pay attention to their appearance, words, and deeds, and no loud noises. Mr. Ryoma is my Wai-no-Kuni sword god. He has used his own power to stop countless ambitious villains and let the world know how powerful my Wai-no-Kuni warrior is. In the face of him, no matter who you are, you need to be courteous and respectful. The temple man standing in front of the ancestral hall spoke with a serious face, and his voice was calm and powerful. After speaking to all the samurai who came to the worship service, the temple people looked in front of him again, wearing a kimono with a samurai sword slung around his waist, with a rare smile on his face. Master Jinglu of the Shimatsuki family, it's time for you to come down to worship. This son Jinglu is a well-known talented young man in recent years. Although he is only 14 or 5 years old, his sword skills are already extremely superb. There has been an undefeated record of challenging all the samurai in the entire Lingo area. It can be said that young Master Jinglu is very good no matter his background or strength. Hearing that it was his turn, Jinglu nodded, stepped forward with a solemn expression, took the 3 incense sticks from the temple man, and then bowed deeply and bowed down. The owner of the tablet in front of him is Wai-no-Kuni's famous swordsman Shimatsuki Ryoma. He became famous hundreds of years ago. He had an undefeated record in his life and the legend of cutting a dragon. After his death, he was named the God of Swords. His sword Kyushui is now placed in front of Jinglu and is known as Wai-no-Kuni's national treasure. He rushed from behind the bell to participate in the few sacrifices during the year. The purpose was obvious, in order to inherit the swordsmanship of Ryoma's swordsman. Everyone was solemn and watched in awe, and there was no sound from the scene. The temple man even looked at Jinglu, who was bent over and bowed down, without blinking his eyes. Suddenly, his expression changed, a touch of shock, an incredible surface. Qiu Shui, the famous sword Qiu Shui has moved. With an exclamation, the temple people actually broke the silence in this ancestral hall first. Immediately afterwards, everyone else looked at Kyushui. I saw this sword hero Ryoma's sword, Wai-no-Kuni's national treasure, buzzing and shaking at this moment, seeming to be excited, and like seeing his master, telling his thoughts. It's Master Jinglu! The temple man exclaimed. It was because of Jinglu's worship that the famous sword Qiu Shui had such a big reaction. Onlookers looked at Shimatsuki Jinglu's appearance again, their complexion was shaking. At this moment, the young boy, dressed in a black robe studded with golden flowers, had a tall and slender figure, a handsome appearance, a knife at his waist, and his eyes flashed with unruly and gentleness. Such a posture actually overlaps with the great swordsman Ryoma who shocked the world hundreds of years ago. Is it the reincarnation of Ryoma? Someone murmured. At this moment, a series of voices sounded in Jinglu's mind. Congratulations to host for activating the inheritance system. Host is paying homage to the great swordsman Ryoma. Host is accepting the legacy of sword hero Ryoma. Congratulations to host for comprehending the speed with which to draw a sword. Congratulations to host for comprehending dragon slash. Congratulations to host for comprehending Ryoma's kendo mark. At the same time, Jinglu also quickly understood one by one, he couldn't penetrate normally, or the swordsmanship still separated by a barrier. Use a knife to split the paper. If you think it can be split, then it will be split. If you don't think it will be split, then cut it continuously anyway. This is the sword you wish, the supreme kendo. Each of the movements, postures, and force skills when holding the knife is also quickly fusing with him, leaving him in a state for a while, a little detached. After a while, Jinglu returned to the original shape, looking at the violently shaking Kyushui in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The expressions of the people around him were shocked, he naturally saw it in his eyes, and he also understood the state of the famous sword Kyushui at this moment and what was going on. Taking a step forward, Jinglu grasped this national treasure of Wano Kuni, which is usually inaccessible to others. The moment he held the handle of the knife, a familiar feeling came to him, as if he was incarnate as Ryoma, holding his saber again. Famous sword Kyushui. Whispering, Jinglu pulled it out. The jet black blade and the blades covered with beautiful lines give people a sense of visual impact. There is no doubt that this is a good knife. As a black knife, the famous sword Kyushui was well knocked before Ryoma's death, and it was the best knife in the world. Any swordsman in the world, a samurai, will look forward to and admire this sword very much. But after watching for a while, Jinglu closed the knife again and gently placed it on the knife holder. Finally, he bent down deeply towards Ryoma's tablet and stepped back silently. Although Kyushui is good, it is not suitable for him. A swordsman, especially a master who is proficient in sword making and sword making, knows very well how important a sword fits him. And when he inherited Ryoma's kendo, he understood even more. A good knife is made by one's own hands and personally using time to get it out. Master Jinglu, you have awakened Chu Shui and got his approval. Maybe, you can take it away. At this moment, someone behind him suddenly said. Jinglu paused slightly, then bent over and smiled. Thank you Yasui for the recognition, but this knife is not for me. Afterwards, he quickened his pace and left quickly. Chapter 2. Is Kyushui a good knife? Of course. However, Jinglu is very confident that he can create a famous sword that will never lose to him. Crossing is Wano Kuni, the son of Shimotsuki family, his origin can be described as noble. Similarly, this is also a family with excellent sword-making skills. Now Kojiki Oden, the great name of Gyuri, and Yan Mo in his hands are also from the hands of Shimotsuki's family Kojiki Oden. Jinglu, who was born in Shimotsuki's family, had a keen interest in sword-making since he was a child, and he has also practiced excellent sword-making skills. At the same time, under strict tutoring, he practiced swordsmanship from an early age. The reputation of swordsmanship genius spread throughout the area around the bell. After leaving the ancestral hall, Jinglu walked on the street. The loud voices and the noisy streets are not at all as desolate as in the original plot. Everywhere are samurai with a sword on his waist, and young ladies in kimonos. Living here is actually very good, especially when he shows himself as a nobleman of Wano Kuni. He can see the kind of respect that other people have for him from his heart. The only bad thing is that Wano Kuni's current country lockout policy is not a good thing for Jinglu. This restless heart really wants to go out and have a look. He sighed softly in his heart. See Circle Calendar 1490. Now is a magnificent era, the Rock's pirate ship has just fallen, and the famous pirates of later generations are recruiting troops. Roger, who has not yet become the king of pirates, is fishing in the Grand Line for health. The famous Three Admiral, may still be in the teenage years, has not yet made a reputation. Born in such an era, Jinglu has great expectations for his future. However, Wano Kuni's lock-in policy prevented him from going out. I heard that the name of July, Kojiki Oden, often tries to escape, but he has been caught back several times. There is a saying, the swordsman of this country, the level of strength, is really okay. Jinglu's heart turned. He practiced swordsmanship with the elders in his family since he was young. His talent is good. The famous swordsmen behind the bell were defeated by him one by one, achieving the achievement of the invincible swordsman behind the bell. Just now, the inheritance system was activated again and inherited what the sword god Ryoma had learned. As time goes by, Ryoma's kendo blends with him, and his strength is bound to increase a lot. By then, no one knows how strong it will be. My swordsmanship still needs to be sharpened. The knife in my hand needs to be plated. Holding the long knife hilt around his waist in his right hand, the cold touch made his spirit seem clearer and more focused. This knife was cast by his hand after his mastery of casting swordsmanship, and collected many famous materials in Wano-kuni. The blade is dark, and there are leaves-like traces on the blade, giving people a feeling of bleak autumn. He named it Chu-ling, a black knife cast by himself. One day, my Chu-ling will inevitably become a famous sword in the world. This is Wano-kuni White Dance, and the name in charge here is Shimotsuki Yasui. It was the old man who, in the plot, turned into Duokeng and helped the poor, was arrested and executed by the snake, and laughed constantly. But at this moment Shimotsuki Yasui is personable, has a very high reputation, and is respected. Even at the ancestral worship ceremony just now, he was able to make the promise of giving him autumn water. Shirakami is a bustling area, full of food vendors. The most famous on the street are the Samurai Challenge Arena, Sumo Wrestling Arena, and Kabukiko for drinking. Jinglu is naturally Kabukiko. The beauty here is like a cloud, singing and dancing. As long as you enter, there will be a young lady with heavy makeup and a strong fragrance, and she will support him with a tender voice and greet him with the best attitude. Enjoying life is nothing more than this. As the prince of Shimotsuki's family, Jinglu has naturally become accustomed to places like Jinglu. Walking into Kabukiko, a smiling woman greeted him immediately and greeted him to go inside. Come to a pot of good wine, and another young girl. Being arranged in a room near the street, Jinglu said with a chuckle. Okay. But for a moment, a woman with light makeup in a pink kimono came in with a gust of fragrance. After adding a few glasses of sake to Jinglu, the woman picked up an instrument on the side and played it, accompanied by a cappella. Kabukiko has meat and vegetables. Jinglu is naturally simple and elegant. He picked up the wine glass and poured a glass into his mouth, listening to the gentle singing in his ears. He was a little intoxicated. At the same time, a figure in his mind also moved at this time. The knife is like thunder, swift like the wind, tossing and turning, and dancing like a dragon. Under the swing of the knife, a series of twisted lines quickly emerged and died in front of his eyes. That is Ryoma's swordsmanship. In an instant, he can defeat the enemy with a single blow, possessing the powerful power of slaying dragons. The music in his ears suddenly became intense, and a murderous atmosphere reflected in his mind. Jinglu saw an undulating sea of Wang Yang, and a terrible breath came to his nose. At this moment, the posture of the prancing figure in his mind changed, the long sword was sheathed, and the dragon-like phantom circled behind him. OM! With a single stroke, there was a dragon's roar resounding, and the sea roared. A huge gap appeared in front of him. Jinglu opened his eyes. The sea was split open by that knife. Slashing the dragon and the sea knife. Muttered softly, he looked at the woman who had stopped playing in front of him. You are very keen, perceive my emotions. What is your name? Chapter 3. The adults can call me Xiaolan. The woman was taken aback, then cried quickly. She has light makeup applied on her face, her skin is delicate, and her face is just right, really as fragrant as empty valley orchids. As far as I perceive the adult's emotions, I don't know what's going on. Just now, I vaguely, as if I saw an adult standing on the seashore, and slashed it down, splitting the sea into a chasm. Xiaolan said nervously. Jinglu was startled slightly, and he stared at the other person again. This woman's perception is absolutely amazing. Just now in her mind, she realized the sword intent of the fusion of Ryoma swordsman. Although the artistic conception is there, it is not something ordinary people can feel. My lord, you should be a famous samurai, right? Xiaolan stepped forward to fill him with drinks and asked cautiously. Famous? Right now, it's just a small name. But soon, the entire Wano-kuni will know my name. Jinglu said lightly, the words sounded arrogant, but from his mouth, it seemed to be narrating something. Very confident, but also very plain. Xiaolan was taken aback, and then said, My lord is really amazing. I admire a swordsman like you most. Jinglu smiled faintly, and said nothing. In his opinion, this woman named Xiaolan does have something peculiar in her body, but that's all. As the noble son of Shimatsuki's family, he has seen thousands of beautiful women, but tens of thousands. If you have a good family background, you can do whatever you want, but there is no way. It is precisely because of this that he, who has a good family background since he was young, is more or less dyed with unruly temperament. Slowly stood up, picked up the Kaiyuling long knife placed aside, Xiaolan stepped forward with a wink, and arranged his clothes for him. My lord, will you come again? Jinglu looked down at the woman and smiled lightly, I will call you again. A smile appeared on Xiaolan's face. Although this adult looked half as old as her, his temperament was very unique, with the slightest extravagance, and his appearance was also very handsome. Although she was forced to come here by life, it was easy to serve such a guest. The door opened quickly and Jinglu strode out. At the door, the woman who had been waiting for a long time came forward immediately. Are you leaving? Jinglu nodded, he put his hand in his arms, and he was about to pay. You don't have to do it, it is a great honor for a big man like you to come to us. The woman hurriedly said, then squinted and laughed again. Xiaolan, do you want to keep it for you? She should be liked by you, I specially selected it for you. Jinglu glanced at the woman, smiled, and took out the hand that was in his arms. Keep it, you wink. The woman immediately opened her eyes and smiled and bent over loudly, okay. My lord, please go slowly. Welcome to visit next time. Xiaolan, who had just closed the door, was stunned when she saw this scene. She saw someone enter Kabukicho for the first time without paying any money. Isn't this a vain ticket? He is. You don't need to serve other people in the future, just stare at this young man. The woman then came over and said with a smile. Then, my money. Xiaolan said anxiously. According to the daily attendance, don't worry, serving this young man well is more important than anything. The woman glanced at her and said with a grin. This son, what the hell is it? Xiaolan was stunned, and asked suspiciously. He is a famous noble warrior in the Linghao area. Similarly, he has just been personally sealed by the Shimatsuki Kanga people, and he is most likely to become a genius like a great swordsman like Ryoma. The woman said with eyes full of stars. If she can be young for a few years, she will be eager for such a young man, it is simply the dream in the hearts of countless girls. Jinglu, who walked out of Kabukicho, had a clear goal, and went straight to the famous arena of Hakumai. As a warrior civilization is highly prosperous, in Wano-kuni area of Wuxing country, every place has an arena where the warriors sweat and shed blood. The arena is the fastest to become famous, and it is also the most dangerous place. Every battle here will be a collision between life and death, and a contest between victory and defeat. On the field, there is only victory or defeat. Inheriting Ryoma's swordsmanship, Jinglu urgently needs a lot of combat experience to sharpen the swordsmanship known as the god of swordsmanship hundreds of years ago. Similarly, his purpose of coming to Baiwu was originally to defeat all the swordsmen here and make his swordsmanship more powerful. The way of swordsmanship is also a very selfish way. Many sword intents and key points need to be comprehended and understood by oneself. Even with Ryoma's kendo heritage, Jinglu will not be arrogant. The most important thing is to study, blend, sharpen it, and bloom it into a more beautiful kendo flower. In a blink of an eye, he has reached the entrance of the arena. The noisy sound rushed into the ears in an instant. Yakuro! 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 Sure victory! A name was passed into Jinglu's ears at this moment, causing him to condense his eyes and look into the field below. Chapter 4. Yakuro. Jinglu was chanting the name, and a smile appeared on Jinglu's face. He has heard of this name, and a large part of the reason for being here is precisely because of this person. Yakuro is a famous samurai in the Shirakami area. A large part of his fame depends on his superb swordsmanship. Fight against all the superb swordsmen in Wano Kuni, sharpen your swordsmanship, and when you become the strongest swordsman in this country, you will go to see this vast world. This is Jinglu's goal and the reason for coming here. In the wide arena, a man named Yakuro, wearing a kimono with a knife on his waist, stepped on clogs. His face was serious and cold. This is a strong man, and the opposite of him is also a samurai. The two stood face to face. The referee had already announced the start of the duel, but neither of them moved. Yakuro will definitely win, but he has a terrible record of 33 consecutive victories. This arena almost exists for him. Almost the Shirakami area, the most powerful samurai. In the crowd, the voice fluctuated into Jinglu's ears. He took a few steps forward and came to the front of the arena, with his hands in his sleeves, watching the duel quietly at close range. After a while, the man opposite Yakuro showed a trace of sweat on his forehead. At this moment, Yakuro moved. His figure was like a ghost, flickering left and right, and he reached the man in a flash. The latter raised the knife and greeted him with a roar. Dang dang dang! The two knives collided, the dazzling sparks flashed away, the sound of gold and iron continued, and then the huge wind pressure whizzed towards the arena. Jinglu's eyes lit up, staring at the two fighting each other on the stage. Sure enough, they are all powerful samurai, with superb swordsmanship. The two of them moved quickly, sometimes on the ground and sometimes in the air. Their control of the sword and the control of their bodies reached the extreme. Able to shoot at an incredible angle and attack in an incredible direction. Boom! In the end, the two had already hit a real fire, and both used their full strength to attack. The huge wind pressure caused the people around to retreat again and again, and huge knife marks appeared on the table. Yakuro, they say you are the strongest. But I don't believe it. With a roar of thunder, Yakuro's opponent bent over, and the long sword assumed a weird posture. Jinglu narrowed his eyes and saw that the man was about to make a big move. On the opposite side, Mikuro raised his right hand, pointed his long sword at the other side, and stood sideways, his breath humming out. It's haki. Jinglu distinguished this unique breath. In addition to haki, Mikuro's body was filled with other breaths, cold and powerful. This is his own sword intent. In the arena of life and death, a terrifying sword intent sharpened. Faintly, behind Mikuro, a ghost image seemed to rise, staring at scarlet eyes. This is a strong swordsman. Jinglu had light in his eyes, and his fighting spirit was surging. In the next second, the two figures on the stage interlaced in an instant, and the long swords collided fiercely. Laugh. Passing by, the bodies of both of them were still, but blood was blooming on the chest of one of them. Then, with a puff, the man fell to the ground. Yakuro retracted the sword into its sheath, and only then spit out two words gently. Ghost cut. This knife, just like a ghost, was unpredictable and undetectable. The moment the long knife flashed, it fell to the ground. Yakuro, win. Only then did the referee shout loudly. The atmosphere of the audience was instantly blazing, and everyone in the population was yelling at Yakuro's name, which was deafening. Jinglu also smiled at the corner of his mouth. This kind of occasion really made people feel emotional, and the men on the court also aroused his fighting spirit. Is there anyone else? Challenge Yakuro. Undefeated Yakuro, he will be our god of war. Come on. Warriors, challenge him, defeat him, and let people see your strength. The sword of a warrior has never been unknown. The sword that dares to draw a sword, dare to shed its sheath, dare to slash others, is an invincible sword. The referee yelled, and the words made people excited. Jinglu noticed that many of the warriors with knives standing on his left and right clenched their fists and grinned, almost unable to help rushing to the stage. But at the last moment, they were unwilling to hold back. They knew that they were not Yakuro's opponent. Is there no one? Have all the samurai here succumbed to Yakuro's strength? This is so sad. The referee yelled pretendingly. At this moment, Jing-Lu let out a sneer and laughed. He leaped slightly and stepped onto the arena. Then he drew the long knife from his waist and slanted his finger at the opposite side, a cold breath of Yakuro. Next, your opponent will be me. Yakuro was shocked, looking at Jing-Lu, his eyes were extremely oppressive. Wow, our Yakuro has another opponent. This samurai is very courageous, so, can you tell us your name? The referee exclaimed in surprise. Jing-Lu grinned and reported his name. Shimotsuki Jing-Lu. As soon as the name came out, the audience was silent, and everyone's eyes were filled with incredible. Yakuro on the other side narrowed his eyes and squeezed the long knife in his hand. You have a good name. Yakuro said coldly. Chapter 5. His last name is Shimotsuki. Is that the adult's child? No, he shouldn't be a Suisama's child. I seem to have heard of a young warrior from Shimotsuki's family in the Linghao area. His strength is amazing. Below the arena, the crowd suddenly discussed, everyone looking at Jing-Lu's expression has a special meaning. Shimotsuki in Wano-kuni has absolutely different meanings. Just like the surname Kojiki, they all have an absolutely admirable background. He is the descendant of generals, daimyos, and nobles, with a family background that is beyond ordinary people. But at the same time, it will not be offensive. Because successive generals and daimyo treated civilians with kindness and affinity. This is the surname of the samurai, and I also think my name is very good. Jing-Lu smiled slightly. The referee stood on one side and looked at the two of them, especially after taking Jing-Lu a deep glance, before he waved his hand. Then you two, are you ready? The duel begins. At the moment, the two people standing face to face in the arena are all focused. Yakuro's keen intuition can feel that the young man in front of him carries a faint pressure on his body, and his aura is very strong. Superb swordsmanship, could it not have been tempered and experienced in countless battles? Strong strength can also be obtained only after 100 battles. Thinking of these two sentences faintly in his heart, Jing-Lu clenched the long knife in his right hand slightly, and a sharp flash in his eyes. Let's start here. In the next second, his feet slammed on the ground, the cyclone burst instantly, and the figure disappeared immediately. So fast! Yakuro's pupils contracted, and the long sword immediately stood in front of him. When? In an instant, a huge force oscillated from the front of his blade, and the terrifying force broke out again after a pause, causing his figure to slide backwards, dragging the surface of the arena. Shi. An obvious trace emerged, and Yakuro gritted his teeth to stabilize himself until the edge of the arena. Such a terrifying power! Yakuro was shocked. The onlookers were all quiet at this time, and some people covered their mouths in surprise. Can suppress Yakuro's power. Just one arm. The Jing-Lu from Shimotsuki's family is very strong. In the audience, there are naturally many people who know the goods, who can see the power displayed in this simple confrontation. The long knife in Jing-Lu's hand moved slightly, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. While inheriting swordsmanship, has Ryoma inherited a bit of physical fitness at the same time? Strengthening technique, instinctive reaction, and the posture of the knife. Interesting. So, how strong am I now? Taking a step forward, Jing-Lu faced Mikuro, leaning forward slightly. Please be more serious. The faint words made Mikuro grin, his face turned a little bit ferocious. He took the long knife and his eyes were sharp. Then, both feet started to run, rushing towards Jing-Lu. In an instant, the two knives began to collide again. When? The immense power shocked Mikuro's heart. The sword he pressed down was unified with his arms and body, but under the opponent's strength, he was lifted up with a single sword and moved 3 inches from the ground. What? Roaring anger, Yakuro burst out with all his strength, and his feet returned to the ground again. Immediately afterwards, there was a mysterious breath on the blade, and the long knife seemed to be hard and sharper at this moment. Call out! The blade drew out and went straight to Jinglu's chest. He took a step back and pointed out the tip of Chu Ling's sword in his hand, hitting the opponent's blade. When the blade enveloping the inexplicable aura buzzed and trembled, and this shock force almost made Yakuro loose the knife in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Jinglu stooped and stepped forward with a knife. Yakuro raised his head, his robe was cut with a long mark by the wind of the sword. He stepped back, avoiding the blow, and began to breathe. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! The boy in front of him was under too much pressure during the confrontation. He really couldn't think of how such a terrifying power could be contained in that small body. Monster! 2 words popped out of his mind, making Yakuro very solemn at this moment. Afterwards, he leaned slightly, with the long knife horizontally in front of him, in a strange posture. Sword move. Jinglu smiled slightly. After a simple test, he has come to the conclusion that his current realm of swordsmanship and physical strength have surpassed the original. Ryoma's inheritance has given him a qualitative change. With the battle, this power will continue to increase, until in the end, it reaches the same level as Ryoma's strength before his death. The power of one person, protect the country. He retracted the long knife and slowly put it into its sheath, then leaned forward, putting his right hand on the handle of the knife, and his complexion became serious. Then Yakuro, the next cut. Decisive. Yakuro's pupils contracted, and fine sweat oozes from his forehead. He vaguely felt that behind the other party, as if roaring and hovering, rushed out a ferocious flying dragon, flaring its teeth and claws at him. Roar! Yakuro roared and rushed forward. The long knife drew a cold light, like an evil ghost coming, neighing and snatching food. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jinglu. At this moment, Jinglu, who was holding the scabbard in his right hand, stared suddenly. The long sword came out of its sheath, and the light shone like a flying dragon in the sky. The mighty majesty and the mighty energy burst out at this moment and burst out. Cut with a knife. When the sound of Jin Taizi came out, and Yakuro's figure was stiff, and the long knife in his hand was shattered. Call! A violent wind flew towards the front of Jinglu, causing the audience to scream constantly. You lost! A faint voice came. Yakuro's hand holding the sword was trembling, and he fell to the ground with a thump, blood flowing from under him. Chapter 6. There was silence under the arena, and Yakuro, who was almost undefeated in everyone's eyes, was shocked that they were so easily defeated by Jinglu. But soon, a loud roar like a wave came out, and everyone cheered a person's name in their mouths. Shimatsuki Jinglu! Shimatsuki Jinglu! Shimatsuki Jinglu! The referee also reacted at this moment and glanced at Yakuro, who was lying in a pool of blood. He took a deep breath in shock, and then shouted with surprise on his face. It's incredible! Our son of the Shimatsuki family defeated the once undefeated Yakuro. He will become the new defender and meet your challenges. Later, he also looked at Jinglu cautiously. Master Jinglu, do you want to become the defender of the arena next, waiting for the challenge of the next samurai? Jinglu's ears were full of shouts, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic, cheering for him alone. This kind of atmosphere was really exciting. I will wait for everyone who challenges me. With a faint smile, Jinglu said. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the challenge field, and the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. After that, he took a few steps forward and raised the bleeding Mikuro. Maybe, you should treat him. At this time, Mikuro was weak all over. When Jinglu lifted him up, his eyes opened suddenly, and when he grasped his arm, there was an inexplicable expression in his eyes. You take a good rest. Jinglu looked directly at each other and said with a smile. This soft sentence caused Yakuro to close his eyes again, and his heart was touched. In the arena of life and death battles, victory represents survival, and failure represents death. But this man possessed overwhelming strength, but in the final confrontation, he avoided his deadly part. For Yakuro, this made him feel puzzled but grateful. The referee was shocked, and soon greeted the doctors in the audience to come forward. The look in Jinglu's eyes again became strange and admired. In such a life and death field, there is only honor and survival, and those who fail and die will no longer be concerned about the rats in the water channel, and their life and death will not be cared about. In a deadly battle, the two sides are enemies of life and death. The purpose is clear, and there are few people who will actively help the treatment. What's more, they will step forward and end the life of the other party. Yakuro was pulled down, Jinglu stood guard in the arena. On this day, he played 14 games and won every game without losing a record. Some people were spared because of his mercy, and some were arrogant, and he was mercilessly beheaded. The successive battles seemed to make his inherited Ryoma swordsmanship blend faster, and Jinglu could clearly feel the increase in his own strength. At dusk, he left the arena and came to Kabukiko. It was still that room, the woman named Xiaolan. The gentle girl filled him with a glass of sake, and the soft music soothed his emotions. "My lord, you just experienced a fight, but you seem to be in a good mood." After one song, Xiaolan said softly. "Yes." Jinglu smiled. 14 battles have allowed him to gain combat experience, and he has mastered the standard skill of Ryoma, which is very skillful. This kind of rapid sword drawing skills, at the moment of drawing a sword, seems like a real dragon going out to sea, with infinite power. In an instant, it can bring death to people. It can be said that this kind of skill can be cultivated to the extreme, and it can reach the realm of Ryoma before his death. "Congratulations, my lord, for the victory." Xiaolan pursed her lips and smiled. She was smart, and she naturally saw that this adult had won, and she would be so happy. Jinglu just smiled. He has to accumulate enough experience recently to continue to integrate with Ryoma's swordsmanship to raise his strength to a new level. Then, he traveled across the country and challenged the famous samurai swordsman. Finally, defeat the guy named Kojiki Oden. At this time, the name of Bai Wu's Fuzhong. Shimatsuki Yasui's expression became slightly serious as he heard the words of the man with a knife on his waist. "Really? My nephew participated in the arena defense with the highest risk factor. At this age, what a lot of courage and courage." After a pause, Shimatsuki Yasui's eyes showed a smile. "He is also very powerful, able to defeat Yakuro. Yakuro is already a famous samurai swordsman in the Shiramai area. His sword can cut through steel and has the potential to master emission. To defeat Yakuro but not to kill, he has a broad benevolence, and a group of like-minded people will inevitably appear next to him in the future. His achievements will not be inferior to the man Kojiki Oden. Compared to Kojiki Oden, Shimatsuki Jinglu is naturally a junior, younger. But judging from his performance today, the man named Jinglu will surely become Wanakuni's first-class warrior. Bring the autumn water from the ancestral hall." After a moment of silence, Shimatsuki Yasui said again. "Master Yasui, is this?" The samurai had some doubts. This knife should belong to him. Only him, with Ryoma's saber. Shimatsuki Yasui said with bright eyes and laughed. The samurai was convinced that Kyushui was the national treasure of Wano Kuni. It is not everyone can have this kind of generosity to give such a national treasure to a young man. At the same time, Jinglu opened his eyes and looked at the man with a bandage on his upper body. "Yakuro, are you able to move already? P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes." Chapter 7. The man who came suddenly scared Xiaolan, but seeing Jinglu's calm expression, she also calmed down, and looked at the man in front of her with curious eyes. The upper body only wore a simple short lining, and the buckle was untied, exposing the part covered with white cloth strips under it. Obviously, this dressing is rough and crude. Shimotsuki Jinglu. Yakuro looked serious, looked at the boy in front of him, and took a deep breath. Why didn't you kill me? Jinglu didn't seem to be surprised when faced with such a problem. Instead, he grinned and looked at the serious man in front of him. Man, shouldn't you die in such a meaningless arena? You should pursue a broader world and see a broader sky. Two simple words stunned Mikuro. Then why did you get into the arena? To fight, to climb a higher peak of kendo. Jinglu laughed loudly, his unruly gesture caught in Mikuro's eyes, making him startled. Like joking words, this man spoke very seriously. The other party really did it for this simple purpose, not for fame or honor. What about your goal? Shimotsuki Jinglu. Yakuro asked in a deep voice. Goal? If such a thing is to be set, it is of course the best in the world. Jinglu said loudly, his eyes fixed on each other. Yakuro's eyes shrank and he fell silent. He could feel the man's pride and ambition, and he was deeply impressed by the other party at this moment. It was not only the kindness that spared his life in that battle, but also the fierce, unruly, and unrestrained will he saw from this man. If you want to be the number one in the world, Yakuro, I am willing to be a knife in your hand. His body was bent, his knees were on the ground, Yakuro's forehead was close to the ground. This is Wanakuni's posture of surrender, which means that he is willing to surrender to the feet of the man in front of him, and since then become the opponent's subordinate, following each other all his life. Be my knife, surrender me. Jinglu was startled slightly, staring at the man in front of him. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. If I want to do something, I do need a guy like you. Then, I will accept you. Yakuro, you will be my first knife in the world in the future. Yakuro's forehead pressed against the ground. The opponent has a noble background and strong strength. In Wano-kuni, a country where the weak and the strong, it is not shameful to surrender to the opponent. Every big name, beside the nobleman, had his own servants, samurai allegiance. Xiaolan blinked and watched this scene, her eyes full of curiosity and shock. The night passed quickly, and it was the early morning of the next day. Jinglu again saw a team of well-dressed warriors with a box in their hands. Although I don't know why Yasui-sama would have such hope for you and give you this knife. However, Master Jinglu, this knife named Chu Shui also hopes that you will not let down the reputation behind it in the future. The leading man bent slightly and said solemnly. Yakuro stood on one side, stepped forward, and accepted the long sword box. When placed on the table in front of Jinglu, he gently opened the box, revealing the famous sword Kyushui with gloomy light in it. A flash of surprise flashed in Yakuro's eyes, but he didn't say anything. Is this knife given to me? Thank you Yasui-sama for me. I will definitely visit it in the future. Jinglu was a little surprised, but since the knife had been delivered to him, there was naturally no reason to refuse. He nodded and said with a smile. Farewell. The leading man nodded and turned to leave. Picking up the long knife in the box, Jinglu smiled faintly after taking a few glances. It's not impossible to follow the route of the second knife stream, but you still need to continue to practice. After breakfast, Jinglu followed Yakuro to the arena again. He boarded the arena that day, and walked down from morning to dusk. Defeat 23 games and beat 23 people. The record is even more impressive than yesterday. At the same time, Shimotsuki Jinglu's name began to resound in the white mist. On the third day, Jinglu was still on stage, winning 30 games and remaining undefeated. He stood there alone, like an undefeated god of war, no one can defeat him. On the fourth day, Jinglu continued to win streak, but there were fewer people who dared to be on stage. The successive battles made the Ryoma inheritance and integration in his mind more perfect, and the condensed and sharp sword intent on his body became more and more profound. Moreover, he has a huge reputation in Baiwu. On the seventh day, Jinglu won 100 consecutive victories, shocking everyone in the arena. Everyone's mouth was cheering his name. No one even insists on a round under his knife. It's too strong, Jinglu's knife is too fast, too accurate, and too cruel. He is like an undefeated god of war, who can beat him? People are emotional, and there has been no such person for many years. Keep this trend going, maybe he can fight the new big name in July. Chapter 8. Jinglu on the arena has lasted for a day, and no one is going to challenge him. His strength can be said to have overwhelmed the samurai in the entire Beiwu area. And this was the result after he stopped a few times and didn't hurt the killer. It can only mean that his powerful power really convinced the warriors of Beiwu. Is there no one? Challenge Master Jinglu, really no one wants to try again. The referee stood on the stage and shouted loudly. But the crowd below was noisy, but they didn't get on the stage. Jinglu stood on the stage, looking down at the dense crowd below. After a while, there was still no one on stage. After the evening of this day, Jinglu walked off the arena and left. "My lord, there is no longer your opponent here," Yakuro whispered from the side. As a native of Beiwu, he is in control of the samurai here, and after observing the other side for a while, he has also come to the conclusion that the swordsmanship cultivation level this young man possesses has reached an unpredictable level. It seems so. Jinglu sighed softly. Days of high-intensity duel has improved his swordsmanship a lot, and even understood a lot of sword principles, and has been highly integrated with the Ryoma heritage. It can be said that above kendo, he is a live Ryoma. In addition to physical fitness, it may not be as good as the opponent, but in terms of kendo and swordsmanship, it is not much worse. How strong is my current strength in the world? He had a question. In fact, the warriors in Wano Kuni are extremely powerful. When Kojiki Oden met Whitebeard, he was able to fight against each other even more, so Madara can be seen. Hundreds of years ago, Ryoma had a shocking move of blocking the world by one person. Walking on the street, Yakuro followed closely behind him, and the two proceeded silently. "I should leave here," Jinglu said suddenly. "Where are you going, my lord?" Yakuro asked in a daze. 9 miles. Jinglu spit out 2 words, making Mi Julang stunned. The two walked quickly, and at dawn the next day, they set off from Beiwu to July. On the road, there are all kinds of interesting beasts. Outside the Wano Kuni human gathering area, there are actually a large number of wild creatures. They also have powerful forces and are a great threat to humans. Only a powerful warrior can walk on the wild land. Along the way, the dry food prepared by the two quickly ate up, but it didn't bother them. Yakuro was superb with swordsmanship and could easily capture the beast. "My lord, this place is sparsely populated. It will take a while for us to cross this open field," Yakuro said with a smile. "Here is a green grassland, with all kinds of large, medium, and small creatures mixed on it, which looks very vibrant." Jinglu nodded and swallowed the meat in his mouth. After the two of them had finished eating, they continued to move forward. On the third day, their footsteps suddenly stopped. "My lord, look." Yakuro paused and looked forward. A huge mountain-like creature, like a dinosaur, was approaching them leisurely, and on its back was a burly, robust warrior sitting cross-legged. "It's Ito Tosai." As the person approached, Yakuro seemed to recognize him, his pupils contracted, and said in shock. "Is he famous?" Jinglu doubted. Looking more closely, the samurai sitting on a dinosaur-shaped creature is about 1.9 meters tall, muscular, with a naked upper body and a knife on his waist. His face is not angry and mighty, giving people a great sense of oppression. In Guri, he is a very famous samurai. Ito is the third young master of the Tomita family. He inherited the Daoshin-style swordsmanship, and he is also a strong man who has gone out of Shirito. But he became famous in July. You know that there are 9 retainers under the great name of July Kojiki Oden, don't you? They are called the 9 heroes of Chiseo. Ito is the man who defeated the Ashura boy, one of the 9 knights of the Red Sword, but was defeated in the subsequent battle with Kojiki Yutan. Even so, he still survived. In July, he was once known as the most dangerous man. Compared to the Ashura boy, he was even more terrifying. Yakuro spoke quickly, and his expression became tense and solemn. For him, the man he is about to face is definitely an invincible existence. Hearing this, Jinglu blinked and became curious about the people coming. This name is never seen in the original work, but the person who can defeat the Ashura boy among the 9 red squirrels is obviously extraordinary. Ashura boy, also known as Shuten Meru in the later Wano Kuni chapter, is a powerful samurai. Jack, one of the 3 plagues, was chopped off his weapon with a normal blow and was wounded at the same time. Ito Tosai. Jinglu said the name, a flash of warfare in his eyes. He is very interested in such a man, and since he has encountered it, he will naturally not let it go. Kojiki Oden, in Wano Kuni today, is like a big mountain. And before he wants to cross this big mountain, he naturally has to climb other hills first. The man named Ito Tosai is the mountain in front of him at this moment. The 2 little mice hiding there, stretch their heads, let me see you. At this moment, on the back of the dinosaur-like creature, Ito Tosai suddenly made a sound. At the same time, a huge pressure also invaded, making Yakuro's figure slightly stiff. Chapter 9. The man sitting cross-legged on the back of the dinosaur-like creature had sharp eyes and did not have any unnecessary movements. He just looked sideways here, which brought tremendous pressure. Yakuro's eyes changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, do you really want to fight such a guy?" Feeling this breath, Jinglu grinned, his eyes wary, "Of course. It's a battle arranged by fate to meet such a guy." After speaking, he took off the long sword from his waist and carried it on his shoulders, stepped out a few steps, and stood in front of Ito Tosai. "Ito, the meeting between you and me today was a fateful arrangement." Ito Tosai looked at the young man who appeared out of the grass, with a hint of doubt on his face. He was even more confused when he listened to the other party's words. A strange boy. This is his evaluation of Jinglu. The latter took his long sword out of its sheath and pointed directly at the opponent. "Come to fight, Ito Tosai. You want to challenge me?" Ito Tosai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. "Not a challenge, I will defeat you." Jinglu smiled faintly. "Strange boy, you are very confident. I don't know how many young warriors like you have met in my life. In the end, they all killed their lives." Ito Tosai did not change his face and said softly. Jinglu is still in that posture, with the long knife pointed straight at the opponent. Yakuro watched nervously from the side. His adult strength was indeed very powerful, even he felt it was unfathomable, but Ito Tosai was equally powerful, and in terms of fame, he surpassed his own adult. And at a glance, the age difference between the 2 is too much. My grown up, too young. The breeze was blowing gently, and the grass that grew to the waist fluttered gently, blowing the robes on the 2 of them. "It seems that you insist on your choice, so don't blame your fate for dying here." Ito Tosai's face became serious, and there was a cold flash in his eyes. Jinglu grinned, "Go ahead, Ito." As soon as the voice fell, his figure suddenly rushed forward, leaping high, and in a blink of an eye he had jumped into the air, holding a knife in one hand, and suddenly slashing towards Ito Tosai. "Don't underestimate me." The long knife drew an arc, and the wind pressure suddenly condensed, covering one person and one dinosaur. Ito Tosai's pupils contracted, and feeling the pressure of the knife, the long sword instantly came out of its sheath and held it horizontally on the top of his head. When the sound of the golden iron came out, and the brilliant sparks were dazzling. At the same time, a huge force also caused Ito Tosai to change color and sink. The dinosaur wailed, his limbs knelt directly on the ground, and a wave of air splashed and dust rose. Crunchy. Senran confrontation sounded. When the dust dissipated, Yakuro saw that Master Jinglu maintained a slashing posture with one hand and one sword, and pressed down like that, actually suppressing Ito Tosai. But it will die. Jinglu was condescending, grinning at the close and serious counterpart, and said with a big smile. Afterwards, his long knife withdrew, his waist suddenly twisted, making a circle on the spot. The long knife made a circle, and with strong wind, it swept toward the opponent's neck fiercely. Ito Tosai reacted sharply, stepped back a few steps, and quickly bent over and lowered his head. Call. The sword strength swept out, and the grass in front of Jinglu was cut off within 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, Jinglu stepped forward, slashing again and again. Ito Tosai raised the knife and kept resisting. Dang 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 dang's voice was continuous, and a trace of sparks flashed. The powerful force made him look more serious, and back again and again. He was a little puzzled. How could there be such a powerful and majestic power in this young man's body? The opponent's sword moves are quite fierce, and every blow contains a powerful force. The armament haki is carried on the blade, which is extremely powerful. Yakuro, who was standing not far away watching the battle, was shocked to see the scenes of the battle. Master Jinglu actually suppressed Ito Tosai. But after that, he got excited. Too strong. In this case, Master Jinglu can really defeat him. Clenching his fists, Yakuro watched the battle intensively. In the field, Jinglu waved a knife with one hand and laughed constantly. He wanted to output the power of his body, and moved with the instinct to merge with Ryoma. The angle the knife rushes out, the trajectory it draws, and the end point it reaches, everything seems so natural and sharp. Readily. Ito Tosai, facing a strong man like you, I can finally make a move with confidence. Don't worry about being killed by me. Every time the long knife was swung down, the ground was shocked, smoke and dust everywhere, and the remaining energy easily cut the surrounding grass. In just a moment, the area around the two fighting was covered with various sword marks. I underestimated you, boy. Ito Tosai looked serious and withdrew back. Your strength is very strong, the sword intent is strong, and the sword is even more domineering and tyrannical. Which line do you inherit from? Wanakuni's swordsmanship has a source, that is, inheritance, but the style and breadth of the young man before him is not familiar to him. Which pulse? Jinglu smiled. Next, if you can catch this knife, I'll tell you. The raised long knife suddenly went into its sheath, and all its sharp and powerful aura dissipated, as if it was hidden at this moment, wrapped in the scabbard. This is... Ito Tosai's pupils contracted, shocked in his heart. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes. Chapter 10. Cut with a knife. The posture of this sword move is very easy to confirm. Especially in Wano Kuni, a country where samurai is popular, the sword moves and sword intents between various genres are easy to identify. But only drawing a sword is the most unique among all genres. Is it strong? Of course strong. When you practice to the extreme, a single knife can end all battles. But this trick is extremely difficult to practice, and some people even practice for 10 years without getting started. In history, there are not many swordsmen who practiced swordsmanship to the pinnacle. The most famous one is the swordsman Ryoma hundreds of years ago. At the moment when the sword was combined, all the momentum, strength, and sword intent were also closed. And at the moment when the sword is drawn, the spirits and spirits gather, haki, power, and speed will reach the extreme within 1/10 of a second. In the blink of an eye, life and death can be divided. Wano Kuni is full of samurai, and people who practice drawing swords and slashing are almost invisible. But it does not mean that it is not strong, but that this trick has been gradually lost in hundreds of years. Ito Tosai is also the one-sword technique, and the swordsmanship inherited by Tomita Ryu is the quick swing technique that ends the battle with one sword. But this is different from drawing a knife. I ran into a terrific guy. With a light sigh, Ito Tosai leaned forward, and the long sword slowly raised, leaning in front of him in a weird posture. But Yakuro, who was watching the battle, knew very well that this was the launching posture of Ryota Ryojian's move. It looks weird to others, but at the moment of activation, all the strength of the whole body can be concentrated in one place, and it burst out in an instant. At the moment of swinging the knife, like a meteor flashing in the night sky, and like a cold wind on the surface, it is extremely fierce. This is an instant attack sword technique that is not defeated by drawing a sword. The two were tens of meters apart, and both had entered the realm of their own swordsmanship. The whole body was enveloped by an inexplicable breath. It was armament haki. You could even see that whether it was Ito Tosai or Jinglu's wrist, there was a thick breath that spread to the long knife in his hand. Their spirits, even in their sight, have locked each other at this moment. Ho-ho! The wind became anxious at this moment, and the half-man-tall grass hunted and trembled. Yakuro became nervous and excited. He knew that the next knife would be a key matchup. Both of them are in one sword flow, condensing all their strengths into one sword, fusing them into the moment of swinging the sword. Suddenly, Yakuro's pupils contracted. The two people in the field moved, their feet moved, their bodies were like streamers, and they had collided in an instant. Ito Tosai jumped up high, glared and swung a knife. Hey! The extremely sharp energy turned into a splendid streamer, showing the color of ice blue, and it was clear in this daylight. Slash! But until this time, Jinglu still hadn't shot the sword, and the aura on his body first broke out at this moment. Autumn cicada screams sorrowfully, flowers and birds are all time. Life and death are all in an instant. The whispered words came from his mouth. Behind him, a dragon roar shook the sky. And a wandering dragon hovered around with its teeth and claws, reflected in the eyes of the two entering the arena. The sword is like a dragon. Yakuro was shocked, and Ito Tosai's pupils contracted. They all knew very well that this was not a real dragon, but an illusory appearance transformed by the opponent's sword intent, representing the power of this sword and the power of the sword maker. Just as Ito Tosai swiped this sword, a pair of long and narrow ghost eyes appeared behind him. Draw a knife. Jinglu took out the knife, but the knife was too fast at this moment. It was pulled out in an instant, and then across the void, the space seemed to be shattered at this instant. The back of the blade came first, and Setsuna was already in front of Ito Tosai, and then touched his shoulder and chest. Immediately after, closing the knife, Jinglu stood there as if not moving. But Ito Tosai's sword was still in front of his neck, the streamer dissipated, and he could no longer advance an inch. Puff! With blood shed, Ito Tosai fell to the ground, his face pale and cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He reacted swiftly, his body shape changed, and the long knife in his hand was once again swung towards Jinglu, but compared to the previous one, it was obviously much less powerful. The latter stepped back, stepped on the ground with his right foot, leaped high, pulled the long knife out of its sheath, and slashed down. Slash dragon strike! With this blow, the dragon circled behind him let out a roar, as if it had been cut in half with a knife. When the sound of Jin Taizi heard that Ito Tosai stood there stiffly, his long sword maintained the posture of swinging the sword, but on the skin of the upper body, there were strangely small knife marks. Emission. Mumbling, Ito Tosai shook, and when the long sword was retracted, he stuck it on the ground, maintaining his standing posture. At your age, you have cultivated kendo to such a realm. It's incredible. Jinglu put the knife into its sheath, and there was fine sweat on his forehead. The man in front of him is a swordsman. Facing such a genre, he is very stimulating, but also extremely dangerous. But it is clear that the speed of drawing swords inherited from Ryoma is really powerful. I lost. Ito Tosai was soft and collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect you to have Ryoma's heritage. After saying this, he closed his eyes and fainted. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes. Chapter 11. Yakuro walked over in shock, looking at the bloodstains on his body and the pool of blood under him, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He didn't expect that the adult he surrendered would have such strength. Ito Deazai, who was well known for 9 miles, was defeated by Master Jinglu. Help him bandage, otherwise he will bleed to death after a while. Jinglu said with a faint smile. His face was also a little pale, and the energy consumed by drawing a knife was very terrifying. Being able to issue a dragon-slashing blow after swinging the knife was actually beyond his expectation. With the original physical fitness, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. In other words, while inheriting swordsmanship, Ryoma's physical state at his peak was also merging with him. After defeating Ito Tosai, what is my current level of strength? With such doubts in his mind, Jinglu is also looking forward to a fight with Kojiki Oden. This battle ended very quickly, but it was very expensive. There were more fusions with the Ryoma heritage, and even at the end, the dragon slashing attack that merged with emission haki was issued. The world's top swordsman can slash the sea with one blow. Then what about me? Can you do it with today's strength? Jinglu said softly. In his mind, he wanted to try what kind of scene he could achieve by achieving the ultimate. After worshipping the sword god Ryoma in the ancestral hall, after gaining his inheritance, his strength has grown rapidly with battle after battle. By now, he doesn't even know how strong he is. But being able to defeat Ito Tosai, his own swordsmanship, even in Wano Kuni as a whole, may not be weak now, right? Yakuro was in a hurry to help Ito Tosai bandaging, looking for medicinal herbs in the surrounding grass. The first knife that this person received, although the bandage was not so beautiful and neat, he clearly understood how to deal with wounds in emergency situations. But in a moment, Ito Tosai was tied up into rice dumplings and lay straight there, snoring. You defeated Ito Tosai, you can completely subdue him and become your second sword. Looking at Jinglu's eyes, it was obviously more respectful, and Yakuro said softly. Originally, he only thought that the other party was one level more than his own realm, he was on the 4th level, and the adults were on the 3rd and 2nd level. But now it seems that the other party is clearly in the atmosphere. It can't be compared at all. It is simply his honor to be accepted as a servant and servant by such a strong man. I won't force anyone, Yakuro. Jinglu said with a smile after hearing the words. Ito Tosai is very strong, and in that instant confrontation, even he was injured if he was not careful. Such a character, placed above the world in a few years, will be the top swordsman. If he becomes a pirate, he will probably have to go up a billion. He is naturally very tempted, but as he said, it is not reluctant. The warriors of Wano Kuni were cruel in the duel, but at the same time, they abide by the rules and morality and behave upright. Of course, occasionally there will be despicable characters like charcoal-burning serpents, but that's just an accidental upgrade. After that, Jinglu rested, and the villain in Ryoma began to dance again. At the same time, he could feel his physical fitness increased again. After battle, my strength is getting closer to the once peak Ryoma. He opened his eyes, there was light inside. Perhaps one day, in terms of combat effectiveness, he will be transformed into a living Ryoma, reaching the amazing strength of protecting one country by one person. A battle with Kojiki Oden is imperative. Because he discovered that although this kind of inheritance and fusion will be carried out in daily life, but the battle will be particularly fast. In other words, the stronger people fight, the more combat experience he can gain. Ryoma's kendo, Ryoma's swordsmanship, and Ryoma's physical fitness, he will be able to possess. Go, Yakuro. Jinglu stood up and said with a chuckle. Yes, my lord, but what should Mr. Ito do? Yakuro quickly got up and looked at Ito Tosai, who was lying there in a large font. "You carry him on your back." Jinglu laughed. The latter's complexion stiffened, and Ito Tosai was definitely strong among the samurai, and the total amount of tendon meat was at least 240 katties. "Yes, my lord." A wry smile appeared on his face, and Yakuro found that he had dug a hole for himself, and his heart was very uncomfortable. The two set off again and walked slowly towards July. Ito Tosai is in good physical condition and recovered quickly, but even if he did not wake up, Yakuro had been carrying this guy on his back for 3 days. "My lord, the next time you fight, can you lighten your hand? He is too heavy." Yakuro was extremely wronged. Jinglu laughed loudly. "Okay." It wasn't until the 4th day that Ito Tosai woke up with confusion. "Where is this place?" He looked at the two of them, and gradually reacted. "Such an injury, if I don't deal with it, I will definitely die. Did you save me?" With a sigh, Ito Tosai bent his knees and knelt down, his forehead pressed against the ground. "Saving grace is nothing in return." Jinglu was startled, but he didn't expect that the other party was such a particular person. "Submit me, Ito, be my retainer. My name is Shimatsuki Jinglu, inherited from it." After a pause, he spit out a name that shocked both people at the scene. "Shimatsuki, Ryoma." Chapter 12. Shimatsuki Ryoma. The name is naturally familiar to the two of them. Ito Tosai's pupils shrank, and there was an expression like that on his face. And Yakuro was completely shocked. Ueno Kuni, the great swordsman hundreds of years ago, is known as the sword god, possessing all kinds of incredible deeds and records during his lifetime, and he is a country protected by the power of one person. Ryoma is not only a name, but also a legend, representing the powerful power of Ueno Kuni. Ryoma. Unexpectedly, his inheritance was passed down. Ito Tosai exclaimed. He raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him. The unruly temperament and figure of his body seemed to be faintly fused with that man. "You want me to surrender you? Indeed, you, who got the inheritance of Ryoma, have such qualifications, and your strength also makes me admire." After a pause, Ito Tosai's eyes were serious. "But I still want to try. I want to try. Can I beat you again? If you can completely defeat me, I will become your retainer, fighting for your glory all my life, and fighting for it." Jinglu was startled slightly, then smiled. "Okay. I will give you a chance to beat me. But Ito, I won't have the slightest release from such a battle. You must be prepared to die for it." The battle of swordsmanship was originally a desperate battle of life and death. In between, what happens is possible. Ito Tosai said this, obviously still not convinced. Being defeated by 2 knives, such a defeat, may not have much offensive power, but it is extremely insulting. Jinglu smiled at the corner of his mouth. Then hit him. In the next time, the 3 of them walked together and continued to set off toward July. Only this time, their speed slowed down. Ito Tosai is a hard-working and persistent man. He is not too old now, about 25 and 60 years old, which is the peak moment of the strength of a samurai. Both the physical condition and the spirit are the best. "Master Jinglu, the next knife is the profound meaning of my Tomita Ryu, it will be killed instantly. You have to be careful." The two stood on the grass, standing face to face. An excited spectator of Yakuro. Jinglu nodded. "Okay." Then, the 2 figures quickly approached, blinking and colliding. Kill and slash with a single shot. Cut with a knife. The light of the knife flickered. Jinglu didn't seem to move. Mikuro was shocked, and blood spurted out of his chest. Yakuro was stunned, shocked, with a confused expression all over his face. This was the second battle between the two, but the battle ended sooner. 3 days later, Ito Tosai once again stood in front of Jinglu alive and well. After a brief close-up swordsmanship, the two jumped back again tacitly and opened the distance. Master Jinglu, next, I will use the nirvana that I have come to understand to kill the ghost with one sword. Ito Tosai said solemnly. He thought that in the first two battles, he had not had time to use his strongest swordsmanship. Because fighting against a man like Shimatsuki Jinglu was all in a flash. It is too late to make a final move with a single stroke of life and death. It is good. Jinglu smiled and nodded. He held the right hand of Chu Ling's hilt, and an inexplicable breath swept through, faintly, like a sakura flower floating and flying, quickly spreading to the scabbard and the blade. Haki is flowing like a sakura flower, floating, moving with his heart, allowing him to reach anywhere he wants. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Ito Tosai's dissatisfaction made his strength improve faster and faster. Now, this emission haki can be completely mastered. Even, he is already trying to combine emission with dagger. So, what kind of power will it be? I am coming. Ito Taozai roared, and his figure rushed up quickly. His breath was hideous, terrifying, and under great pressure. The two ghost eyes behind him were sharp and condensed, and even a huge ghost body appeared in shock. Compared with the previous two sword moves, this time is obviously the strongest. But this time, Jinglu made a knife quickly. Choke. The sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard was crisp, fast, and swift. The knife light is also extremely bright, shining in their eyes. Call out. A slash appeared in front of Jinglu at an extremely fast speed, and then cut through the void, roared angrily, and shot away. In an instant, he was in front of Ito Tusa, causing his pupils to shrink, and immediately swinging the knife, the evil spirit behind him also screamed. Cut! When? In the void, a huge light bloomed, ripples spread, and a large piece of grass, because the aftermath was directly cut open, the air wave rolled towards the surroundings. Ah! Ito Taozai roared, holding swords in both hands, opposing the sudden slashing blow. After 3 or 4 breaths, the slash broke out, he screamed, and the whole person was directly blown out. But even so, the slash still drew a considerable distance on the ground before it slowly dissipated. Yakuro widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and looked at the hundreds-meter-long gap ahead, unable to return to his senses for a long time. The sword cut after fusing emission. Have you been able to cut the ground and split the sea? Looking at the scene caused by the knife in front of him, Jinglu said in surprise. He has a little understanding of his own strength at this moment. Then, looking at Ito Tosai, who was lying next to him spurting blood, his expression changed. A hole, Yakuro, what do you think? Save Ito. Chapter 13. With a dizzy mind, feeling as if he was in the midst of the wavy sea, Ito Tosai slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eyes was the half-person tall grass, and not far in front, the young man with a sword box on his back and a knife on his waist. He quickly recalled everything in his mind, and his complexion became complicated. Did you lose again? With a light sigh in his heart, he was again covered with a white bandage, and he couldn't feel the slightest strength. There is no doubt that compared to the previous 2 battles, he was injured the most in this battle and almost died. What made him even more desperate was that of the 3 challenges, one was worse than the other. The first time he was able to make a few moves with the opponent, in the second time, it was over with a single stab. After the third time, the slash that the opponent performed was so powerful that he was even more shocked. Powerful swordsmen, even if they don't use a long knife to slash each other's body, they can still make a sharp slash, cut through buildings, and cut through steel. But what the boy used before was completely different, integrating emission into the knife and slashing, sending out an extremely fast, explosive slash that could destroy everything almost instantaneously. It was this slash that made him completely convinced. I won't be his opponent. Just like that man, the boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu will also reach the realm of that man. He suddenly struggled, and he also alarmed Yakuro, who was on the way. "Ito, you are awake. Great!" Yakuro said in surprise. "Let me down." Ito Tosai's weak way. "I thought you were going to die by the adult's sword this time. You are so impulsive. Why do you try hard? Your adult is getting stronger and stronger." Yakuro said, thinking of something, and then quietly said to him. "Do you know? When you were in a coma, I saw with my own eyes that the Lord cut the lake in half with a single knife. There is also a small hill, which has also been cut open. It's amazing. My Lord's swordsmanship, the realm of Kendo, has reached an incredible level." Listening to the words in his ears, Ito Tosai's pupils shrank slightly. He can cut the lake, the sea, or the hills. But he knew that this was completely different from Jinglu's slash. Moreover, this kind of slash is also very serious for physical and mental consumption. Belongs to the sword move that cannot be used much. Only those top and powerful warriors, no matter their physique, physical fitness, strength, and will, can use them like eating and drinking water. "Are you awake, Ito?" The footsteps of Jinglu in the front also stopped, turning his head and smiling slightly. Seeing this boy again, Ito Tosai's expression became complicated. He was indeed not convinced before, but the final battle completely defeated him. Such a teenager has almost unlimited potential in the future. "I am willing to treat you as my master and be your retainer throughout my life." Taking a deep breath, Ito Tosai slowly bowed, his forehead pressed against the ground. Jinglu was startled, then laughed. "Okay. Serving you as the master is not only because of your powerful strength, but also because of the convincing temperament that you faintly revealed. Your future will not be easy." Ito Tosai said seriously and seriously. "No one knows what the future will be, but next. Just follow me to July and defeat the guy named Kojiki Oden." Jinglu helped him up and said with a smile. "Your goal is Kojiki Oden?" Ito Tosai solemnly said. "That's right. If you want to do it, of course it is to be the first." Jinglu laughed. "That man, it's not easy to deal with. There is a huge gap between him and our strength." Ito Tosai said solemnly. "Oh? You fought him? Then talk to me on the road." Jinglu smiled. There was a strong fighting spirit in his eyes, and only the opponents who were not simple had the meaning to defeat. Yakuro helped Ito Tosai, and the three of them continued on the journey. Time continued to pass, and in a blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. The three of them passed through a quiet forest, where the water was gurgling and the birds chirping. Something is wrong. Yakuro felt the atmosphere of the surrounding air, but suddenly said in a deep voice. With a bandage tied on his body, Tosai Ito scanned left and right. Someone is hiding around, it should be a ninja. Jinglu's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to move forward. In addition to samurai, Wano Kuni also has a career such as sumo and ninja. It can be said that compared to other countries in this world, people in Wano Kuni seem to have a higher combat effectiveness, and their cultural atmosphere is also more complicated, which seems incompatible with this world. "Ito, are you okay?" Yakuro turned his head and said. Ito Tosai nodded. The two have been getting along fairly well recently, and their relationship has risen sharply. After all, the opponent saved himself who challenged the owner several times. Suddenly, the leaves scattered on the ground in front suddenly changed, and the three figures instantly jumped up and attacked them. "Carefully!" Yakuro yelled, and suddenly pulled out the long sword in his hand, waving it forward. When he directly blocked the three-handled short sword in the air, making a creaking sound. "What kind of guys are they?" Ito Tosai asked aloud, also pulling out the long sword from his waist. He was about to walk forward, but was stopped by a hand. "Your injury is not healed yet. Let me come." Jinglu stepped out, smiling. Chapter 14. Yakuro gritted his teeth. A knife resisted the attack of 3 knives, and also at this moment, he saw the guy hiding in the dark. Who was it? Wearing a tattered black ninja suit, he covered his forehead and nose with a strange headscarf, only revealing a pair of eyes and mouth. Who are you guys? With a loud roar, Yakuro swept the 3 out with a single knife. But what surprised him was that after these 3 people flew 3 meters in the air, their figures gradually faded and then disappeared. Damn it, where did you go? He gritted his teeth and growled. Jinglu also scanned the left and right at this time. Obviously, these 3 unidentified ninjas were hiding well, and he didn't even notice each other. Hand over the food and the money on you. Suddenly, there was a voice coming from the side, seeming vague, as if coming from the water. Jinglu turned his head and waved a long knife in his hand. Autumn equinox. An arc-shaped ripple in the air spread and flew towards the river water not far away. After a breath, there was an explosion, and an exclamation came from the river, and 3 figures flew out. They are there. Yakuro rushed forward, but when he came to the riverside, he watched the 3 figures quickly fade and disappear from his vision again. Shoo! At this moment, darts flying in the sky came, densely covering a space, covering the 3 people. Yakuro took a step back and took a deep breath as he was about to draw his sword, but at this moment, a figure on his side was already stepping out and passing him. Flowing lights, neon feather lights, brilliant life, the sound of a breeze. Mist autumn, 28 lotus wind. The soft chanting sound came into the ears of everyone present. At the same time, Jinglu held the sword in his right hand, opened the sword box behind him, and held Chu Shui in his left hand. He leaned slightly, watching the rain of darts above his head, his legs bent and jumped suddenly. The 2 knives in his hands were swung at the same time at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, a frantic whirlwind was formed, and after another breath, the lotus flowers formed by the strength of the knives were suspended in the air. The rain of darts all over the sky seemed to be frozen at this moment, being crushed into powder by the floating lotus spinning, and then drifting away with the strong wind. This is... Yakuro's eyes widened, watching this scene. When Jinglu fell on the ground again, everything disappeared. What everyone saw in everyone's eyes was still big trees, green grass, flowers, and running water. The 3 ninjas hiding in the dark also breathed slightly at this time. Who are these 3 guys? They can actually block our darts. But at this moment, Jinglu suddenly jumped out of his body, grinning the size of his mouth. You guys, there is a flaw. This kind of ninja's invisibility technique, the 3 ninjas seem to have the ability to integrate themselves with the environment, but this integration only changes the color of the body surface, not the devil fruit ability. His speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of the 3 ninjas almost in the blink of an eye. The 2 swords turned, and in the staring, shocked, and terrified eyes of the 3 ninjas, the long sword was already swung out. Autumn Withering Song. One song. The gale swept through and shook out. Pieces of trees were cut open. The 3 ninjas were also swept up, screaming and flying into the air, then fell high and fell to the ground. Looking at the person lying in front of him, Jinglu stepped up. You want to grab money and food. Mastering such an interesting ninjutsu, but falling to this point. There was a smile in his eyes. Strictly speaking, these 3 people are not weak in the outside world. This kind of ninjutsu has the effect of disrupting audio-visual, which is already very good. With some of the people under Kojiki Odin's hands, they also have the power to fight. Moreover, he knew very well that Wanakuni's famous daimyo had ninja vassals beside the generals. My lord, they seem to be descendants of Sanada. At this time, Ito Tosai came over and said in surprise. Descendants of Sanada. Both Jinglu and Mikuro showed doubts. Have you heard of Sanada Toyo? That is also a legend of Ueno Kuni. Ito Tosai explained. Jinglu was still confused, but Mikuro showed a shocked expression. 10 Sanada warriors? That's the legend of Wano Kuni ninja. Ito Tosai nodded, looked at the 3 people who were exposed and closed their eyes and pretended to be dead in shame, and smiled again. Yes. The 10 Sanada warriors back then were well known all over the world. Unexpectedly, now, they have fallen into the act of robbers. It's really sighing. As he said, he shook his head, sighing. Damn it, damn it. If it is not forced by the situation, who wants to be like this? We haven't eaten for 10 days. I'm going to starve to death. The 3 of them opened their eyes abruptly and shouted loudly, tears streaming down their eyes. Jinglu laughed when he heard the words, and put the long knife into its sheath. He just tried out the new second sword technique he had recently developed, and he felt pretty good, and he was in a very happy mood. Since I can't even eat, it's better to surrender to me. Be my retainer. But the 3 people who heard his words were dissatisfied. Even if you are strong, who are you? It's worth our surrender to you. Descendants of Sanada, even if they die, they won't surrender to an obscure fellow. Jinglu smiled and stopped the angry Mikuro. After ringing the bell, Shimatsuki's son, Shimatsuki Jinglu. The 3 of them shook their bodies, staring at Jinglu with wide-eyed eyes, and then did not hesitate. We are willing to surrender. P.S. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, thanks to Pingyang12138 for your reward. Chapter 15. The surname Shimatsuki has absolute authority in Wano Kuni, almost as influential as Kojiki. The 3 ninjas, descendants of Sanada, were at the end of their journey. When they met such an adult with status, their lives were almost controlled by each other's thoughts, and they bowed their heads without hesitation. Your thoughts have changed very quickly. Jinglu was stunned, and said with a laugh. The Shimatsuki's son, who has such power, we are willing to surrender to you. We only have one condition. Please give us a place to live and eat with a bite of food. The 3 ninjas were serious, their foreheads pressed against the ground, expressing their surrender heart. Of course it's okay. But, should you report your name? Jinglu carried the knife on his shoulder and laughed. My lord can call me Aji. My name is Suzuki. Yazamon. The 3 of them reported their names. They were slender and normal in shape. They were not as big and small as Lei Zhang. Maybe not very handsome, but at least it looks like a human being. We are all descendants of Sanada, living with the honor of our ancestors in our hearts. Finally, the 3 said in unison. Jinglu nodded and smiled slightly. Afterwards, the 3 ninjas dealt with the wounds left by the battle. After they opened their clothes, their bodies covered in scars were exposed. Some of these scars have been scarred, but some have just come out. What's the matter with your injuries? Jinglu asked aloud. Yakuro and Ito Tosai also looked at them curiously. Obviously, the 3 of them had experienced battles before, and were even hunted down. It's Yamada's family, we were forced to escape from July, but when we got here, we still didn't want to let us go. The ninja named Suzuki said in a deep voice. The descendants of Sanada had enemies with them. When the ancestors were prosperous, the 2 families were able to contend with each other. But with the name Kojiki Oden, we were forgotten, but the Yamada family gained great power through flattery. Damn it, we didn't kill Chuanzi at all. It's all a conspiracy by the Yamada family. They directed and acted a scene. It's a pity that Chuanzi became a victim of their dealings with us. Yazamon and Aji both gritted their teeth and said, eyes full of anger. Jinglu's eyes flashed. These 3 people obviously have a story, and their story involves the man Kojiki Oden. Undoubtedly, in Wanakuni's current era with Kojiki Oden as the protagonist, the 3 of them are completely contradictory to the times. In other words, the Yamada family is dependent on the power under Kojiki Oden. They hunted you down? Yakuro asked. Good. But please rest assured, the 3 of us will not cause you trouble, we will only do the darkest and most shameful things for you. This is Ninja's Shindo. Suzuki said solemnly. Since I surrender to you, then we will swear by the honor of the descendants of Sanada that we will never betray you. Yazamon wrote. The attitude of the three of them was very sincere, serious, making Jinglu startled, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Are you worried about Kojiki Odin, or Yamada making trouble for me? Since I have become my retainer, how can I, Shimatsuki Jinglu, let you live in the shadows like that? Laozi, naturally will seek justice for you. With sharp eyes, Jinglu's voice became low. Even so. Offend Kojiki Odin. So what? I'm going to July this time, just to trouble him. These words were sonorous and powerful, and the three ninjas trembled all over, and tears flowed from their eyes. When Yakuro and Ito Tosai heard them, smiles appeared on their faces. They worshipped it as the master, for the adults this courage to move forward, not afraid of everything. What about Kojiki Odin? Adults can still swing their swords without hesitation and confront them head-on. Thank you sir. The three ninjas knelt down again, their foreheads pressed against the ground, and burst into tears. They were framed and killed Chuanchuanzi, and they were chased down all the way to this point. No one in the family knew what was going on at this time. Who would know the grief and grievance in their hearts? But now, this adult who just met is willing to stand up for them, even at the expense of confronting Kojiki Odin. Yamada's family is under Kojiki Odin, a powerful ninja army. Contradicting it, it is the enemy of Kojiki Odin. Get up all. Everything is clear. Then, speed up to July. Slowly getting up, Jinglu carried a long knife with sharp eyes and a smile at the corners of his mouth. I can't wait to see how strong the man named Kojiki Odin is. Yes, my lord. The five people beside them shouted in unison, their eyes all over the forest, looking towards the huge city that was already faintly visible. There is July, the metropolis controlled by Kojiki Odin. Already, very close. Chapter 16. July. It used to be an impossible place, but after the reform of a man named Kojiki Odin, it became a paradise. The streets are full of voices, and the shouts of various small shops and vendors are endless, and it is a lively scene. Kojiki Odin, I have to say, he is an amazing man. Ito Tosai was still wrapped in a bandage, but his physical condition was much better. When he mentioned Odin, his face became solemn. Everyone has just entered July. Jinglu is naturally very interested in the owner of this city. The three of Aji covered their faces with turbans and carefully scanned the surroundings to prevent accidents. While walking on the street, everyone listened to Ito's introduction of Kojiki Odin's deeds. He is a very talented guy, almost legendary from birth to adulthood. When I was young, I used the famous sword named Yan Mo, and I could use emission to wrap it around the double knives. You know, this is something that many powerful samurai can't do. When I grow up, I have a yearning for the outside world. I have tried to break the blockade of the country countless times and smuggle to the outside world. But it was never successful, and because of this, his father-son relationship with his father Kojiki Sukiyaki was severed. Until later, Kojiki Odin walked the whole way no Kuni, accepted the retainer named Chiseo 9 Heroes, returned to this land, carried out bold reforms, and turned this place into a paradise. It has only been recognized and respected by countless people. In July, it has a great reputation in Wano Kuni as a whole. Having said so much in one breath, Ito Tusa was full of sighs. As an opponent, he admired the opponent's strength and methods. As a bystander, I am quite impressed with such a legendary life. You have fought with him, what is his strength? Jinglu asked. My lord knows that I am a swordsman, and the sword is the end of the battle. To this day, I still can't forget the battle. Ito Tosai looked serious. It was dusk, we met by chance. Kojiki Odin was very curious about me who defeated Shuten Meru. He laughed and said, "Is that you? The guy who defeated Ashura doesn't look so good." The laughter is full of fighting spirit and a hint of irritating disdain, and that's it, the battle has begun. When Jinglu heard the story, I had to say that Ito Tosai told the story so vividly that even Odin's tone at the time imitated it. His dual knife flow is very strong, and his strength is very strong. After hundreds of rounds of collision, we decided to use the sword to draw uprightness to divide the victory and defeat. But after that trick, I'm defeated. Tosai Ito lost his face, he parted his robe and looked down at a visible scar. He left this. Afterwards, he raised his head and looked at Jinglu solemnly. "My lord, if you want to fight him, be careful. You are all powerful, but he is not your kind of power, but another kind of oppressiveness that cannot be described in words. Really strong." Finally, Tosai Ito repeated it again. Jinglu paid attention, and he naturally knew that Kojiki Odin was very powerful. Being able to compete with the Whitebeard in his youth, even Kaido can be injured, showing his strength. To fight against such a man, you must raise your strength to the same level before it is possible. So, who are the strong in July? He suddenly sighed, and a touch of warfare appeared in his eyes. Ryoma's inheritance fusion begins with the battle. The more frequent and stronger the battle, the faster the fusion will proceed. In order to fight Kojiki Odin, he must fight again and again. Yes, and many. Most of them are following Kojiki Odin, or admiring his samurai. Ito Tusa narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Okay, then, next, let me start with them." Jinglu smiled. At this moment, a team suddenly walked in front of him. The headed man had a mustache and his eyes were gloomy. When Aji and others in the back saw it, their complexion suddenly changed slightly. "My lord, it's Yamada's house." When Jinglu looked up, a group of people in front had already arrived in front of him. After a short pause, Jinglu and the group stood there, not evading. "Get out of the way, don't you recognize that this is an adult from the Yamada family? You are so brave, dare to stand in the way of Yamada-sama." Immediately, someone shouted. Jinglu grinned, drew the long knife from his waist, carried it on his shoulders, and laughed. "So what? On this road, you should make way for Laozi." As soon as his words fell, Yakuro and Ito Tosai were already standing in front of him, staring at each other eagerly. "That man! It's Ito Tosai." Soon, someone recognized Ito Tosai, and his complexion changed slightly. "That guy, who is it? Too arrogant. Facing the Yamada family, they dare to be so domineering." The passers-by were all curiously talking. Yamada Tono's complexion was hard to look at, his eyes sharpened, and he stared at Jinglu. He opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, but he didn't expect that the other party suddenly roared. "Get out of here! Otherwise, Laozi will hack you to death." Chapter 17. The killing intent rushing towards his face, and the overbearing aura, immediately made Yamada Tono stunned. Who the hell is this guy? Facing him, he was so arrogant. But in the next second, he saw the roaring man draw his sword, and his figure flashed before he was already in front of him. What? Only then did the guard standing in front of him let out a scream, blood spurted from his body, and fell to the ground crying bitterly. You! Yamada Tono was frightened and yelled. "Remember my name." Jinglu laughed, and swiped a long knife in his hand across Yamada Tono's upper body. Hey! Blood spurted out, Yamada Tono's eyes were terrified, and he screamed, and he was chopped off. "My name is Shimatsuki Jinglu. If you dare to blame and slander my retainers and hunt them down, you can get a little interest from you first." The cold words came into his ears, making Yamada Toya feel terrified. After turning his gaze, he saw the three Aji, who were standing opposite, with excited faces. It's you. Afterwards, he turned his head abruptly to stare at Jinglu. Do you know who is my master? He won't let you go. Jinglu looked down, and his cold eyes made Yamada Tono dare not open his mouth. Are you talking about Kojiki Odin? Then let him come. After speaking, Jinglu put the long knife into its sheath, carried it on his shoulder and turned his eyes away. Yakuro, Ito Tosai, and others immediately followed. The onlookers saw this scene with excitement. It deserves it, the Yamadas are used to being arrogant, and finally met someone to rule them. The man named Shimatsuki Jinglu is too hacky, really amazing. He doesn't seem to be afraid of Lord Odin at all. The surname Shimatsuki, should he belong to the Shimatsuki family? Aren't they serving the Kojiki family? After a while, Jinglu and others have found a place to live. This is it, my lord, the legacy of the Sanada family. If you are not afraid of trouble, this is the best place for us to live. Aji said excitedly. The act of slamming the knife directly by the talented adult was really too hacky and too much hatred. They are also very clear that the adults are supporting them with actions and venting their breath. Nodding, Jinglu looked at the dust in front of him, but the house looked simple as a whole and nodded. Clean and clean, I should still be able to live. Aji nodded his head heavily. After that, everyone stayed in the mansion of the Sanada family first. At the same time, Yamada's house. What are you talking about? Those three boys found a boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu as their master? And that boy dare to kill you in the street. Yamada Patriarch, Yamada Yutaro said in shock. Yes, the boy did it directly, and beside him, there seems to be a powerful warrior. Ito Tosai, also standing behind him. Yamada Tono was pale, with a bandage wrapped around her body, gritted her teeth. Unacceptable. Don't he know who the master of my Yamada house is? That's Master Odin. This matter will never be forgotten like this. Yamada Yutelang said angrily. Where are they now? It's at the Sanada mansion. Yamada Tono replied. I don't care who they are, and dare to offend us, I must make them pay. Yamada Yutelang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The night came soon. In the Sanada mansion, Jinglu looked at the busy people everywhere in the yard, with a faint smile on his face. With the return of Aji and others, all the people from Sanada who had fled in various places before returned. There are middle-aged aunts and uncles, there are still immature children, and even young girls who are already slim and pure. These people all looked at him with curious eyes, and then they bent over to worship together. In Sanada's mansion, it made him feel as if he had returned to the home of Belle Queen. Everything seemed very polite and orderly. My lord, during your daytime, the Yamada family probably won't let go of such behavior. Ito Tosai wiped the knife and whispered while sitting next to him. How dare they? Annoyed the adults, I will never let them go. Yakuro said angrily. After hearing the story told by the three of Aji just now, his tears were running and he was already quarreling with the enemy. The parents of the three have already passed away because of this frame-up. The culprit is the Yamada family. This matter, the adults have to make a decision. Ito Tosai shook his head. Jinglu raised his head and looked at the three ninjas who were sitting cross-legged on the opposite side with their heads slightly lowered, and their expressions were nervous, and smiled softly. What are you worried about? They dare to come, I dare to go. If you dare to go too far, then we will turn these 9 miles upside down. Hearing such words, Ito Tosai, Yakuro, and the three ninjas who raised their heads suddenly became excited. Then, I'll accompany the adults to make a fuss. Ito Tosai smiled, and his right hand suddenly swung the knife forward, blowing a strong wind. Your injury hasn't healed yet, Ito. Yakuro laughed. It's okay to chop some monsters. Ito Tosai smiled faintly. Suddenly, everyone in the room looked outside, and their eyes sharpened at this moment. It's really looking for death. Jinglu smiled faintly, his eyes were extremely cold. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes. Chapter 18. In Sonata's mansion, it was quiet at the moment. The hall is facing the door, with a stone screen in the middle blocking the outside view. The overall style of this courtyard has a strong oriental style. On the fence, a pair of cold eyes are looking here, Sun Yan's short sword, gleaming with cold light. They are in the living room, this time, kill them all. Master Yamada's order is, don't let go of a remnant. Then kill them all. The brief conversation drifted away with the wind, and a group of figures crossed the wall and came to the courtyard. Until this time, Jinglu and others in the hall also moved. Welcome these guests who come to visit, don't let one go. Jinglu stood up carrying the knife and walked outside. Beside him, Ito Tosai, Yakuro, Aji and others have also stood up, and everyone's eyes are shining with cold light. The enemy has already hit the yard, and they will naturally no longer be polite. When Jinglu came to the courtyard with a group of 6 people, they were surrounded on all sides by ninjas wearing black clothes and covering their faces with black cloth. In July under the reform of Guanjiu Yushin, there are such incompetents, which really makes me sigh. With a faint smile, Jinglu looked at the group of people in front of him with a knife. You have offended the Yamada family, you should have an estimate for your own consequences. The headed man, who was short in stature and had a big head, said coldly. Your name is Shimatsuki Jinglu, but if you dare to blend in, you must be ready to die. Another person spoke, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Jinglu glanced at the two of them, not to mention anything else, these two guys are not good at images, one with a big head and a small body, the other with a small head and a big body. Chickens, kill them all. As he said, the long knife in his hand was slowly pulled out, and the cold light flickered. In the next second, his figure flashed, and he rushed in front of these two people. Kill them! The headed ninja shouted loudly. In a short time, all the ninjas who surrounded them started their hands and rushed towards the 6. Ito Tosai grinned, the long sword came out of its sheath, strode out, and slashed out. The 3 people in front of them were directly cut off at the waist, screaming, and splashing out blood. On the other side, Yakuro roared again and again. Dare to act on adults, dare to treat Aji like that. I will never spare you. Ghost cut. As he swung a knife, Sun Yan's light spread across the courtyard, and his figures quickly fell to the ground. At this moment, Jinglu shot the sword at the 2 leading ninjas, Chu Ling turned in his hand, the blade flickered, and he had reached the top of one of them, and he cut his head immediately. The latter's complexion changed, and he pulled out the short sword block around his waist. Boom! With this knife, the face of the ninja with a big head and a small body changed wildly, and the whole person was actually plunged under the ground. Another person rushed in, Jinglu grinned sternly, turned the blade, and slashed it fiercely. Stab! The knife almost wiped the blade of the man's blade, and in an instant it reached the handle of the knife and cut it onto his right hand. Blood was thrown, and one hand fell off. Immediately afterwards, the sword's momentum remained undiminished, and it slashed on his body. What? With a cry of pain, the man flew out and fell to the ground without a sound. Damn it, who are you? How can you be so strong? The face of the ninja with a big head and a small body changed wildly. It's not that I am strong, but you monsters, too weak. Not even qualified to meet my eyes. Jinglu sneered, lifting the knife and slashing again. He didn't even use sword moves, but simply hacked directly, and these guys couldn't handle it anymore. There is a qualitative gap in the strength of the two sides. Hey! The long sword flashed, and the ninja with a big head and a small body froze there, and there was a bloodline on his head. Jinglu stepped past him, and the latter fell to the ground with a bang. When other ninjas saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. But soon, Jinglu drew his sword and slashed. The ninja standing right across from him was hit by this slash, and blood spurted wildly, all flying out. "Hurry up, we should go to the Sanada family and have a chat." Jinglu laughed. "They are too weak to even take the slightest interest in me." As he stepped forward, Jinglu swung his slashes again and again, and a large number of ninjas flew up, and the blood was raining. No one could stop him. Seeing this unstoppable and invincible scene, Aji and others were all excited and extremely excited. Yes. They drank loudly, with a high spirit. When everyone came to the gate, there was a corpse lying on the ground behind him, a faint blood blowing in the wind. "Kojiki Odin has accepted Sanada's dirty, despicable guy, my subordinate, it's his short-sightedness. We are going to get rid of this group of rats for him now." Jinglu carried a bloodless knife with an unruly smile on his face. "He should thank me." The 5 people beside him yelled loudly. "Advance and retreat with the master, coexist and die." Jinglu laughed loudly. "Then, let's go." Chapter 19. Yamada Mansion. In the hall, there are dancers dancing gracefully, and the gentle music floats along with it. But Yamada Yutelang didn't want to watch or listen. His face was worried, and he seemed very nervous at the moment. Why don't the people who sent out come back? Didn't they say that they are the best ninjas in the family? Suddenly, Yamada Yutaro slapped the table with a slap. His violent rage scared the dancing girl below, and the music immediately stopped. "Patriarch, wait a minute. Among the enemies, after all, there is the guy Ito Tosai, but he was wrapped in a bandage, and he must have been seriously injured. It shouldn't take long," Yamada Tono said soothingly. Then, he glanced at the dancing woman again. "You all go down." The women stepped back one after another, surging towards the outside. "I feel uneasy in my heart. I always feel that that fellow is not easy. I should report to Odin." Yamada Yutaro frowned. "Such a trivial matter, if it disturbs your excellency Odin, doesn't it seem appropriate? And Patriarch, we can't let him know what we are doing." In the second half of the sentence, Yamada Tono lowered his voice. Yamada Yute showed hesitation on her face, but finally nodded. "You're right. Although they will take refuge in Kojiki Odin, if they do things privately, if the man knows about it, they will probably not end well. Kojiki Odin can't rub sand into the eyes of this man. Although they acted weird and ordinary people could not understand, they were upright and could not tolerate the evil things they did. No problem, the ninja we sent this time is almost the most elite in the family. Even if that boy subdued that guy Ito Tsubai means, he wouldn't be our opponent," Yamada Tono said with a smile. "I hope so." Yamada Yutaro sighed. But his right eye jumped more violently, and his heart felt suffocated at this moment, as if something unknown was about to happen. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a large cloud of smoke fluttered from the entrance of Yamada's mansion. What happened? Yamada Yutelang stood up abruptly and looked forward, feeling frightened. "No, I don't know," Yamada Tono said blankly. Both of them stood up, walked forward, looked at the door, and the scene in their eyes made their pupils shrink and their hearts jumped wildly. The gate was torn apart, including the surrounding walls, all cut into neat diagonal strips or squares. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and 6 figures stepped out. The leader was a young man with a knife on his shoulder and a knife on his back. His eyes swept across the yard, he stared at the two of them for an instant, and then grinned. "The Yamadas smashed, is that you?" Being stared at by this boy's eyes, Yamada and Yutelang, as if locked by a predatory beast, trembled all over. "Patriarch, yes, it's them." Yamada Tono shivered. This group of people appeared here, and he naturally understood the meaning of the representatives. The most elite ninja in Yamada's family, I'm afraid he can't come back anymore. At this moment, around Jinglu and others, a group of figures sprang out, blocking the front of Yamada Yutelang. Cut them off. Jinglu grinned and rushed out first. I have to say that as a man from Shimatsuki's family, he has had a heart of righteousness since he was a child. When he was behind the bell, he took action to rectify a lot of bad guys and cleaned up the law and order in the bell rear area. For this reason, many local civilians respect him very much. This kind of enthusiasm and courage to do what is righteous can't hold Shaw's character in his eyes. Even if he gets to July, he still can't change it. He heard from the beginning and the end of what the Yamada family did to the three of Aji, and it also brought his murderous intent to this family to the limit. At this moment, seeing the Lord, where can you stand it? One step forward, the long sword swung out, and a sharp slash, directly overturning the ninja blocking the front. Behind, Ito Tosai, Yakuro and others hurriedly followed up, all of them looked ferocious and terrible. Finally, this day has finally arrived. The revenge of the Sanada family. It's finally going to be reported. Agi and Suzuki gritted their teeth, they kicked the surrounding ninjas, their teeth rattled. Jinglu waved his knife left and right, and no one could stop him. After just a few breaths, he jumped high and landed in front of the two Yamada Yutelang. I don't look down on guys like you the least. With a grin, without any hesitation, he swung a knife at Yamada Tono. Laugh. His body was cut open directly, blood flowed out, the bandage collapsed, and Yamada Tono screamed and flew out. Hey! Jinglu shook the blade without a drop of blood, and looked at Yamada Yutaro whose legs were shaking. You, dare you do it to me, Lord Odin, I won't let you go. You, don't do anything to me, I can compensate you. Yamada Yutelang plucked up his courage, gritted his teeth and shouted, but his whole body was trembling. Ha 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 ha! Jinglu burst out laughing. Look at your timid appearance. At this time, Yakuro and others also came over, and they laughed loudly when they heard the master laugh. The laughter trembled the entire Yamada mansion, and then stopped after a long while. Your threats are of no use to me. Jinglu raised the knife and pointed it at Yamada Yutelang. I am looking forward to a fight with him. After that, with a wave of the long sword, the blood was thrown away, and Yamada Yutaro flung out with fear and despair. P.S. Thank you for your reward. Continue to ask for evaluation votes, flowers. 1. Chapter 20. The night passed quickly, when the morning sun rose on the second day and the first ray of sunlight fell on the Yamada residence. What? The harsh screams disturbed the peace of this morning. It was just a morning's work, and the tragic situation of Yamada's family spread throughout July. The arrogant Yamada suffered a bloodbath. Their patriarch Yamada, Yutelang, died miserably. That fellow Yamada Tono has today. It really deserves it. Who is it that did this? Many people applauded the sight of Yamada's house, but at the same time, they are also wondering who is doing such a bold thing. You know, the Yamada family is now attached to Kojiki Odin's name, the ninja legion of their family, is a very important force under Odin, and can help Odin handle many things. But now, the Yamada family has encountered such a thing, and many ninjas have also died. This matter is obviously not simple, and it may arouse the anger of the daimyo. On weekdays, even though Yamada has many arrogant and domineering behaviors, he is very careful. Even the name Odin didn't notice it, and even if it did, there was no evidence. However, people who dare to do such a thing and bloodbath Yamada's family are likely to face Kojiki Odin's anger. Even for the face and dignity of the daimyo, Kojiki Odin will take action. My lord, don't you avoid the limelight. I'm afraid Kojiki Odin will come soon. Mikuro looked at Jinglu with a smile on his face suspiciously. It's hard to imagine. They just made such a bold act yesterday. Today, the adults took them to the kick hall, oh no, visited the famous swordsman in July. Avoid the limelight. He wants to come, just come, do I still be afraid of him? On the contrary, you are scared by his name before you fight him. Jinglu smiled faintly. Itotoze hesitated, and then said, My lord, you are very powerful, but according to my judgment, it is better for us to avoid it for a while now. You are still young. If you practice for a few more years, you will definitely be able to fight Kojiki Odin. But now, Odin's swordsmanship is great, and the strength is really hard to guess. Under my battle, it was difficult to find out how much the opponent was doing. Jinglu squinted his eyes and laughed. I understand. When the other party said this, he had obviously made a judgment, that is, in comparison with Kojiki Odin, he is still a bit worse than Odin in terms of strength. However, this is also normal. Jinglu himself also knows very well that now he is strong, but he is not completely integrated with the Ryoma inheritance, so he is naturally not a complete body. Facing a master like Kojiki Odin, there may be some shortcomings. Therefore, he is so eager to find all kinds of masters to challenge, make progress in the battle, and quickly integrate the Ryoma heritage in the battle. Then, hurry up and take me to the famous samurai in Gyuri. I can't help but draw my sword. Hearing these words, the two people who gave out their advice were extremely helpless, but they couldn't help it. The first samurai was named Mito Sanchuo, and the genre of swordsmanship was called Zanzuanyu. Jinglu came to visit, then drew his sword in the other's angry eyes and attacked directly. After the two sides fought for dozens of rounds, sword marks were everywhere in the martial arts field. In the end, in a battle, Jinglu slightly bent over and turned away. Mito Sanchuo spurted blood on his chest and fell on his back, causing a cry of exclamation. Then, everyone from Itotoze took Jinglu to continue kicking the pavilion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 3 days, Jinglu played 18 games and defeated 18 famous swordsmen in Julishong. And this also made his reputation resound in Julai instantly. Too strong. The boy from the Linghao area, named Shimatsuki Jinglu, has defeated 18 famous samurai in a row. He's almost going to fight Julai Invincible. This boy, who is proficient in drawing swords and slashing, has something to do with the boy Ryoma reincarnated from Baiwu a few days ago. But there is no doubt that if this boy continues to challenge, I am afraid that there will be no rivals in Wano Kuni. Almost, it can be compared with the name of Odin. He has almost never lost a defeat. Jinglu's name resounded throughout Jinglu, and he was discussed enthusiastically throughout Jinglu. Soon, his identity and previous experience were revealed by people. Because of this, the discussion became more heated. It resonates with the famous sword Kyushui, perhaps, he really is the reincarnation of Ryoma. Master Yasui gave him autumn water. How strong is this boy? I was born after the bell. Since practicing swordsmanship, I have never had a defeat. It is a legendary life. It is exactly the same as the sword god Ryoma hundreds of years ago. Will he collide with Odin's name? Under this kind of heated discussion, Jinglu challenged the entire 9-mile warrior, and then boarded the arena for 5 consecutive days. 300 consecutive victories. An unprecedented 300-game winning streak, my goodness. He is too strong, no matter how strong his opponent is, he is only a single blow. No one can stop him with a knife. Standing in the center of the arena, Jinglu, who was worshipped by countless pairs of eyes, smiled slightly at this moment with a long knife in its sheath. 9 miles, it seems that only Kojiki Odin can fight me. This sentence detonated the audience. The boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu, under everyone's gaze, made an arrogant declaration that he would fight Odin Daimyo. Chapter 21. So hacky, arrogant words, but spoken in the most plain tone, all represent the young man named Shimatsuki Jinglu, that kind of fearless confidence. There is no opponent of Jinglu in the entire arena and kendo in July. Under the noise of everyone, Jinglu walked towards the arena, his body was filled with a domineering, arrogant aura. Yakuro and others who were close by, even felt dizzy. My lord's body has undergone a strange change again. What is it that has awakened in the adult's body? With such an aura, your lord may already be able to fight Kojiki Odin. The people who were shocked and Jinglu's momentum at the moment looked excited. From defeating Yamada's house to Jinglu's single-handed sweep of the entire 9-mile warrior world, Kojiki Odin never showed up or revealed any wind. No one knows what the great name of July is doing now. But with Jinglu's current reputation, they can guess that the great name of Jinglu must have heard of Jinglu's name, and they have even known who caused the tragedy in the Yamada mansion. Striding across everyone's onlookers, all the way to the street, Jinglu smiled at the corner of his mouth, and he held a long knife slightly in his right hand. The degree of integration has reached 90%. Conqueror's Haki, also awakened with the battle, and has been able to use it initially. Is this what Ryoma used to be? Taking a deep breath, Jinglu's eyes burst into light. Sword moves are no longer stuck to a specific situation, you can develop new moves according to your own heart, and sweep all enemies standing in front of you. Domineering, arrogant, but with unstoppable justice. His knife is really strong. The more he integrates Ryoma's heritage, the better Jinglu knows what level of Ryoma has reached. The sword intent between the two is fusing, and the kendo is blending and entangled, and a new sword flower sprouts, roots and buds, and it blooms and bears fruit. How high is Jinglu's realm now, and how strong is his combat effectiveness? He didn't know it himself, he could only make a conclusion. Me, very strong, very strong. Kojiki Odin, it's time for us to fight. His eyes are full of high spirits, Jinglu's blood is boiling, he has been fighting for days, his integration is rapidly increasing, and his strength has reached unprecedented heights. He is looking forward to a new level of war. Afterwards, he turned his head back to Sanada's home to rest. After the days of war, he needs to clean up the exhaustion in the battle and replenish his energy to the peak moment. Then, it was a battle with a man named Kojiki Odin. At the same time, inside the mansion of the famous name of July. Master Odin. Jinglu has won another 300 consecutive victories after defeating all the swordsmen from all sides in July. Now, no one dares to challenge him anymore. His strength may be comparable to yours. Ito Tosai has also surrendered under his sword, and Yakuro next to him was also subdued after being defeated by him in the Shirakami area. People from the Sanada family have also surrendered and become his retainers. Below, a retainer said loudly. The tragedy of the Yamada family, all kinds of clues and evidence show that he took his retainers to do it. There is no suspense about this matter. The Ashura boy said in a low voice. Master Odin. No matter how bad the Yamada's family is or what they are doing, his series of behaviors after entering July seem to be aimed at you. He is challenging your authority. In the last sentence, the tone was already very heavy, and it echoed in this mansion. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the man sitting in the innermost laughed loudly. What you say is very interesting. The boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu, who was born after Ling, came to July. Did he come to challenge me? A pair of red phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, black hair at the top gathered into a large circular plane, with prominent beauty tips and triangular sideburns. The man wearing an orange kimono with his legs exposed, with an unruly smile on his face, said loudly. As for the Yamada family, if the evil things you find out are really what they did, then his death can be described as the best ending. I, Kojiki Odin, will never tolerate such behavior. The words were firm, his tall body suddenly stood up. There were two big swords slung around his waist, one of them was Yan Mo and the other was Tianyuzhan. The whole body is full of bohemian, domineering and powerful aura. This person is the most famous man of Wanakuni's era, Kojiki Yushin, and the highest ruler in Gyuri today. This Shimatsuki Jinglu, like me, has the most upright posture. I admire him. These words changed the expressions of the retainers below. Master Odin, he killed your retainer. A guy like Yamada, blinded my eyes, he is not qualified to be my retainer. Kojiki Odin said coldly. Then, there was a smile on his face again, and his eyes bloomed with warfare. However, I am very interested, with this boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu, who is said to be the reincarnation of Ryoma. After a pause, Kojiki Odin touched the handle of the knife. A big battle. Chapter 22. Kojiki Odin's face showed a touch of nostalgia and anticipation. Since his birth, he is almost a legend, and the defeats he has experienced in his life are even rarer. When she was just born, she could throw the nanny out. At the age of 2, he could catch 2 rabbits at the same time. At the age of 4, he killed a giant bear with a boulder. He had already started fighting with the gang when he was 10 years old. He was blacklisted and burned down the casino. He was arrested for violence and wounding. The following experiences are countless. His life is a life that will never go ahead, and it is also a life that he sighs. If the old age comes, he might jump the net, sing songs, and dance around his harem toward the end of life. After becoming a great name in July, his personality has changed a lot, and it seems that there are no challenges in this country. He is eager to get out of here, to see the huge world outside, to welcome new adventures and excitement, to make people full of passion. But not, his achievements in Wano Kuni reached the pinnacle. At this moment, another legend appeared. Shimatsuki Jinglu. I don't know when this name began to spread in Julishong. After worshipping the ancestral hall, Chu Shui trembled and resonated for it. In the Beiwu area, he created an astonishing 100 winning streak. In July, he won 300 consecutive victories. Unprecedented. Almost, become a legend with him. It flashed through the night sky of Wano Kuni at an extremely fast speed, dazzling like a shooting star, stunning everyone's eyes. This boy, has he reached the peak? Can he fight me? Looking at the opponent's record, it seems to be different from the path he has traveled, but it is more ostentatious. There is no absurd past, no frustrating record of failure, everything is so beautiful. Fight him. Kojiki Odin made up his mind. He looked up and looked at the bright moon that had quietly appeared in the night sky, with a smile on his face. Tell this boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu, I will fight him. The location is set near date in July. The Ashura boy and others standing below were all agitated after hearing the words. Yes, my lord. That night, at the door of Sanada's house, a group of people greeted with a total of 9 people, and each of them carried a deep and powerful aura. It's the Chiseo 9 heroes. Retainers of Lord Odin. At the Sanada family, people recognized these 9 people, and they were all surprised discussions. At the same time, Ito Tosai, Yakuro, Aji, and others quickly greeted them and came to the front of the 9. The 2 sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing. Ito Tosai. Ashura whispered, wary in her eyes. He was once defeated by this man. After returning, he practiced hard and under the guidance of Lord Odin. Now he fights again, he is sure that he will not lose again. Retainer of the name Odin, what are you doing here? Just glanced at Ashura, Ito Tosai said softly. On behalf of Kojiki Odin, we came to meet Shimatsuki Jinglu and handed over the war post. Lei Zhang, one of the 9 chivalrous knights, said in a deep voice, and at the same time took out an envelope from his arms. War post. The eyes of Ito Tosai and others narrowed. As soon as Aji's eyes rolled, he immediately turned around and entered the room, hurriedly coming to Jinglu. My lord. The people from Kojiki Odin are here, and they will post to you on behalf of Odin. Jinglu opened his eyes with a smile on his face, let them come in. After a while, the 9 knights of the red scabbard all came to him, and everyone in Ito Tosai stood beside him, behind him, staring at each other with enthusiasm. Dear Mr. Jinglu, we are here to send you a war post on behalf of Odin. Lei Zhang bent over slightly to show his courtesy, and then handed a letter with both hands. Looking at this young man at such a young age, the Chiseo 9 knights felt a slight shock in his heart. At this age, can they fight their adults? This young man is undoubtedly a terrifying genius. Especially when I heard about the opponent's experience and record, I was even more shocked. I was already learning the technique of sword making at the age of 1, and I practiced swordsmanship at the age of 3, and he was able to defeat his swordsmanship teacher. By the age of 5, he had cut off the steel and felt the breath of all things. By the age of 12, he could already do it. To clear out the underworld forces in the area behind the bell, and create his own saber, the texture is even higher than that of the famous sword Qiuling, which is a sharp knife. By now, he is only 16 or 17 years old, right? Already sitting here, like a swordsman, can get Master Odin's battle post. It was born spontaneously, and there was a touch of admiration in everyone's hearts. It's a child prodigy. Jinglu motioned his eyes, and Aji quickly got the result and placed it on his hand. Afterwards, he lightly spread his hand, and the envelope turned into confetti, but the letter paper inside was intact. In this scene, the pupils of the Chiseo 9 heroes contracted again, shocking in their heart. The sword intent that the sword moves with your heart can achieve the miracle that you can cut the paper if you want to cut it, and you can't cut it if you don't want to cut it. Jinglu glanced at the text on the letter paper and grinned after reading it. There were not many words on the envelope, but Haki leaked. Thank you for taking care of the scum of the Yamada family. I heard that your swordsmanship is amazing. Then, fight with me. Time, tomorrow, location, on the flat ground near date. Kojiki Odin's Day. After reading this, Jinglu raised his eyes and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. I will fight this battle. Chapter 23. Jinglu's performance at this moment also surprised the Chiseo 9 heroes with such a straightforward acceptance of the battle post, as well as that excited expression. They are well aware of Kojiki Odin's current status. Whether it is strength or tolerance, Wano Kuni has reached a level that no one can match. But at this moment, looking at the temperament of the boy in front of them, even if they are opponents or enemies, they still admire each other. Then we retire. The Ashura boy took a deep look at Jinglu, then backed away and left. Others such as Kawamatsu, Kinemon, and Rei Zhang all bent down deeply with admiring eyes, and then leave. After the Chiseo 9 knights disappeared, Ito Tosai, Yakuro and others all looked at Jinglu. Unexpectedly, Kojiki Odin would have warned you. He is really a wayward man. Ito Tosai sighed. With his identity and strength, placed on others, it is impossible to do such a thing. Yakuro is also Tao. Jinglu glanced at his 5 retainers, then smiled lightly. The faces of these 5 guys all have nervous and worried expressions. There is no doubt that Kojiki Odin's battle post has brought them tremendous pressure. Why worry about it? It's just a war post. Tomorrow's fight, defeat him, let Wano Kuni know how strong I am. Jinglu smiled faintly. That self-confident, unrestrained, and open-minded temperament affected the 5 people at this moment, and their expressions changed slightly and became relaxed. Yes, although the adults are still young. But the strength is already unfathomable. Even if the opponent is Kojiki Odin, so what? Tomorrow is when my name will be all over the world. Jinglu laughed. He pulled out Qiuling with his right hand, and then inserted it back into the scabbard. Then, he unfastened the sword box on his back and took out the famous sword Qiu Shui. Double knife flow versus double knife flow. It's reasonable. The 5 members of Ito Taozai looked at Jinglu, who was smiling at this moment, and they admired them beyond all levels. In Wano Kuni, there are a few people who are able to show the performance of their own adults when facing Kojiki Odin's war posts. The night passed quickly. On the second day, the wind was clear, the day was bright, the weather was warm, the sun was falling in the Sonata mansion, and the birds tweeted on the branches. A crowd of people watched. The young man slowly stood up from the ground, with a long knife slung on the left and right sides of his body. On the left is Wanakuni's national treasure, the famous sword Kyushui, which was given by Shimotsuki Yasui, who is known as the reincarnation of Ryoma, by Shimotsuki Yasui. A man who can possess a national treasure can imagine his talent and aptitude. This is also the only man in the ancestral hall to resonate with Chu Shui in hundreds of years. On the right is Chu Ling, a famous knife made by his own hands. The quality is even better than that of the big knife 21. It can become a black knife just waiting for the time to sharpen it. The young man wore a black kimono, his hair was simply tied up and tied to the back of his head, his brows were clear and handsome, and his face was smiling, as bright and warm as the rising sun. Glancing around, looking at the 5 retainers in front of him, Jinglu shouted with a smile. Then, let's go. The 5 retainers clenched their right hands into fists and held them up high. Yes, sir. A group of 5 people walked out the door and headed towards Date Port. This is an unremarkable morning in Wano-kuni, which is the same as the early mornings that have passed away in the past, but this day is a legend, the time when a legend begins. After a while, it was on the flat ground in front of Date Port. Here, after Kojiki Oden became a daimyo, it hasn't been rebuilt, but now it is only in the plan, it is a desolate grassland. It is precisely because of this that it was chosen as the battle site. When Jinglu and others arrived here, they scanned around and saw a lot of people, already standing around the flat ground. He came. Shimotsuki Jinglu. A young man with unparalleled kendo talent, who was praised by Master Yasui as the reincarnation of Ryoma, and thus obtained the ownership of Kyushui. Very powerful, swept the entire July. His personality is also extremely upright, even if the opponent is Lord Oden's subordinate, he will not hesitate to draw the sword. The crowd exploded immediately, and after seeing Jinglu, they all started talking. In just a short time in July, Jinglu has already made a name here. His swordsmanship and character have won the respect of many people. Now, fighting Shimotsuki Oden here will naturally attract the attention of countless people. After taking a look, Jinglu retracted his eyes, nodded to the 5 retainers behind him, and walked to the open space in front of him alone. Close his eyes slightly, Jinglu waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and I don't know how long it had passed, and there were more and more onlookers, and the voice suddenly rang. Master Oden! Kojiki Oden is here! Jinglu opened his eyes with a loud explosion in the crowd. What caught my eyes was a tall, burly, and strong man with a weird haircut, walking towards him with a big smile on his face. What a high-profile battle! Shimotsuki Jinglu, you and I are here today, let's have a good fight. Kojiki Oden laughed loudly. Jinglu embraced his arms and smiled at the corners of his mouth. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 24. Sorry for keeping you waiting for a long time, something delayed on the way. Kojiki Oden came to Jinglu, looked at the handsome boy in front of him, and said with a smile. The youth of the other party was beyond his expectations, but it also shocked him even more. Being able to make such a record at this age all means the extraordinary talent of the opponent. It's okay. Jinglu nodded lightly. The people onlookers who saw the 2 people approaching in the field were silent and listened carefully to what the 2 people were saying. I heard that Yasui gave you autumn water. Kojiki Oden said suddenly. Good. Jinglu glanced down at the long knife on the left side of his waist, nodded and said. This knife is very suitable for you. Seeing you is like seeing the heroic posture of that man back then. Kojiki Oden exclaimed. The temperament and image of the boy in front of him really resembled Ryoma. Apart from their looks, the 2 of them seemed to be carved out of the same mold. How does it feel to use the knife? He asked again. Jinglu smiled slightly, very smoothly. It was indeed very smooth. As a black sword, Chu Shui was heavier than ordinary swords, but also possessed the ability to condense power more, which was very suitable for him. It is my Wanakuni's national treasure. It has extraordinary significance. I hope you won't let him be ashamed. Kojiki Odin said seriously. Follow me, its name will go to the world again. It will shine because of me. Jinglu said, an invisible breath rose from the whole body. Feeling this breath, the autumn water around her waist buzzed and trembled, as if she was also telling something. Seeing this scene, Kojiki Odin was surprised. This is the first time I have seen it. Chiu Shui will behave like this. I even believe in the words of reincarnation spoken by the name Yasui. He looked at Jinglu solemnly, pressing his hands on the two long knives on his waist. Noting this scene, Jinglu also put his hand on the handle of the knife. It's going to start. The onlookers shouted in excitement. Everyone felt a surging, oppressive breath at this moment. This is the concentration of the two warriors in the field, which is their sword intent. Let me take a good look. Shimatsuki Jinglu. Kojiki Odin yelled and drew his knife sharply. The latter was the same, and the two long knives around his waist choked out of their sheaths. You will be shocked. Jinglu drank. In the next second, 4 long knives pierced the void, brought strong wind, and slashed towards the other side fiercely. When there was a crisp sound of gold and iron, and there was a touch of electric sparks in the sky, black and red, intertwined, followed by the roaring wind sweeping in all directions. The onlookers kept exclaiming and backed away quickly. Retreat quickly. They started. Even the aftermath of the slash might kill us. Look at the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and everyone looked towards the sky. I saw the sky that was originally full of clouds. At this moment, there was a chasm. At first glance, it was like the sky was split by the two fighting. God, the sky has been split apart. There is ground. The ground they stand on. The exclamation made everyone's attention look at the ground again. The flat ground was scratched and cracked at this moment, and the cracks spread rapidly. Until they stopped at the feet not far in front of everyone. The ground has also been cut. It's amazing. At this moment, the two pairs of eyes looked at each other, and the 4 long knives collided fiercely. What a power beyond imagination, Shimatsuki Jinglu. Haki Radiant Man. Kojiki Odin exclaimed. Jinglu laughed, let's have a hearty battle, Odin. Every time I strike, I use my full strength. Such battles are not common. Kojiki Odin retreated, yelling, and rushed over again with 2 swords. Jinglu is the same, brandishing both knives in his hands, trying to chop away. Boom! This time, with the heavy crashing sound, the ground trembled again, cracks swept out, and a wave of gas rolled away with them as the center. Immediately afterwards, it was less than a second. OM! The air was trembling, and the people who were close to him were dizzy and fell directly to the ground. It's Conqueror's Haki, hurry up, stay away. There was a shocked voice, and everyone turned and ran. The 2 people in the field burst into strong Haki, which is a breath that belongs to the king to be useful. Sure enough, you have already awakened. A young man with amazing talent. Kojiki Odin said in surprise. The 2 of them leaped in shape, constantly attacking each other, but it was difficult for them to directly attack each other while the long knives rubbed. This shows that the opponent has no less reaction, strength, swordsmanship, and realm than his own. What an equal opponent! Kojiki Odin yelled. Happy! Jinglu also shouted excitedly. The power in the body, armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, was boiling at this moment, roaring, and roaring out. This is a fierce battle at the very beginning. Make people excited. Chapter 25. Call. The violent wind swept over the 2 of them, roaring like an angry beast. The 4 knives were colliding quickly, and bright lightning entangled on the long knives, bursting out brilliant brilliance. Boom boom boom. The low collision sound and the howling gale spread out in all directions. The entire flat ground near Dateport trembles, and the air is filled with hot temperatures. The earth has been split apart by the aftermath of their slashing. If this continues, will Date be ruined by them? It's really a battle between monsters. The onlookers shook their hearts, standing there watching the battle, their whole bodies trembling. Just watching, it has already made them extremely secreted adrenaline. In the battlefield, Kojiki Odin ran quickly, holding two big knives, light bursting in his eyes, haki flowing between his hands, flying like a sakura flower, and finally wrapped around the two knives. On the opposite side of him, Jinglu also lowered his figure and ran quickly, with emission haki entangled between his two hands, spreading over the two knives. His eyes were sharp, and his fighting spirit was surging. Sensen Torch, Panic Day, succumbing to the solar terms, breaking free from the end. Two swords. Song of Withering, one song. A deep chant sounded, and behind Jinglu, a phantom suddenly twisted and rose up, filled with a sense of cold and withering everything. Shishikachichi. Above the two knives, a purple-blue flame burned. Behind him, two blood-colored eyes opened, and a weird, three-headed six-armed demon shadow appeared, making everyone's scalp numb. Crack! The three-headed and six-armed demon's shadow trembled suddenly, as if all six arms were holding long knives. In an instant, 6 knives were thrust straight ahead of Jinglu's body. It's really strong. Kojiki Odin felt the breath and said in a deep voice. His figure is also slightly curved, the aura of his whole body is changing, flames are burning above Yan Mo, and rays of light burst from the sky feathers. The legs stepped on the ground, and the figure flew out at the speed of light. Odin 2 Swordsman. Dogen Shirataki. In an instant, the two figures leaped high, completing a collision in the air. The 4 knives collided with each other and slashed, and then the two exchanged positions and stood where each other was just now. Boom! After about 2 or 3 breaths, a slight voice sounded, as if something had been pierced. Boom! The slash, which pulled the light, emerged at this moment, quickly colliding in the void, brilliantly intertwined into strips of twisted light. Then, buzzing! A greater wind blasted out in all directions, the slash broke apart, and it whizzed towards the surroundings, landing on the grass. Call out! The light pierced through the void and projected into the nearby sea water, instantly splitting the sea, hitting the ground, squeezing and scratching the ground, causing cracks in the ground. This is a shocking scene. Lightning and cracks are intertwined in the void, and the sun in the sky looks dim in this one. So horrible! Someone sighed, looking up at the sky blankly, his hair was blowing, hunting and shaking. The two fought with 2 swords and passed by, both standing on the ground, and did not attack again for a while. Call! Kojiki Odin let out a sigh, his eyes solemn. He lowered his head and glanced at his chest. The front of his shirt was torn apart, his robe was stained with bright red blood, and his eyes condensed slightly. I don't remember how long I have been injured like this in battle. Muttered, Kojiki Odin turned around, holding a pair of knives, and looked at Jinglu on the opposite side. Boy, you are really strong. Jinglu slowly turned around. Under his robes, the shoulders were also stained red with blood, but there was a bright smile between the corners of his mouth. Nice battle, Odin. Afterwards, he shook his 2 swords and looked at each other. Continue. In the next second, the two raised their heads, bright light burst into their eyes. Both hands shook, emission haki wrapped the 2 swords and ran toward the opponent again. Oh! Ah! The roar was thunderous, and under the clear sky, lightning thundered. Odin's second swordsmanship, Daowen White Snake. 2 swords. Autumn Withering Song, Stern Tiger's Birthday. The 4 knives collided again, the sky slammed, lightning flashed out, a huge crack appeared, and the gale rolled over and went in all directions. The sky has been split again. These 2 monsters. Wano Kuni, the most amazing battle I have ever seen so far. Among the 9 knights of the Red Sheath, Kawatsu, Jinwaimen, and others looked at the 2 men holding double knives above their heads without blinking their eyes. Such heroic posture made them fascinated and felt their sincere admiration. For them as samurai, this kind of strength is already called a god. The 2 figures fell, blood dripping from their bodies, both panting slightly, staring at each other. In the duel, they were all injured, but the fighting spirit was even higher. The remaining slashes are still colliding in the sky, stabs and pulls, and the reflected daylight is brighter. Hey! Jinglu shook his long knife, flames in his eyes, and put Chu Shui in front and Chu Ling behind, in a strange posture. The white horse crossed the gap, flashing light and flint, poised like a dragon spreading its body, trickling like a tiger treading on it. The feet were slightly bent, stepping on the ground, and a circle of ripples shook out. Woohoo! A fierce dragon came up from behind, followed by a roaring giant tiger appearing. At this moment, the sword intent on his body climbed to the limit. 2 swords. His body suddenly turned, he jumped into the air, his eyes burst with cold light, he stared at Kojiki Odin, and dived down. Like dragons and tigers fierce, roaring, attacking. Elegy, Autumn Water is Withered. Chapter 26. OM. The climate of the entire sky at this moment has changed, the muffled thunder rumbling constantly, and dark clouds appear unknowingly. The originally bright sky turned into a dark night. In the faint, everyone looked up to the sky and saw a roaring dragon and a ferocious tiger. Jinglu held a pair of knives and swooped down. The knives were surrounded by an inexplicable aura, and the aura was unparalleled at this moment. Second sword flow. This is a powerful sword he has realized by integrating the inheritance of Ryoma, combined with what he has learned. The artistic conception revealed by the sword intent can be summarized in a few words, but the power displayed is incredible. Domineering, fierce, majestic, mighty. Unprecedented duel. Jinwaimen clenched his fists and roared loudly. Not far from him, Ito Tosai looked at the knife with a light flashing in his eyes, and he unknowingly grasped the hilt of the knife with his right hand. Such a powerful sword intent. From this sword intent, he felt the essence of drawing a sword, and at the same time blending other things, making it more powerful. The tension in the swing of the long knife almost reached its limit at this moment. Above the ground, Kojiki Odin raised his head, his pupils contracted, and he held the long knife with both hands. Above Yan Mo, there was flames collapsing, and above Tianyuzhen there was flashing light. In his eyes, the sky changed color at this moment, and Jinglu suddenly transformed into another person. In the legend, the man who slashed the dragon with one sword overlapped with the opponent at this moment. The incredible boy. Your strength has reached the point where you stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Taking a step out, the posture of the 2 swords changed slightly. The next moment Kojiki Odin also roared abruptly, bending his knees slightly and rushing into the air. Odin 2 swordsman. Daowen 10 punches. With the cross at the front and the people at the back, Kojiki Odin looks like a meteor, flying straight into the sky, incredibly fast. Call out. It is like 2 stars, quickly passing through the void, and then violently colliding together. Boom! The dazzling light flashed out, huge wind and waves swept across, the impact was in all directions, and circles of ripples spread out to the surroundings. Crack wipe! Between the surface, it was torn apart and completely split. Moored not far away, the ships in Dateport were shaking violently. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the aftermath of the collision between the 2 long knives shattered. The light appeared in the world again, and everyone's eyes became brighter. Then, they saw the 4 knives in the hands of the 2 men in the sky, colliding and rattling, and black-red, purple-blue lightning intertwined. The sword blade confrontation unleashed an astonishing coercion. Odin! Jinglu roared, pressing down with 2 knives. His aura was extremely shocked. Jinglu! Kojiki Odin was also shouting, shocked at the strength of the opponent in his heart. It was just a young man, and the opponent's swordsmanship and strength were not the same as him. This knife is already called his profound meaning. However, it was blocked by the other party. The blades kept colliding slightly, and after more than a dozen breaths, both of them suddenly jumped back and stood on the ground again. Ho-ho! Gasping for breath, Jinglu's forehead sweat oozes, revealing a tired look. Opposite him, Kojiki Odin was the same, shaking violently, and the muscles on his arms bulged high, as if they would burst open. You really have inherited everything from that man Ryoma. This is the first time I have seen you in my life. Kojiki Odin stood up straight, and the two knives changed directions again. I didn't expect you to be able to block this blow. It seems that your strength is also beyond my expectation. Jinglu also stood up straight and said lightly. Falling autumn water is his swordsmanship tune, currently the most powerful two-sword technique, which is a combination of drawing and cutting. At the moment when the sword was released, the speed of the sword swing reached an incredible level. Before the move, the energy was concentrated to the extreme, and then it burst out at that moment. A young man who can match me. Then see who will fall down at the last minute. Kojiki Odin laughed. Come on, Odin, I am fearless. Jinglu became more and more brave as he fought, his eyes bursting with light. The next second, the two rushed to each other again. Boom! The four knives collided quickly, and the slashes poured out one after another, and the destruction of the ground surface was shocking. The people watching the battle in the distance were even more horrified, for fear that a slash would fall between them. They are in a protracted war. Next, it will be a competition of physical strength, energy, and willpower. In this regard, Kojiki Odin may have an advantage. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and the 5 members of Tosai Ito watched the battlefield nervously. Time passed slowly, and gradually, everyone discovered that it was twilight, and then it was evening, and night came completely. The battle between the two was still not over, and the sound of the collision of the swords continued to roar and deafening. They are like monsters that don't get tired. When will it end? It's terrible, these two men. Who will win the final victory in this battle? P.S. Thank you again for your reward, ask for evaluation votes, flowers. Chapter 27. It was night, and the moon and stars were scarce. When the falling silver moonlight fell on the ground, huge cracks were reflected. The two figures were standing there, constantly attacking each other, and the 4 long knives quickly collided, rubbing out brilliant electric lights. They are like tireless machines, and they can't feel sleepy even after the war. Both physical strength and willpower are beyond the limits of ordinary people. What a monster! Such strength and physical strength are simply not something ordinary people can possess. In a short period of time, there will be no results in this battle. When the crowd sighed, their hearts would inevitably be shocked. Compared with the beginning of the shocking sword move, the competition at this moment is just the most shocking. In the world, there are a few people who can continuously swing their swords and fight to this scene. Call out! Jinglu's sweat dripped down to the ground along his chin, avoiding the sharp knife from the opponent, and took a step backward. But soon, he attacked with double knives. Second song. For him, this is by far the hardest battle, but it is also the most hardy battle. The battle was full of sweat, and the battle was full of blood. High morale, unwilling to calm down. The inheritance of Ryoma in the body is also steadily continuing to merge with him. His power is getting stronger, and there is a tendency to become more brave as he fights. On the other side, Kojiki Odin is different. His physical strength and will are all being consumed. Every time the two collided, they had the power to split a big ship. Such an attack is naturally nothing to them in their peak state. But at this time, it is a little bit less. What a tenacious boy! Kojiki Odin gritted his teeth. The opponent's persistence and strength made him feel like he had encountered the first mountain in his life. He survived so far, and he has been going smoothly all the way. Rarely encountered difficulties in the true sense that gave him frustration. But in front of him, this young man is undoubtedly the first one. Trouble. He said softly in his heart. Kojiki Odin's eyes showed dignity, sweat dripping from his forehead. The battle of sweat and blood gave him a bad foreboding. But in the next second, he leaped, and the sword's momentum became more fierce. Odin 2 Swordsman. Daowin White Boxing. He didn't want to be dragged down by the opponent, he wanted to resolve the battle quickly. But what made him feel even more troublesome was that the boy in front of him, every time he looked like he had reached the limit, he broke out with more powerful combat power again. Is it an illusion? The pressure he put on me is getting more and more. Odin's heart was heavy. Time passed again, and in a blink of an eye, it was the morning of the next day. Master Odin's complexion doesn't seem to be very good looking. On the other hand, Jinglu, his condition seems to be pretty good. Kinemon Gate, Ashura, and others were caught in a quarrel. This is a battle for resilience. The strength of the two warriors in the field is obvious to all. Now it is difficult to distinguish the outcome. It is unpredictable who will win in the end. My lord seems to be gradually gaining the upper hand. Ito Tosai was excited. They saw the hope of victory, the famous Kojiki Odin. In this battle, there are almost signs of defeat. In the battlefield. How could I lose to him? I am Kojiki Odin. Kojiki Odin gritted his teeth in his heart and burst out. The war became anxious again, and everyone watched attentively. Jinglu's state at the moment was apparently very stable. His physical strength, willpower, and energy were also being consumed, but the degree of integration with Ryoma's inheritance in his body was rapidly rising. Already, it's almost complete. He calmly responded to every powerful attack from Kojiki Odin, various sword moves, haki, was defended by him again and again. During this period, he slashed the opponent with a knife, and he was also injured, bleeding all over his body. The two of them fought so far, almost completely wounded. But they, like monsters, can't feel the pain, and can still attack each other with a knife. In the blink of an eye, another day and night passed. The battle continues. Jinglu's inheritance integration degree has reached 98%, and the speed of integration begins to slow down here. You are really a man of steel, Shimatsuki Jinglu. Kojiki Odin sighed, still waving the swords in his hands. By this time, Jinglu admired the guy in front of him a little. He supported him to this moment, because of his own will, and also because of the integration of inheritance during the battle. But the other party is completely relying on his own will and persistence. Everyone thought that the battle was about to end soon, but to everyone's expectations, the battle lasted to the third day. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the third morning, both of them were panting, breathing heavily, and their whole bodies were as if lead infused. Every cell in the body was wailing and howling. It's over. Who will lie down first? The onlookers were suffocating, watching the ending nervously. At this moment, on the battlefield, the boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu suddenly put his two knives into the sheath. He stepped forward with his right hand on his waist. Your Excellency Odin. Unfortunately, this battle seems to be my victory. The sound was very soft, but it drifted away from the audience, making everyone stare. Fight in such a situation. Can he still use that trick? Ito Tosai's pupils contracted and muttered to himself. Chapter 28. The long sword and the sheath, accompanied by the spirit and spirit of the body, all returned to the sheath at this moment, and everything was hidden. And the sword move that buried all these sharp edges was the only one. Cut with a knife. This is the most powerful adult, and it is also the trick to defeat him. Simple, straightforward, but extremely easy to use. Ito Tosai was excited in his heart, and he knew that the time to divide the victory had arrived. Yes. Jinglu, are you so confident? Do you want to use the next move to determine the outcome? Kojiki Odin concentrated and said aloud. The bones and cells all over his body are wailing, and his body is exhausted to the extreme, but his will is still roaring to fight, and he can fight. Karara. With a move of the two knives, he assumed a weird posture. Then, let the next showdown of this trick determine who is stronger between you and me. Jinglu heard the other party's words, but suddenly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes, pressing his right hand on the Kyushui knife handle. Buzzing! As if feeling the master's will, Chu Shui trembled at this moment, and a powerful aura shook his whole body. Together defeat the enemy in front of you. Autumn water. Speaking softly, Jinglu squeezed the Kyushui knife handle abruptly. Suddenly, he raised his head and stepped. Da-da-da. After 3 steps, he started to run faster and faster, and in the end it almost turned into a stream of light. Kojiki Odin took a deep breath, holding knives in both hands, his complexion twisted at this moment, and he became savage. He has also become crazy. Come on, Jinglu. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him. His thoughts seemed a little confused at this moment, but he quickly reacted. It's Jinglu. That is too fast, pulling out the light. Ah! With a roar, Kojiki Odin squeezed Yan Mo, Tianyu cut, and flames gleamed from both knives. The other party was close in front of him in an instant. This is the moment. Kojiki Odin swung his knife, the 2 knives crossed into a cross, and suddenly jumped forward, impacting. Odin 2 swordsman. Daowin 10 punches. In the void, a cross-shaped slash flashed. But then, an arc-shaped slash slashed out, and with an extremely fierce momentum, it collided in the center of the cross. Hey! The cross was cut open, and Kojiki Odin's pupils contracted and he was stunned. The arc-shaped slash was unimaginable quickly, just like a meteor in the sky, bursting out with unparalleled power, and smashing him fiercely. Puff! Blood spurted out, and a blood stain appeared from Guanjiu Yushin's chest to abdomen. At the same time, a light breeze drooped slightly, black hair swaying, and a figure lightly passed him and stood behind him. It's over, Odin. Kojiki Odin just reacted with a faint voice. He lowered his head and looked at the blood stains on his body in a daze. Did you lose? Speaking softly, Kojiki Odin still wanted to pick up the knife to fight again, but he felt that his arms were cast like copper and iron, and he couldn't lift it. Even the 2 knives clinked, both of them fell off from the hands and fell to the ground. He was severely injured and exhausted to the extreme, and he didn't even have the strength to hold a knife. It seems that you really won. Mumbling, Kojiki Odin's expression at this moment is very complicated. But soon, he thumped and fell to the ground. The blue sky, the early morning sun shining down, shone into Kojiki Odin's eyes, and a little bit of crystal light flickered. First defeat in life. The nose was sour uncontrollably, even the tears seemed to be uncontrollable. Damn it, this is not the way a man should be a child. Kojiki Odin closed his eyes and gradually passed out. Jinglu breathed out gently, and soon he felt tired and used it to make his body shake, and the long knife was immediately inserted into the ground to keep his body from falling to the ground. Ended. Even after accepting all the inheritance of Ryoma, it is still so difficult to win. Kojiki Odin, you really are a strong man. He spoke softly, and his eyes were also dizzy. In the distance, the onlookers stood sluggishly on the spot at this time, as if not reacting. With a flash of light, the battle is over? My lord has won. My lord defeated Kojiki Odin. It's incredible, Shimatsuki Jinglu won. Ueno Kuni has been the most powerful teenager in hundreds of years. He is really like the reincarnated Ryoma. This battle, for the boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu, will be filled with legendary colors. As powerful as Kojiki Odin, still defeated by his sword. The crowd boiled and exploded. They stayed up and watched the battle, and they didn't want to miss even a little bit, just for this moment. I thought this was another heavy stroke in Kojiki Oden's career, but the facts tell them that the boy named Shimotsuki Jinglu has reversed and risen. Ito Tose and others, with shocked, excited expressions, rushed to Jinglu. Looking at what? Don't hold me yet. Jinglu laughed and scolded. Yakuro hurriedly went over to help, and talked with smiles on his face. So amazing! My lord, you are too strong. At this moment, Ashura boy, Jinwaimen, and others also rushed over, first glanced at Kojiki Oden, then gritted their teeth and stared at Jinglu. It's no use staring at me, take him to heel. Jinglu smiled faintly. After a pause, he spoke again. I didn't take the opportunity to kill him. The Chiseo 9 Knights was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then quickly turned around. After running a few steps, he seemed to react and bends deeply towards him again. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes. Chapter 29. July boiled, and then the whole Wano Kuni followed. Everyone was shocked, and even unbelievable by this sudden news. The boy named Shimotsuki Jinglu defeated Kojiki Oden in the duel. Surprised, outrageous, and unbelievable, all kinds of thoughts permeated the capital. Many people asked for confirmation, but when it was finally confirmed, it was the boy named Shimotsuki Jinglu who was curious about it. What kind of guy Kojiki Oden is, we all know very well that this boy named Shimotsuki actually defeated Oden. According to legend, he is the reincarnation of Ryoma. Is that really the case? The guy who defeated Kojiki Oden, he is as powerful as you can imagine. Overnight, the name Shimotsuki Jinglu was circulating throughout Wano Kuni. Daming Fusehong in the Linghao area. Jinglu. Shimotsuki Nishimaru sat cross-legged, chewing the food in his mouth, looking at the name in the newspaper, and froze there. He suddenly remembered something and yelled outside. Hey, Jinglu, hasn't he been behind the bell lately? Such questioning also makes the subordinates confused. Master Niuwan, Master Jinglu has long been behind the bell. Where did he go? Shimotsuki Ushimura stared at the newspaper, with a mixed emotion in his voice. Before leaving the bell, the son said that he would go to Beiwu to see the ancestral hall, but I don't know where it is now. He deliberately asked your vassal to name your vassal. Don't follow him, otherwise, he won't be polite. You also know the strength of Master Jinglu. Having said that, the man smiled awkwardly. As a reliable retainer of Master Niumaru, but his strength is inferior to his son, this is undoubtedly very embarrassing. What's the matter? My lord? You don't usually pay attention to Master Jinglu, saying that you want him to grow freely. Shimotsuki Ushimura shook his face when he heard the words, and threw the newspaper in front of him to the opponent. See it for yourself. The servant was stunned, and when he finished reading the newspaper, he was stunned on the spot, his mouth wide open and his face full of inconceivability. Master Jinglu defeated Kojiki Oden. But how is this possible? A man like Kojiki Oden, so powerful. Shimotsuki Niumaru swallowed what was in his mouth, grinning at the corners of his mouth, and then touched the head of the fox next to him and stood up. It seems that after this kid ran away, he had another adventure. Yes, we gave him autumn water and said that he was the reincarnation of Ryoma. There must be some reason for this. It seems that I also need to go to Beiwu and Kyudo. After speaking, he burst out laughing. My son beat the general's son. I think General Skiyaki's face must be ugly at this moment. Shimotsuki Ushimura walked out the door, leaving a series of laughs, and the people in the mansion were all staring at each other. The capital of flowers, the capital of Wano Kuni. Did Oden fail? This is really unexpected news. A deep voice sounded. Kojiki Skiyaki looked at the newspaper in his hand, but his expression was unexpectedly calm. The retainers below had weird expressions on their faces, and they didn't dare to say what they wanted to say. They thought that their general would be furious. But obviously, it's not. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Kojiki Sukiyaki gently tossed the newspaper on the table in front. I want to thank this kid named Shimatsuki Jinglu. This time, Odin should know that life is not only with good times, but also with adversity. The way he used to go so smoothly. At this point, Kojiki's Sukiyaki eyes condensed again, and his words became serious. Furthermore, the man who can inherit Kyushui and get the approval of that knife. What will the future look like? No one can predict. This was the words from the general's mansion, which caused countless people who received the news to look dignified. Kojiki Sukiyaki did not get angry because of Odin's defeat. Instead, he paid more attention to the boy named Shimatsuki Jinglu. What path will he choose? Ryoma chose a knife to protect the country, but hundreds of years ago, his strength has long exceeded the limit of what this country can accommodate. Will Shimatsuki Jinglu stay here now? Kojiki Sukiyaki has deep eyes and looks into the distance. Ueno Kuni has been locked in the country for many years and can block the thought of many people going out, but it can't stop a guy like Shimatsuki Jinglu. Beiwu area. Did you beat that kid Odin so quickly? The strength of Jinglu is really beyond my expectations. Unbelievable, a teenager with endless potential. Shimatsuki Yasui sighed, with a smile in his eyes. Jinglu's reputation spread all over Ueno Kuni overnight, which just means that his vision is correct. That young man, he did not insult Kyushui's knife. Especially after careful exploration, I learned that the opponent's last cut, and already has the style of Ryoma. 3 days later, in July, Sonata Mansion. Jinglu sat cross-legged, with a bandage wrapped around his body, a knife on his waist, and a smile on his face. He was drinking with his retainers. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and everyone looked up in amazement. I saw a burly figure, who was about to walk in with his feet raised, but was blocked by the door because of his tall body. Yokota Daju, come and meet Master Shimatsuki Jinglu. Chapter 30. Yokota Oku. Everyone looked at each other, they all thought the name was familiar, but they couldn't remember it for a while. But soon, Yakuro shouted in shock. Yes, it's the Sumo King Oku Yokota. Sumo King. Ito Tusa also remembered, and his eyes were shocked. It's really him. Why would he come to see my master? Agi, Suzuki, and others also looked confused. With a smile on his face, Jinglu glanced at the huge body like a mountain at the door, then picked up the wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth up to the sky. Boom! Boom! After gulping down the drink, he just looked at Yokota Oku again. What can you do for me? Yokota Aju squeezed himself into the gate abruptly, and smiled embarrassedly when he looked at the gate where the sand was flowing behind him. I'm here to worship the Lord. Hearing about your deeds in defeating Guanjiu Yushin, I have come here specially. I hope the adults can accept me. With that, Yokota Aju bent his knees and bowed before Jinglu's eyes. Being at my door? Because of what? Jinglu raised his eyebrows. Because of the man's spirit that day. After hearing this, I yearned for it in my heart. At the age of an adult, Ueno Kuni and the world will become famous in the future. Follow the adults, the future is boundless. Yokota Oku's forehead pressed against the ground, buzzing. You are very upright. Jinglu smiled. I hope the adults can accept me, and believe in my strength. I can definitely do something for the adults. Yokota Oku said loudly. Jinglu's eyes flickered, and he began to think. Sumo is also a very popular sport in Ueno Kuni. And Yokota Ohisa, known as the king of sumo wrestlers, naturally has good power. Judging from its size alone, it has a good deterrent. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful man. All right, then I will accept you. Jinglu laughed loudly. Master Xiat, I will be your retainer from now on. I will believe in you all my life, and I will throw my head in blood for you. Okoyokota said excitedly. Jinglu laughed loudly. He didn't expect this to look at the big guy, but he was very good at talking. Get up and drink at the bar, he shouted. Inside the Sonata mansion, it became lively again. In the next few days, several more people came to worship Jinglu's door. Among them was a fighter who was good at using his fists. His name was Ale. He was satisfied with his power, Jinglu, so he accepted it. There is another woman named Jiaoju, about 20 years old, wearing a kimono with a sword on her waist, strong. She worships his swordsmanship and worships him, hoping to get the guidance of the swordsmanship. Finally, there was a samurai named Shiro, who was good at swordsmanship. Jinglu liked it and accepted it. By this time, Jinglu's servants had 9 vassals in total, and the entire Sonata mansion seemed very lively. Half a month later, Kojiki Odin, who was wearing a bandage, suddenly came to the door. This surprised Jinglu's retainers, but at the same time they became nervous. Although the opponent was defeated in that battle, its terrifying power is beyond doubt. After a while, the two sat down cross-legged. Although you are a teenager, Odin admires him for his strength. Kojiki Odin, who had recovered from his injury, raised his glass and suddenly said. This defeat made him experience the first setback in his life. Shame, loss, frustration, pain. All kinds of feelings made him autistic for a while. But in the end, when he opened the door and saw the sun, his mind also changed. What is defeat? As long as he can stand up again and become stronger, today's failure is tomorrow's success. Therefore, he decided to visit the boy who defeated him again. I can feel, Lord Odin, one step further. Compared to that battle, you have changed slightly. Jinglu said softly. At this moment, his face also became serious. Kojiki Odin has indeed changed. He who has experienced failure, like a fine wine that has been precipitated, has become more flavorful and more restrained. But this also means that at the moment of eruption, there will be stronger power. Yes. I just accepted my defeat this time frankly. Kojiki Odin was taken aback for a moment, and said with a smile. After that, his expression became serious and serious again, and he spoke in a deep voice. So, I decided to get out of Wano Kuni and look at the outside world. In Wano Kuni, there are young talented swordsmen like you, so how vast is the outside world? Moreover, this is my dream. Jinglu said with a faint smile, going abroad? This is not a simple thing. Due to Wanakuni's unique geographical location, it is extremely troublesome and difficult whether it is an outside ship who wants to come in or want to get out from here. I believe there will be a chance. Kojiki Odin said firmly. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and looked at Jinglu. Jinglu, do you want to go with me? Go and look outside, this vast world. This sudden invitation made Jinglu stunned, but soon, he stretched out his right hand and grasped the opponent. Same as you. I just went to see outside early too. Odin. Moreover, I know the outside world better than you. Those wonderful places, magical powers, he has long been dreaming of their souls. Chapter 31. At Sonata Mansion, bursts of laughter came out. In between, Jinglu and Kojiki Odin drank alcohol and ate meat. Next to him, Ito Tosai, Yakuro, Ale and others danced strange dances, and Chiaoju played cheerfully rhythmic music. Everything seemed harmonious and lively. After 3 rounds of wine, Jinglu and Kojiki Odin were lying together on the ground. Jinglu, do you have a dream? Kojiki Odin asked vaguely. Dream? Jinglu has some big tongues, but his thinking is still a little clear. Yes. Dream. My dream is to get out of Wano Kuni and see how vast the outside world is. Kojiki Odin said loudly. Your dreams are not enough. Odin. Jinglu smiled, he seemed to suddenly become energetic. When you come into this world, your dream is of course to be the number one. That's Gao Yuan. Its pursuit. The so-called dream is the fantasy that you don't even dare to think about and do not dare to do in normal times. If it's within reach, what kind of dream is it? Kojiki Odin laughed loudly. He mumbled for a long time about what he wanted to say, but he only asked. You said you want to be number one, what is the number one? Jinglu laughed. Of course it is the number one in the world. Afterwards, he waited for Kojiki Odin's response and waited for a while, only to hear a heavy grunt. It's not easy to come to this world, it coincides with this magnificent era. If you don't fight for a while, how can you get yourself right? After a pause, Jinglu said one by one. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Brother Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Baroque Letterfield. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, nothing. As more and more names were said, Jinglu also showed a smile and a look of anticipation on his face. Odin, the outside world is so much more exciting than here. Calculated by time. The day of leaving is not far away. Jinglu is drunk, put it on weekdays, he will not say so many words, and will hide everything he knows in his heart. Wano Kuni is closed to the country, knowing almost nothing about the outside world, and these names shouldn't appear here either. In a blink of an eye, in the early morning of the next day, when Jinglu woke up faintly, he found that Odin next to him had already left. As expected of a strong-willed warrior, he woke up earlier than me. With a sigh, Jinglu smiled. Sanada Mansion has become lively in recent days. Shimotsuki Jinglu's name resounded throughout Wano Kuni. Naturally, there were many warriors, and the strong came after hearing the news. Some wanted to join his subordinates, while others wanted to challenge him. For those who choose to join his staff, after Yakuro and others tested their strengths, they chose the best and admitted more and more people at Sanada Mansion. As for those who challenged him, Ito Tosai, Yokota Ohisa and others would not be polite and repelled him. 3 days later, a strange warrior came up to the mansion with a fox on his shoulder. Let Jinglu come out. This tall samurai, with a knife on his waist, came to the mansion, sat in the first place, and said unceremoniously. Who are you? Ito Tosai held the sword at his waist, and he could feel the sword intent from the opponent, very tyrannical. Who I am? I'm his father. The samurai grinned. Let him come out. Jinglu was called out soon, and when he saw the man in the hall, he laughed. I didn't expect that you would come here. Shimotsuki Nyamura saw his son whose temperament was obviously different from before, his eyes condensed, and then he smiled. Such a big incident has spread all over Wano Kuni. Of course I have to come over and see if you did it. Jinglu smiled slightly, you know my strength, there will be no one else except me. What an unreasonable confidence, brat. Shimotsuki Ushimura smiled. So, what are your plans for the next step? Jinglu looked serious when he heard the words, I will walk out of Wano Kuni and look at the outside world. As he uttered his words, Shimotsuki's face became gloomy, and his eyes became sharp. The strategy to lock the country is a national law set by the general, and no one can violate it. Do you want to get out of here? After a pause, Shimotsuki Ushimura burst out laughing. Then go. Brat. Outside, make a name for yourself and let the whole world know about the strength of my Wano Kuni. Jinglu also laughed. He always supports him when he does everything he does since he was a child. He wanted to learn the art of forging swords, so the other party invited a famous swordsman to come, and wanted to learn swordsmanship, and then recruited the samurai behind the bell. This is a man who indulges him and allows him to be free. Defeat Kojiki Odin, you give the old man a face. Whatever you want, just do it. This is your born freedom. From your birth, your life is destined to be extraordinary. I already knew that Wano Kuni can't restrain you. You, there should be a broader sky, Jinglu. After leaving these words, Shimotsuki Ushimura turned and left. Chapter 32. As time passed, Jinglu waited leisurely and defeated Kojiki Oden. In Wano Kuni, there were very few samurai who could fight him. It can be said that Oden is the symbol of Wano Kuni in this era. Like Ryoma hundreds of years ago, he represents Wano Kuni's top combat power. Defeating him means that Jinglu's strength in Wano Kuni has reached the first place. Every morning, Jinglu gets up early and then exercises his arm strength and physical strength to ensure this body and that powerful strength. Self-discipline is the best way to make yourself strong, and he deeply understands this truth. On the other side, Shimotsuki Ushimura has also arrived in front of Kojiki Tsukiyaki. Your son is much better than you, Niuwan. Tsukiyaki said with a smile. He has shown extraordinary since he was a child, with extraordinary thoughts and maturity. The talent and wisdom in kendo have always amazed me. So, at this point, I was a little surprised, but not at all surprised. Shimotsuki Ushimura said with a faint smile. So, how do you plan to arrange him? Let him inherit your responsibilities and continue to be famous. Kojiki Tsukiyaki asked. He wants to get out of Wano Kuni, his talents should not be restricted here. And I will stay behind the bell and continue to guard those thousands of knives. Shimotsuki Ushimura said in a deep voice. Then please, Niuwan. Kojiki's Tsukiyaki complexion also became solemn, and said softly. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, another few months passed. The Sonata Mansion has been renamed Jinglu Mansion, and the building area has been expanded again. With the help of Oden, it has been renovated. Today's Jinglu's mansion is full of talents. Shimotsuki Jinglu's 9 retainers are called Jiangkyu Jodeo by those who do good things. In addition to the other samurai who have taken refuge in more or less, there are many strong people here, and it seems to have the style of a daimyo mansion. On this day, the streets of July suddenly became noisy. What's going on? Yakuro probed out in doubt. It seems that there is some pirate from the outside world. Has it arrived at date? It is different from the previous ships. The big pirate ship seems to be very powerful. Ale said. Jinglu, who was sitting in the first place, was startled when he heard the words, and then he smiled at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, then, I may have to say goodbye for a while. Hearing this sentence, the 9 retainers were all taken aback, and then their complexions changed drastically. My lord, are you leaving here? Deisai Ito looked lost. This is my best chance. Moreover, I believe that fellow Oden will not let this opportunity pass. Jinglu smiled, put his 2 knives around his waist and stood up. He strode forward and was at the door in a blink of an eye. My lord, will you come back? Yakuro asked loudly, tears streaming from his eyes. The time spent with adults was almost the happiest and most satisfying time in his life. The grown-up's strength and the casual words of the adult made him more and more admired and yearning. In addition, they will often instruct their swordsmanship. To them, the other party is the master, but they are also relatives. Of course I will come back. At home, wait for me. Maybe, when I come back next time, I will be number 1 in the world. Jinglu smiled and raised his right hand and waved. Don't give me away, don't cry anymore. Laozi is going to pursue her dream. After 2 sentences, Jinglu ran wildly towards the port of Date. When he rushed out of July Street, a figure rushed to the side quickly. It was Kojiki Oden. Jinglu, have you heard it too? Yes, a pirate has stopped at Date Port. This is our best opportunity to get out of Wano Kuni and see how vast the outside world is. The 2 exchanged quickly, with excited expressions on their faces. After a while, they arrived at Date, and they saw a huge ship moored at the port. The flag was a skull with a crescent-shaped whitebeard. Whitebeard pirates. Jinglu murmured, with a smile in his eyes. Kojiki Odin was stunned, then glanced at him, wondering how the other party would recognize the identity of the pirate. As the two approached gradually, there were bursts of rough shouts. At the bow of the ship, there was a tall, burly, holding a big knife, wearing a captain's hat, and waving long golden hair. The corner of the mouth was a crescent-shaped whitebeard. Exactly, Edward Newgate. Kojiki Odin was excited, he speeded up and rushed forward. Jinglu was behind, with an inexplicable color in his eyes. Whitebeard, Moby DK. At this moment, he felt that the pirate's world was so clear, and the free sea breeze seemed to be blowing on his face. At this moment, Whitebeard also noticed the approaching Kojiki Odin, his eyes became serious and serious. "Hey, you guys retreat! Unbelievable guy, coming here!" Kong Yunch was squeezed tightly with his right hand, his eyes sharpened. Kojiki Odin approached quickly, and he laughed out loud. "Ah! My name is Kojiki Odin. Although I don't know you, but please take me. Take your boat." Stepping and jumping, the double knives came out of their sheaths, and then rushed towards the Whitebeard, who stood up. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluate votes. Chapter 33. Whitebeard squeezed Kong Yunkai tightly, his eyes sharp, and he could feel the terrifying and powerful aura of the opponent. The two knives quickly collided together. Crack! The space seemed to have been split apart at this moment, and the strong wind swept up along the coast, and the powerful impact surplus force sputtered towards the surroundings. Behind Whitebeard, the pupils of Marco and the others contracted, all with a shocked expression. What a powerful person! He can actually fight against the old man. Where did this kid come from? Jinglu slowly walked closer, standing in the distance, looking at the scene with a smile in his arms and hands. Here's another one. It's a teenager. But the aura on his body is not ordinary. What's wrong with this island? There are two monsters, and there is also a sea on the island. The crew of the Whitebeard pirate group were all shocked. Jinglu, who was gradually approaching, also attracted Whitebeard's attention. The guy outside is really strong, Jinglu. Seeing the power of Whitebeard, Kojiki Odin said excitedly. He took the two knives and laughed. Of course strong, he is Edward Newgate. Jinglu looked at Whitebeard and laughed. The war intent in his eyes was almost undisguised. A great swordsman like him, a warrior with a peak swordsmanship level, seeing the same kind, the fighting spirit in his heart can hardly be suppressed. This kid knows me. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and looked at Jinglu. He knew that the Wano Kuni he was on was an island locked in a country, and it was not easy to enter here. The wreckage of countless ships in front of the waterfall was proof. In such a closed island, it is impossible to know the outside world. Choke! The long knife came out of its sheath, and Jinglu drew a knife. A master like you, it's hard for me to suppress the surging fighting spirit in my heart. With a loud laugh, Jinglu leaned forward slightly, and in the next second, his footsteps bounced and rushed towards Whitebeard. Boom! The two knives soon collided again, and Whitebeard blocked the knives, his eyes changed slightly. The strength of this young man was not inferior to that of the man named Kojiki Odin. The two knives rubbed in the air, flashing arcs, and the ground cracked apart. Another powerful guy. Whitebeard gritted his teeth, waved his arm violently, and knocked Jinglu out. Jinglu, stop, don't let this guy misunderstand. Kojiki Odin suddenly came between the two, holding a pair of knives to separate them. Jinglu chuckled, staring at Whitebeard for a while before he collected the autumn water in his hand. Pirate, my name is Kojiki Odin, and his name is Shimatsuki Jinglu. Please let us get on your boat. When Whitebeard heard the words, he put away Kong Yunkai and rolled his eyes. You guys, who wants you to get on the boat? Getting you on the boat will remind me of the pirate group I was in before. Jinglu flashed his eyes and smiled slightly. He knew that what the other party was talking about was Rock's pirate, and what Whitebeard was afraid of was that their power was too strong and would have a bad effect on his pirate group. The scene was deadlocked, and Whitebeard refused to agree to the two's request to board the ship. 2. Our boat will probably be repaired in a week. Even if you want to leave now, there is no way. Moreover, we are short of planks and some materials for ship repairs. Kojiki Odin heard this, his eyes lit up. I can provide it to you. Please be sure to take me and Jinglu out of here. I really don't know anything about sailing. I can only ask you. Whitebeard shouted again at this time, I won't agree. Jinglu was watching the play quietly. He knew that from this moment on, Kojiki Odin would definitely board Whitebeard's boat. In the near future, he will go on the Grand Line with his brother Roger and board the final island to help him become the One Piece. Time passed, and in the afternoon that day, the 9 knights of Chiseo and Jinglu's 9 retainers came. You are the general's heir, and we will never allow you to leave Wano Kuni and hang out with the pirates. Jinwei's face was very serious, and his attitude was quite determined. You are also the heir of the daimyo, leaving Wano Kuni is a wrong choice. Yakuro, Xiaoju, and others persuaded with all their heart. Jinglu only replied, my going abroad, but I got permission. After all, my goal is number 1 in the world. Stay in Wano Kuni, but I can't fulfill this dream. This was heard by Whitebeard, who was next to him, who grinned, boy, are you going to be the number 1 in the world? What an arrogant dream! But with me, this is impossible. Jinglu held the hilt of the knife at his waist with both hands, and was full of fighting spirit. Want to try, Newgate? Whitebeard also squeezed Kong Yunkai, but at this time, Kojiki Odin leaned up and said quietly, calm down, Jinglu, we have to rely on him to go to sea. For a guy like you, go back and inherit the position of general. I will never let you board the ship. Whitebeard grinned again. Will there be a big battle? Kojiki Odin drew out the double knives and shouted loudly. Who is afraid of whom? Whitebeard scrambled. Marco and the others were anxious again, and quickly persuaded them to fight in the middle. Chapter 34. This one did not fight in the end, although Jinglu really wanted to feel how powerful Whitebeard was at this time. How far is it from being the strongest in the world, but at the juncture of going to sea, offending Whitebeard is undoubtedly not a good choice. Haha, do you think there are only so many islands in the world? There are thousands of islands in the world. A few days later, everyone was sitting and chatting together, and Marco and others were telling Kojiki Odin about the wonders of the world. Thousands of seats. Odin was stunned. Behind him, all the retainers, cats, and dogs were all stunned on the spot. When they thought that Wano Kuni in front of them was the world, they were told that the world was much broader and more exciting than they saw. Jinglu, did you hear that? There are thousands of islands like ours in Wano Kuni. Kojiki Odin pulled Jinglu and whispered. Jinglu was able to see the other person, with the bright light in his eyes. Obviously he had already expected the outside world to the extreme. This time, I must go to see the outside world. Odin murmured affirmatively again. Jinglu patted the other person on the shoulder, don't worry, you can do it this time. Then he looked at Whitebeard again. Edward Newgate looked into Wano Kuni at this time, with a strange expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. During this time of getting along, he naturally has judgment in his heart. The powerful Kojiki Odin is not a fierce guy. But the young Jinglu seems a little mysterious. Because when the crew talked about the outside world, this young man who had never been to sea, but behaved very calmly. Just like he had always lived in such a world, he already had an understanding of the wonders outside. The 6th day that the Whitebeard pirates arrived at Date Port, Jinglu suddenly came to Whitebeard's side, his legs dropped, and he sat on the bow of the Moby Dick. Newgate, he suddenly said. Hey? Jinglu. Who allowed you to come on my boat? Whitebeard glared, but he didn't really mean to drive him off the boat. Do you know Kaido? Jinglu's eyes condensed and asked softly. Kaido. Whitebeard was startled, then looked at Jinglu seriously. Why do you know this name? Wano Kuni, who is closed to the outside world, should not know about the outside world. Actually, I know a lot of things. Roger's future, your future, and the future of this country. Jinglu sighed softly. He came here from an accident, came to Wano Kuni, learned swordsmanship, and became the man who defeated Kojiki Oden. It looks like a dream, but it is real. Nonsense guy, you say you know my future? Roger's future. Whitebeard laughed, he didn't believe it. Yes, including Oden's future. If I don't take the initiative to change those lines, I can tell you now what you will face in the future. Jinglu looked serious and said lightly. He looked down at the undulating waves and was full of emotion in his heart. At the moment when he was about to leave here, he was not as excited as he had imagined, but seemed extremely calm. Tell me the future. Gu la 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 la. In the future, I naturally have to face it myself, Laozi, but I have never believed in any predictions, the future. Whitebeard laughed. But at this moment, he looked at Jinglu's eyes, but it became more solemn. From the other's tone and expression, he came to a conclusion. This boy really knows the future. This is undoubtedly terrible. In Whitebeard's heart, Jinglu seemed mysterious. It seems that you don't want to know any more. Jinglu smiled. Disdain to know. Whitebeard uttered 4 words and stood up, holding the cloud cutting, looking forward. Needless to say, I also know that I will become One Piece soon. Gu la 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 la. Jinglu smiled as he looked at the other person's confident and happy appearance. But he knew very well in his heart that the man who really became One Piece was not the guy in front of him, but another man with great ambitions. Hey, we will leave here tomorrow. You can carry Laozi's ship. Whitebeard said suddenly. Then, thanks a lot, Newgate. Jinglu was taken aback, nodded and smiled. He didn't expect that he actually got the ticket to board the Moby DK earlier than Kojiki Oden. Gu la 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 la. Thank a shit, you kid, you have already boarded my boat by yourself. Whitebeard grinned and cursed. So, what about Oden? Jinglu asked. He can't, he is different from you. Whitebeard rolled his eyes, and said neatly. Looking at Kojiki Oden, who was happily playing with Marco and others on the beach, Jinglu smiled slightly, but he and your group of boys, he played very well. Humph. Whitebeard snorted. That is their freedom. After saying this, he turned and left. Jinglu laughed, but it was clear in his heart that Whitebeard at this time had also accepted Oden. In a blink of an eye, the next day came. The Moby DK is leaving. Chapter 35. Date Port. The huge Moby DK rises and falls with the waves, and Whitebeard, Marco, and others all have smiles on their faces on board. Jinglu had 2 long knives slung around his waist and stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the direction of July. From birth to the present, he has lived here, and suddenly he is about to leave. There is indeed a bit of reluctance in his heart, but he also has expectations for the outside world. My lord. Take care all the way. I must come back to visit us. After you leave, we will definitely safeguard the glory of Jinglu Mansion. Ito Tosai, Yakuro, and the others snot their noses and waved goodbye to the shore with tears. Have you thought about it? Jinglu, leave with us, this is not a short trip. There are novel things, but there are also huge dangers and challenges. Whitebeard said in a deep voice. He gave the other party the approved boat ticket, all because he couldn't see through the other party, and he would be curious if he couldn't see through, and he wanted to find out. Obviously he is only a 16 or 17-year-old boy, but he has a mystery that outsiders can't see through. Number 1 in the world, you can't do it by staying in Wano Kuni. There is nothing to hesitate, Newgate. Jinglu said with a faint smile. He looked at the shore. Kojiki Yushin hadn't appeared yet. Yesterday, this guy was dragged by his retainers and pulled back. Gu la 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 la. What a good boy, I have some expectations. What kind of influence will you bring to the outside world? Whitebeard laughed, then waved his hand. Children, let's go. Marco and the others looked at the shore again, but they didn't see the figure they were expecting, and they couldn't help but feel lost, but the father gave the order and had to accept the anchor. Start sailing. The huge canvas slammed open, and the Moby Dick immediately trembled slightly. Jinglu felt the big ship under his feet, slowly sailing away from the coast. The anchor was retracted and dropped into the sea. At this moment, a cry approached from far away, and then, a figure suddenly appeared, rushing at extreme speed, bringing up smoke and dust all the way. My name is Kojiki Odin. Newgate, take me away. Ha 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 ha. In the long laughter, Kojiki Odin rushed in. That guy is coming. Marco shouted. Jinglu smiled in his eyes, and he knew that this scene would happen. But at this moment, the Moby Dick was getting faster and faster, and it was already some distance away from Date Port. Can you catch up? Marco said nervously. Hey, I will never promise you to board my boat. Odin. Whitebeard shouted at this moment. Ha 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 ha, Jinglu is already on board. I will never fall behind him. Kojiki Odin had arrived at the port in the blink of an eye, and then made a sudden jump and jumped into the sea. Soon, he grabbed the anchor. But at the same time, he also noticed that another person was following him. Izang? Why are you here too? Odin shouted. How could I let you leave Wano Kuni like this? Yizang shouted, his face full of dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Kojiki Odin is only big and small, holding on to the anchor tightly. The Moby Dick was getting faster and faster, the sea was surging, and the sails were swelling at this time. Father, do you want to pull them up? The current is too turbulent. If this continues, you will die. Marco and others said anxiously. Whitebeard looked dissatisfied. I care about his life and death. Jinglu suddenly jumped onto the bow, crouched on the boat, looked at Odin, and laughed. Hey, Odin. Newgate said, as long as you persist for 3 days, let him get on his boat. When Odin heard it, his face was very excited. Okay. I will be able to succeed. Boy, where did I say this? Whitebeard laughed and cursed, but he didn't say anything, just glanced at Jinglu strangely. How did this kid know the thoughts in his heart? The Moby Dick sailed faster and faster, grabbing the anchor and drifting in the rapids. Kojiki Odin gradually felt strenuous, but he still persisted. Even with the passage of time, this guy still sang a song leisurely. What a funny guy, Daddy. Marco laughed. Soon, it will be down to the waterfall. I don't believe he can hold on. Whitebeard curled his lips. Jinglu embraced his arms and stood there looking at Odin. At the same time, he was listening quietly to the surrounding movement. At the time of Tianyu, it should appear soon. Muttered in his heart, Jinglu flashed a light in his eyes. He was very curious about this woman who could travel through time, and he also had some new ideas. Boom! The Moby Dick began to vibrate violently, very close to the downstream waterfall, and the sails were shaking very frequently. Get ready! We are leaving Wano Kuni, Odin. Marco and others reminded. Receive! Odin shouted loudly, while also holding on to the anchor. Soon, the Moby Dick's bow turned, and it rushed downwards in a straight line. The current was violently surging, and the speed reached its extreme speed. Jinglu looked at the surrounding splashes and quickly pulled the distorted scenery on both sides, and his heart began to accelerate at this moment. It's like a roller coaster ride. Suddenly, a cry for help came into his ears, and his eyes suddenly condensed. At the same time, Odin's complexion changed slightly and he was about to let go. Odin, concentrate on doing your business, leave it to me. Jinglu yelled, his figure jumped from the bow of the ship and rushed to the island where the sound came from. Kojiki Odin was taken aback, then laughed, "Thank you, Jinglu. As expected to be my good brother. If he chooses to save the woman, he probably won't be able to board Whitebeard's boat. But with Jinglu's help, everything is different." Chapter 36. At the same time, on a small island not far from the mobile, the woman with black hair, with a bunch of hair on the left and right, with hair ornaments on the right side, wearing a short skirt, slender legs, and a katana at the waist, is looking not far away with a nervous expression. "That's a human trafficking vessel. If it hurts me, I won't be able to sell it at a high price. You are not a good person at first sight, why am I so stupid? You got fooled." This woman was at the time of Tianyu, with a delicate face and fair skin. She came from 800 years ago and was able to grasp the fruits of time. "Behind you is the sea. You have nowhere to escape. Give up," a man with shawl and curly hair said with a big smile. Biting his lip while Tianyu, his nervous expression revealed an unusual style. Suddenly, the waves on the coast suddenly undulated, and a sharp, powerful, arrogant, and brutal aura whistled in an instant. The man who had originally made the noise, as well as the people behind him, changed color at this moment. "What kind of monster? Damn it, my legs can't help but tremble. I'm going to faint. What kind of monster is this kind of breath?" The violent breath came out like a flood at this moment, followed by a deep chant. "The sky is like an autumn pine, and the moon is like a pine. One sword flow. Song Nian." The waves hit, a fierce slash, almost wiped Tianyu's scalp, and landed in the horrified crowd. Boom! An astonishing explosion resounded. Tianyueshi stared at him blankly, the guy who tricked her into the boat. Blood stains appeared on his body at this moment, and blood was flowing. "Run!" A scream of fear sounded, and the rest of the people rushed for their lives. Da-da-da-da! The footsteps sounded, and a low voice came. "In my life, I look down on the guy who bullies the woman the most." When Tianyu turned around, his eyes widened. What greeted her was a man with a slender figure and a handsome face wearing a kimono, black hair standing up with a knife on his waist. What made her heart tremble even more was the thick haki on the opponent's body at the moment. "Are you okay, girl?" Jinglu looked at the woman in front of her. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with two straight and slender legs, and her body was just right. There is a touch of gentleness in the delicate face, and the eyes are smart, appearing innocent and simple. Are you here to save me?" Tianyueshi covered her small mouth and said in surprise. "Here, no one else needs me." Jinglu laughed. Afterwards, he stepped to the front of the woman, holding a knife in one hand, looking at the people fleeing in front of him, his eyes sharpened. "Is it them?" Tianyueshi was stunned. "You want it? It's all scum on the sea." Jinglu raised the knife, leaning forward slightly. Then he stepped and swung his knife. "Chuzhan! OM!" The sharp slashes whizzed and rushed forward, but in an instant they passed over the bodies of the people who fled in front of them, making their bodies stiff and split into two halves. After that, he slashed on a small hill not far away, cutting the whole hill in half, and rumbling. When Tianyu saw this scene, his eyes widened again. "You are such a powerful samurai." Jinglu closed the knife, looked at the excited and worshipful look in the opponent's eyes, and smiled slightly. "As a samurai, the most correct thing is to be able to help you." Tianyueshi's eyes were full of reverence, and she suddenly bent over. "Then, can you please take me to Ueno Kuni?" Jinglu's face was stagnant, and then apologized. "It may not work, but I just came out from there." After a pause, he sighed again. "It's not easy to get out of Ueno Kuni." Then Jinglu stretched out his hand. "Hello, my name is Shimatsuki Jinglu. Tianyueshi was slightly startled, smiling, and holding his hand. "My name is Tianyueshi, thank you for saving me." With soft tentacles, Jinglu was slightly startled when he looked at the woman's gentle and beautiful face. He saw kindness and innocence in the eyes of the other party. This kind of purity from the heart is hard to see in previous lives. The sea breeze blew gently, causing Jinglu to narrow his eyes. This kind of feeling, in Daxia, you won't have it. Sure enough, the outside world is more suitable for me. At this moment, there was a feeling of stepping into the embrace of freedom in his heart. The wonder of the world, as well as all kinds of powerful forces, and all kinds of races, will soon be able to see. Do you yearn for the outside world? Tianyueshi stood with him and asked curiously. It is my dream to become the number one in the world, and to see the magic of this world is also my goal. These can't be done in Wano Kuni. Jinglu smiled softly. Your power is already very strong, and I believe you will soon realize this dream. The Tao of worship in Tianyu. What about you? Where do you come from? Jinglu asked. I came from 800 years ago, and my wish is to go to Wano Kuni. Tianyu said with a gentle smile. 800 years ago? It's such an amazing place. Jinglu suddenly stretched out his hand, clamped the other's head under his arm, and grinned. Then I will tell you, where I come from. I come from other worlds. Everything in this world is what I have known and seen, including you. Tianyueshi raised her head, looked at him innocently, stuck out her tongue, and said in shock. Really? Then you are too good. Jinglu was stunned. He looked at the other person's expression and was very sure about this woman. I really believed what I said. Chapter 37. Tianyueshi's eyes were full of surprise and admiration. Such obvious nonsense sounds, but the other party believes it deeply. Jinglu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. In this world, it's hard to find a woman like you anymore. Tianyueshi also laughed with him. I am 26 years old this year, and you, Mr. Jinglu. If you count only the age in this world, it is 16 years old, but if you add the age of the previous world, then I am more than 10 years older than you. Jinglu said with a sigh. So, are you really from another world? It's amazing. In Tianyu, both eyes widened, and said respectfully. I understand a little bit why you were tricked into boarding the ship by others. Jinglu smiled, silently with the other's little head. I'm just so stupid that I thought they were good people. Tianyueshi frowned. Jiaohan said. Then do you believe what I said? Jinglu asked back. I believe it. You are not the kind of deceiver. Tianyueshi giggled and said. Jinglu was startled, and once again felt complicated for this woman's innocent temperament. When human beings flow into society, they will always be tainted with more or less social atmosphere, become unwilling to believe in others, and unwilling to accept things that they find absurd. But this woman is different. She still maintains her innocent heart and can easily believe what others say. Hehe, thank you very much for trusting me, our. Jinglu burst out laughing. The feeling of chatting with this woman was surprisingly good. I should thank you even more, Mr. Jinglu, you saved me. Tianyueshi said. According to the traditions of our hometown, the women I rescued are generally promised by their bodies. Jinglu's voice floated gently. Wow, is that so? But, Jinglu and I are not familiar with you. Between us, yes, let's get acquainted with it first. Tianyueshi Chiao blushed, lowered her head and said in surprise. Ha 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 ha. As the waves slapped against the coast, the lovely woman's voice also drifted away with the wind. At the same time, aboard the Moby DK. Pull up that fellow Odin, it's time. Whitebeard glanced. Izang, who was already tied up in front of him, said to Marco and others. I'll kill you, how dare you treat our name like this, Whitebeard. Yizang shouted angrily. After 3 days of soaking in the water, Lord Odin's body was swollen, and his entire body was a circle larger. Gum, la 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 la. This is all he is willing to do, it has nothing to do with me. Whitebeard laughed. When Kojiki Odin was pulled aboard, seeing Whitebeard, his expression was exhausted but there was a hint of excitement. Did you make it? By Zyagi, can I start a new adventure as a member of your ship now? Whitebeard rolled his eyes and pursed his mouth. You look at the restless guy like this. I definitely don't want to agree with you. The influence of the restless people on the pirate group, I have a deep understanding. Kojiki Odin yelled, what about Jinglu? He got your ticket early in the morning. That guy is different. Whitebeard grinned. That guy probably never thought about staying in my boat from the beginning. According to his words, just borrow my boat for use. But, he owes me a favor. Kojiki Odin was shocked. What, won't Jinglu stay? Then how is he going to drive on the sea? Gu la 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 la. We must have you. That guy will definitely have a way. Whitebeard laughed. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart that this mysterious guy must have his own plan in his heart. It's not the same as Odin. Then, he looked at Kojiki Odin again. Hey, then, are you ready? The next adventure will surprise you. The latter straightened his body, expectant light in his eyes, of course, by Zyagi. Let's go see Jinglu first. On the coast, dusk gradually. The crimson haze spreads across the horizon, and the orange sunset has just submerged into the sea. The breeze was blowing, and the two people who were close together seemed very quiet. Jinglu did not directly pursue him, intending to sell the pirates of Tianyu. He also knew that the identity of the other party was the Octopus Topus pirate group. If you go to sea, there is a way. He said softly in his heart, and a smile lifted from the corner of his mouth. If you want to become the number one in the world in this era, then Whitebeard, Kaido, Roger, these guys are the obstacles that must be overcome. And he had no plans to join Whitebeard. Now that he has come to this world, his future will naturally be more meaningful. Jinglu, what is your dream? Besides being number one in the world, what else do you want to do? Tianyu asked suddenly curiously. The man next to him, powerful and mysterious, aroused her curiosity. When you are young, there are many legends in this era. There are a lot of powerful guys. I want to fight with them. In this era, what is left? Jinglu turned his head and looked at each other with a smile. Life is full of time, but there is this woman in front of her, but she can leave her figure at a special time to experience the power of the strong from different eras. Shuttle through different time and space, tempering one's own strength. In the original work, Tianyueshi died in Wano Kuni. However, from this moment on, Jinglu will never let this happen again. Chapter 38. As a good brother of Kojiki Odin, this woman in Tianyu, he replaced Odin and helped him take it. The dusk is getting thicker, and the night is coming. Tianyueshi leaned on Jinglu's side, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. As long as Jinglu lowered his head slightly, he could look at the other person's delicate face, long eyelashes, and some dust stained on his face. He gently stretched out his hand to wipe the dust off his face, and the corner of his mouth moved, revealing a happy smile. After that, Jinglu put his coat on the other party again. Get a good night's sleep. Thank you for your hard work, ours. Tianyueshi seemed to hear it, and the smile on his face became more relaxed. There was no words for a night, and it was the next day in a blink of an eye. Hey? Jinglu, you just keep this posture and let me sleep against you all night. Also, you gave me your clothes. Then what do you do? Tianyueshi covered her small mouth in shock, her eyes filled with emotions, and there were tears in her eyes. She has never met such a man since she was born. He is powerful and mysterious. As long as she is next to him, she will have a strong sense of security. whether it is a warrior of Wano Kuni, or a swordsman known to the outside world. This kind of thing, just treat it as a kind of practice. Jinglu smiled faintly. Then slowly stretched out his numb arm, and moved his stiff body again. You are so amazing. When Tianyu pinched the corner of his clothes, said moved. Jinglu smiled slightly, just about to say something, but suddenly his face changed slightly, and he looked inside the island. It's them. Tianyueshi turned his head, showing tension on his face. Is this guy? One more bodyguard. With 6 tentacles growing on his body, a man resembling a human-shaped octopus holding 6 knives, he laughed loudly. Grab them all and sell them together. A smile appeared in Jinglu's eyes. He faced Tianyueshi next to him and said, grasp my arm, our. The next battle may be a bit fierce. After a pause, he pulled out Chu Ling. After all, there seems to be a lot of opponents. Tianyu nodded, and hugged his left arm with both hands, yet. Later, I saw Jinglu stepping forward. Hey, octopus-like kid. You are surrounded by Laozi. Karma's eyes became colder. Ah? What are you talking about? Brat. But in the next second, his face changed horribly. The breath in the air was becoming depressed, heavy, mighty, and overbearing, inexplicable, suddenly crushing towards him and the pirates behind him. Conqueror's Haki. Captain. I can't move, I'm going to faint. That man, what's the matter? What did he do? There were fears and shocked voices. Puff and puff. After that, Karma saw the people next to him, falling down one by one, his forehead oozing fine sweat. Damn it! It's conquerors, this man has conqueror's haki. Karma looked ugly and trembled all over. One sword flow. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Jinglu made a pose, and Tianyu firmly grasped his arm, as if fixed there. Stepping, running, and in an instant, his figure turned into a phantom, and his black hair stood upside down at the time of Tianyu, and was pulled into straight black lines at great speed. Ah! There was an irritating woman scream. Autumn Song, 3 songs. In an instant, Jinglu's figure had reached the middle of the pirates, and the long knife returned to itself, suddenly spinning out. Ember. Captain Karma's eyes widened, he couldn't see the other side at all, and he had already passed him by. What kind of monster is it? Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in the void, it was a slash, and then it collided with him and the other pirates beside him. Puff puff. A burst of blood was thrown, and screams came and went one after another. The original number of pirates, which was about hundreds of people, fell a group under conquerors. After another slash, almost no one stood still. One strike. With just one blow, we defeated us. Such a monster. Karma trembled all over, he looked down at the bloody mouth that had been cut on his body, terrified. Then he turned his head and knelt on the ground abruptly. Spare. The severe pain and bleeding made him feel that the vitality in his body was fading fast, but Karma did not dare to do anything else, for fear that the other party would strike again. I won't kill you. Jinglu closed the knife and said with a faint smile. But then, you have to listen to my orders. Karma trembled and nodded quickly, yes, yes, you will be our new captain next. I must listen to you. Jinglu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the word captain, but said nothing. Instead, turn around again. Gu la 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 la. It seems that Odin is worried about you for nothing, Jinglu. Whitebeard's voice came. Great, Bai Ziaji is right, you are fine, Jinglu. Has anyone been saved? Really, my good brother? Kojiki Odin also laughed. Chapter 39. Seeing Odin, Jinglu's face showed a happy smile. If I go out, of course people will be saved. Afterwards, he pulled Tianyueshi, who was arranging his hair, to everyone's eyes when he was dizzy. She is called Tianyu. When Kojiki Odin saw Tianyu, his body suddenly shook. He faintly felt that the other party seemed familiar, as if something would happen between them in the future. But soon after Tianyu saw him, he hid behind Jinglu. Jinglu. Is he your friend? It looks so strange. With a frustrated expression on Kojiki Odin's face, he took a few steps back, clutching his heart. Ah, why do you feel so painful? It's like something has left me. Afterwards, he introduced himself with a sad expression on his face. My name is Kojiki Odin. Hello, beautiful girl. Unexpectedly, you have been captured by the kid Jinglu. I knew it, I should let go of the chains. It should be me who saved you. Tianyu was even more afraid of such Kojiki Odin, took a few steps back, grabbed Jinglu's clothes corner, and showed a slightly disgusted expression. Whitebeard came over with a big laugh and patted Odin on the shoulder. Gu la la la, your kid is disgusted. Afterwards, he looked at Jinglu and scanned the scene again. You just did such a thing when you left the country, and you don't seem to be a safe fellow. Karma on the side saw Whitebeard and was obviously terrified. He stepped back a few steps and pulled up other people who were injured and capable of action to heal each other. These guys have been conquered by me, Newgate. Jinglu laughed. Next, I will take their boat. Whitebeard's eyes condensed, and the smile on his face disappeared. Really? You won't go with us? I can stay with you for a while, because I don't know where I am going. But before that, I want to ask you a question, Newgate. Jinglu's voice also became serious, appearing very serious. The eyes of the two collided at this moment, and there seemed to be electric currents in the air. Karma on the side saw this scene, sweat oozing from his forehead. This new captain can actually confront Whitebeard. What kind of monster is it? Why is there no such name in the world? Fell into his hands. I don't know what will happen next. It's really sad. At this time, Whitebeard also narrowed his eyes. Oh? What do you want to ask? Newgate, do you want to be the One Piece? If you want, Odin and I can help you get to that position. Jinglu shouted in a deep voice. Such words made everyone present stunned on the spot. Help Whitebeard become One Piece. Who is Whitebeard? In this era, he is synonymous with the pinnacle, with billions of rewards, shocking the world's superpowers. After Rox was buried in the ocean, he, Roger, Shiki and others were the top of this era. To outsiders, Jinglu's words inevitably seem a bit arrogant. But Marco and others are very clear that this man really has a powerful force that is not worse than his own father. Kojiki Odin has shown a very strong ability in communicating with them. But the person in front of him defeated Odin's existence. Help me become the One Piece. Whitebeard froze for a moment, then smiled. Boy, do you know what One Piece means? Jinglu laughed. Walk around the Grand Line and board the final island. The man is the One Piece. At the same time. After a pause, his eyes sharpened. One Piece also means no one in the world. Whitebeard laughed. Isn't it your dream to be number one in the world? Are you going to help me become One Piece? This is to repay your favor for taking me abroad. But after that, I will defeat you and take the first place in the world. Jinglu shouted. Yes. Whitebeard's eyes condensed and he laughed out loud. Gu la 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 la. Then, keep this favor. Becoming One Piece, I will rely on my own strength to achieve it. Jinglu's eyes sharpened upon hearing this. Then, next, we may become opponents soon, Newgate. Who is afraid of anyone, kid? Whitebeard yelled. The auras of the two are very strong, and the atmosphere is vying for a while, as if they will draw a sword in the next second, and make everyone nervous. But at this moment, Kojiki Odin intervened between the two. The newcomer joins. Is there no banquet? By Zyagi. and Jinglu, who are all good brothers, don't be so stiff. After that, he glanced at Tianyu again, covered his heart, and said in pain. Why do I always feel that something important has left me. Odin's eyes looked at Tianyu, and he flinched back. The atmosphere was resolved. Jinglu and Whitebeard looked at each other, then burst into laughter again. I have a hunch that the future world will be more interesting. Jinglu laughed. Of course. Marco and others were relieved, and they all spoke out. Banquet. Banquet. When everyone returned to the ship, Karma and others were desperate to keep up. Facing Jinglu, they had no choice. A new adventure started aboard the lively banquet on the Whitebeard mobile. Come on, Newgate. At the wine table, I won't spare you. Jinglu shouted. Chapter 40. The sea breeze blows, and the huge sails hunt and shake. Aboard the Moby DK. In the intertwined time, there were bursts of lively shouts, singing and dancing, all resounding in all parts of the ship at this moment. Come on, keep drinking, brat. Laozi's pirates, what's not good about it? It can't attract you. Whitebeard roared angrily, holding a barrel-like cup in his hand, and a pair of red-faced words. You can't drink me, Newgate. Want me to stay here unless you give up the captain's seat? Jinglu drank happily, he was more courageous, and he dared to say anything. The two sat face to face, fighting arrogantly. Marco and others were standing by Kojiki Odin, drinking and dancing, all cheeks were already red. Looking at the lively scene below, the pirate on the mast who was in charge of the watchman also raised his head and took a sip and hiccup. What a lively day! Not far away, Captain Karma, with a bandage on his body, was standing behind Tianyueshi, cautiously and flatteringly. Sister Shi, what do you want? I and the younger ones will get it for you. Seeing that their new boss was drinking with a guy like Whitebeard, and the look of rivalry, they were completely convinced. In the whole world, there are a few people who dare to treat Whitebeard like this. Unless you let me be your dad, Newgate. Ha 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 ha. Be my son, Newgate. Isn't this something you often say? At this moment, Jinglu's loud words came over again. Tianyueshi was holding her forehead helplessly, and she didn't expect Jinglu to look like this after drinking too much. A man's heroism and boldness. Karma stared wide-eyed, looking at the man not far away, his face full of admiration. Even if you want to grab Whitebeard's position, you still want to be Whitebeard's father. The new boss of my own family is too impressive. Maybe, following such a boss, it will be very good. As soon as his eyes rolled, Karma looked at the woman next to him, and the flattering in his eyes became more. As long as you take good care of the eldest sister Shi, the boss shouldn't slash himself with a single knife. Boss, it's amazing to be able to drink with a guy like Whitebeard like this. Karma sighed sincerely. Is Whitebeard great? Is that the blonde guy drinking with Jinglu? Doubtfully said Wen Tianyu. Of course, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, but one of the strongest and most energetic great pirates of this age. His name is as famous as Roger and Golden Lion Shiki. They are both great big pirates. On the bounty, except Roger, Golden Lion, almost no one can compare with him. Karma exclaimed. Is it so powerful? Tianyu blinked and looked at the guy sitting among the crowd, the guy with the beard and the green eyes, and then looked at Jinglu, who was constantly laughing. I still think Jinglu is more powerful. He is more handsome. While talking, Tianyueshi Qiao's face blushed, remembering what the other party said yesterday that she promised with her body. The boss must be very powerful, otherwise, he would not be qualified to drink with such a man. Karma nodded excitedly. In the field, Whitebeard, who heard Jinglu's words, squeezed the wine barrel in his hand angrily. UBD, are you so excessive? Want to be my father? Believe it or not, I cut you down. Jinglu laughed loudly, being your father, you are also a family. give you a complete home. How is it? Whitebeard, be my family. Whitebeard roared again and again, as if in the next second, he couldn't help but attack. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? He stood up angrily, looking for knives everywhere. Ha ha ha, father, it's a banquet now. Fights are not allowed. Jinglu is still laughing, looking at the other side like this, laughing fiercely. After a while, the laughter on his face disappeared, he became serious, and the drunkenness in his eyes seemed to clear up. If you can't be your father, then be your brother. Newgate. Whitebeard was startled, and the drunkenness in his eyes disappeared. After staring at Jinglu for a while, he laughed. Gu la 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 la. It is good. Being brothers, only brothers can have such a dialogue, Jinglu. After speaking, Whitebeard picked up the wine jar next to him and drank. Jinglu laughed, and also raised the wine jar next to him, pouring it into his own mouth. Aside, Kojiki Odin rushed over. Are you a brother? Add me. Whitebeard muttered la 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 with a la 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 to with the three brothers from today on the brothers from today on the three brothers on the brothers from the brothers on the three of the brothers from the brothers on the brothers. Brother who drank a cup of wine. In the next second, the three large wine jars touched together, and the wine rushed out. Gu la 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 la. Ha 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 ha. The laughter shook the air, and the three figures stood up, looking up to the sky to drink. The sun shone down, condensing this scene into an unforgettable scene. For a while, the atmosphere on the Moby DK became more enthusiastic. Chapter 41. This is an era of competition among hundreds of people, and it is also a magnificent world. There is Rock's pirate before, with the dream of becoming outside the world, making waves on the world. Later, there were world-famous big pirates such as Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Brother Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, etc. to disrupt the situation. The world is never peaceful. Jinglu and Kojiki Odin boarded Whitebeard's boat, which also made the pirate group even more lively. Especially, when the three became brothers, the atmosphere of the entire ship changed drastically. For Odin, a new adventure has set off, and what he has seen is rare. They shuttled through the sea with abnormal temperature, sweating profusely, and carefully sailed through the ice-covered sea, knowing that their noses became ice skewers. Wano Kuni, I have never seen such a magical weather. Is there any place with such a high temperature in the world? It's so cold, I'm about to freeze to death. Kojiki Odin was excited. He was full of curiosity and interest in this new world. He quickly fell in love with this life. Free, passionate, and face the unknown and new stimuli every day. Jinglu also experienced the wonders in this world, and was also surprised. In previous lives, you could not see such a magnificent and colorful landscape. How is it? Jinglu has been following us for more than half a year. Change your mind and join me. Newgate laughed loudly. The Whitebeard pirate group joined by Odin and Jinglu is full of excitement and family. The two were really like his brothers, laughing and playing. When there was a contradiction, the anger continued, but quickly, they shook hands and made peace. Being with these two guys makes Whitebeard feel like a childish child at times, but feels more fulfilled and fulfilled. They will grab a bit of food for a bit of fun. They will also use rock, paper, scissors to decide who will fight for an enemy. Sometimes, Whitebeard is thinking, with these two guys, what One Piece's dream and what is number one in the world are all clouds. Newgate, as a brother, you should support my dream. Get along for so long, I already know you well, you don't have the idea of becoming a One Piece. Jinglu said with a smile, took off the gourd around his waist, and poured another bite into his own mouth. Let your kid see through, I just want to protect my family. The joining of the two of you makes this home I built more feel like home. Whitebeard sighed and laughed. If life has been maintained like this, I am also very satisfied. Jinglu showed such an expression, and then smiled softly, but, Newgate, life will not be as calm as you think. The future world will be magnificent. The people you meet and the friends you make will change your view of this world. When Whitebeard heard the words, he was slightly startled. What do you know? Aren't you not interested in the future? Jinglu smiled and turned to leave. After staring at Jinglu's background for a while, Whitebeard sighed slightly. It seems that you have made up your mind. It's just that he doesn't know why the other party is not leaving yet. It seems to be waiting for something, and it seems to be nostalgic for something. The voyage continues. There are too many unknown areas in the Grand Line. More of them are powerful pirate groups. Jinglu is in the Whitebeard pirate group and goes through a battle almost every few days. In the second half of the sea, the average strength of the pirates is extraordinary. The cotters with a little bit of position have more or less mastery of haki, or have special skills. He would often participate in such battles to hone his sword skills. Over the past 6 months, compared with Odin, he has naturally not participated in many battles. Most of the time, he used it for cultivation. Ryoma's inheritance, sword intent, has been completely integrated by him, and after integrating his own swordsmanship, he has developed the dual sword flow even more powerful. Today, his strength can be said to be a stable and strong swordsman level, and he can only wait for the recognition of going through the war to become famous in the world. At the same time, the fame of the two of them had spread. The world government has carried out detailed reports on their existence. On the Grand Line, a pirate ship. The mysterious samurai from Wano Kuni. This guy Whitebeard has a nice guy. Kojiki Odin, what a powerful samurai. I am a little interested in this guy. The man with a mustache and full of haki said with a smile. This person is Brother D. Roger, the man who will become One Piece in the near future. Along with him, there is a samurai named Shimatsuki Jinglu. Roger, what do you think? Rayleigh asked with a smile. On the newspaper, in addition to Guanjai Yushin, there is also a slender, burly, but handsome young man. Him. This guy, I can't see through. He seems to be hiding something compared to Odin. But I can see that he is not a scumbag. Roger smiled and looked at the rolling sea in front of him. But, Rayleigh, watch it. It won't be long before this man's name will resound through the sea. Having said that, he chanted his name again. Jinglu. Ha 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 ha, I really look forward to this man. Chapter 42. As time went on, Jinglu and Odin, who took the Whitebeard boat, saw mysterious species from all sides and weird battles. Jinglu's swordsmanship is getting stronger and stronger. He holds heavy objects and swings his sword every day to exercise his physique and strength. Sometimes he jumps into the sea and swims to follow the ship in front of him to exercise his stamina. Such a monster-like behavior, he called it cultivation. They sailed with Whitebeard's ship, they had seen weird huge plants and animals, and they had also seen huge giants. All this makes Odin feel more excited. It seems that Odin and the Whitebeard pirates are well integrated. One day, Jinglu suddenly sighed. Are you leaving here? Jinglu. Tianyueshi asked softly. It's great here, but I also have something to do by myself. It's time to leave. Jinglu said. What are your plans? Ours. Turning his head and looking at the delicate-faced woman next to him, he smiled and asked. What else are you planning? Of course I'm following you. When Tianyu raised his hand, he used the slender jade finger to poke away the messy broken hair on Jinglu's forehead, and said softly. Want to leave me alone, but don't think about this kind of thing. Jinglu laughed loudly, and embraced the woman in front of him. Of course not, you are my treasure. A cloud of haze appeared on the surface of Tianyu time, and he pointed at Jinglu's forehead with his finger. Want to do something bad? Ha 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 ha. Jinglu laughed again. But soon, he got up again. You reminded me that we still have something to do next. Walking out of the cabin, looking at the vast sea, Jinglu's heart was also full of waves. Just recently, when he was reading the newspaper, he got a piece of news. The great pirate Berndi Waldo attacked the nobles of the world, and now faces the encirclement and suppression of Marine. Coincidentally, the sea area where Berndi Waldo is located is only 1 day away from here. In addition, it is letter field, although low-key in this sea, but also active for a long time. It is revealed that Marine will conduct a mysterious and highly aggressive deployment against it. Waldo. Letter field. The corners of Jinglu's mouth floated up, revealing a smile. These two guys are undoubtedly powerful and unruly big pirates. After entering Impel Down, they are all ranked in the 6th floor. Even if he is released from prison decades later, he can still set off a storm in the world. If you want to be the number one in the world, it's not enough to do it alone. I need my own partner, my own crew. Thinking softly in his heart, something called ambition also sprouted from Jinglu's body. He has been on the Whitebeard pirate group for 2 years, has experienced battles between the pirate groups, and has also seen wonderful sights. Even Odin is now the captain of the 2nd division of the Whitebeard pirates. After reading the news in the newspaper recently, Jinglu couldn't bear it. It's time to. I should have my own voyage and realize my own dream. With light in his eyes, Jinglu quickly came to Whitebeard. On the Moby DK, a crowd was counting the trophies. When Marco and others saw Jinglu coming, after a moment of surprise, they all said with respect, "Big brother Jinglu." During this period, Marco and Jaws were still very young and growing in strength. Facing Jinglu, they were very in awe. In previous battles, the opponent rescued them many times and once yelled at them angrily. "Yo, Jinglu, you are here. Recently, I have seen you hiding in your own boat and never showing up. What happened to the little man?" Whitebeard rolled his eyes and squeezed the corners of his mouth into a weird shape, which looked very abstract. "Bai Zyagi, why do you say that my heart is twitching? It's like something precious, leaving me again." Kojiki Odin said in pain. Jinglu walked over and patted Odin on the shoulder. "Brother, woman, you will have it too. As for giving birth, we don't have such an idea yet." Paused. "But sooner or later there will be." Odin's face became more painful on the side, and his whole body was desperate. The expression on Whitebeard's face was still there, but soon, when he heard the next sentence from Jinglu, his face changed. "It's been 2 years, I should leave." The words were sudden, and Marco, Odin and others who were not far away did not react. "What?" Odin suddenly woke up and asked loudly. Whitebeard's eyes were serious, and he stared at Jinglu. "I'm leaving. Start your own voyage and realize your dream." Jinglu smiled faintly, and after looking at Odin, he stared at Whitebeard again. "I want to be the One Piece. Be the number one in the world." Whitebeard heard it, his face twisted first, and then he laughed. "Goo la 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 la. Smelly boy, such an arrogant declaration is really too much." Kong Yunj clenched his hand abruptly, his complexion turned hideous, and then the long knife swung towards Jinglu without hesitation, and roared out angrily. "Then pass the lousy level first." Chapter 43. Aboard the Moby DK. Everyone changed their color at this moment, because they could deeply feel Whitebeard's anger. Choke. Facing this unceremonious knife, Jinglu's long knife was also unsheathed. Almost in an instant, the blades of the two knives collided fiercely. OM. A ring of wind and waves spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a rippling ring. A huge ship, which was pressed down the sea at this moment, and then rebounded quickly, splashing a large amount of water. The gale was howling, blowing on the faces of everyone present, making their faces green. Crunch! As the blade rubbed, there was a oozing sound. A strong domineering aura swept out at this moment, and the two of them faced each other. At this moment, the aura on their bodies reached the extreme. The sky is changing and rumbling, and the clouds above the head are split into two halves at this moment. Too terrifying. Karma was trembling all over, watching this scene, his whole body was trembling. Everyone in the field was nervous and dignified at this moment. Newgate, you should know, I have made such a decision a long time ago. I haven't left, because I don't want everyone on the boat. But now, it's time. Jinglu held a knife in one hand to block this powerful blow. It is worthy of being the world's top powerhouse, and the power of this knife is very exaggerated. Ordinary people simply cannot contend with this tremendous force. Then stay here for me, brat! Whitebeard roared angrily. As soon as the long knife was retracted, after circling a few times on the top of the head, it slammed down again, slashing towards Jinglu. When the latter raised the knife again to block it, and burst out with fierce energy, but it did not hurt the Moby DK, but was led into the sea below. Wow! The torrent surging, huge cracks spreading thousands of meters, dividing the sea in half. You know, Newgate, that's absolutely impossible. Jinglu's face was serious. As soon as he closed the long sword, he swung it out likewise. Whitebeard raised his knife to block the blow, and with a bang, the wind swept through, roaring wildly. I want to go my own way. You must form your own pirate group, have your own group of partners who are adventurous in this world, and then make your own reputation in this world. Men, you should go to the sea to realize your dreams. Isn't that what you said? Jinglu's words vibrated, Whitebeard's pupils contracted, and his face was ugly. He knew for a long time that the other party would leave one day. This mysterious guy had something on his mind and was thinking about something. Today, this sudden situation has finally arrived, but he can't accept it. You are Laozi's family. Who would want you to leave? Whitebeard roared, and the long knife swung again. After the two confronted each other again, they both pulled back towards the rear. Then, after staring at each other for a long while, Whitebeard sighed. Let's go if you want to go. Get out now. Kojiki Odin walked over at this moment and patted Jinglu on the shoulder. Although I am very reluctant, but I still wish you good luck. You must realize your dream. Jinglu grinned. Odin, just stay here, otherwise, by Zyagi, I'm afraid today is going to shed tears secretly. FK off. Whitebeard scolded. Don't think Laozi really can't deal with you. If we meet again in the sea in the future, we will be rivals. It's the enemy. Immediately afterwards, Whitebeard roared again. Jinglu smiled and listened quietly to the other side's roar, before he laughed loudly. Newgate, you will never be my enemies. Whitebeard snorted and turned his head. Get off right now, looking at you now, Laozi is very annoying. Jinglu retracted the knife into its sheath, and turned around simply. With a light jump, he was already on his boat. At the time of Tianyu, Karma and the pirates had already boarded the ship. Seeing that the two stopped fighting, he breathed out a deep breath and relaxed. Set sail, Karma, I should start my own voyage too. Jinglu leaped to stand on the bow, facing the sea breeze, breathing the fresh smell, and shouted. Yes, Captain. Karma is excited. What Whitebeard looks like, I really thought you were going to fight. It made us nervous for a long time. Tianyueshi walked behind him and said softly. We are brothers who have drunk a cup of wine, he is just testing my strength. Of course, it's also to see if I have the strength to go to sea alone. Jinglu smiled faintly. After getting along for so long, he naturally understood each other well. I have to say that Whitebeard's way of separation is really scary. Captain, what shall we use for the next banner? Karma steered the rudder and slowly moved away from Whitebeard's mobile. A flag. Use the black flag. Jinglu smiled and said. Hey! Black flag. Karma showed a puzzled expression. Paint the flag black, make it completely black. Jinglu laughed loudly. From today, this black flag will be the symbol of our pirate group. Chapter 44. Hey! Then boss, where's the skull? Pirates, they are all skull flags. Karma yelled out of doubt, and Jinglu's loud and small voices drifted away like smoke with the sea breeze. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, Odin, Marco, and others looked at the medium-sized ship that was gradually going away, with complex expressions on their faces. Go! By Zyagi, Jinglu, he will have a new journey, but our adventure can't stop. Kojiki Odin said with a smile. You are right, brother Odin, we also have our own business to do. When Whitebeard heard the words, a smile appeared on his face. However, I am looking forward to what kind of fame this kid will gain in the near future. Kojiki Odin also laughed. On Lao Zi's ship is unknown, hiding the sword in its sheath. After going out, I am afraid that it will disturb the whole world. I can see the word ambition in that kid's eyes. Whitebeard laughed. Their voices dissipated with the sea breeze, and the Moby Dick also slowly left, leaving ripples on the sea. After a while, Kojiki Odin separated from Whitebeard, and he returned to his boat. Today's Whitebeard Pirates has begun to take shape, and he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain, are you back? Has Big Brother Jinglu gone? It is a huge loss for a character like him to leave us. As soon as he got back on his boat, he was greeted by a rough-looking man with a cautious and flattering face on his face. Kojiki Odin glanced at the guy and recognized that the other person was the person they had saved in the latest battle. The name seems to be Marshal Teach. Teach, how is it, are you still used to staying here? Odin asked casually. Thank you for saving my life, Captain, I stayed very well here. Teach chuckled. Odin nodded, watching the other person suddenly hear something. I don't think there is anything wrong with your kid, why, Jinglu would let me pay attention to you guy. Marshal Teach was stunned, with a confused expression, Brother Jinglu, let you pay attention to me. Odin didn't care about it either, and patted the other person on the shoulder, it's just a small matter. Afterwards, he left here. For Odin at this moment, Teach is just an ordinary member of his 2nd Division. But these unintentional words let Marshal Teach write down silently. Brother Jinglu, why did you notice my existence? He was not familiar with that young man either, he only knew that the other party was mysterious and powerful. Compared with Whitebeard and Odin, it is naturally unknown. But compared to himself, he is a big man. The rumor, that man knows the future, does he also know my future? Marshal Teach was suddenly shocked, his eyes flickering. A day has passed in a blink of an eye. On the Jinglu ship, a dark flag on the top of the mast fluttered in the wind, hunting and shaking in the sea breeze. The pitch-black flag is naturally very easy to build. Karma and the 20 or 30 crew members on the ship will be completed in a short while. Boss, where are we going next? This direction seems to be the opposite of Big Brother Whitebeard and the others, we are going back. Karma asked suspiciously. I know. Jinglu looked at the rolling sea with a smile on his face. Next, we need to save a new friend. Karma blinked, wondering in his eyes, new friend. You will know soon. Jinglu said with a smile. Karma's face was even more blank. They had just separated from the Whitebeard pirates, and the boss said they were going to meet new friends. Who will this new friend be? As time continued to pass, Karma and others continued to move forward in the direction guided by Jinglu. But as they sailed, they gradually realized something was wrong. Boss, if you move forward, it's the marine deployment scope mentioned in the newspaper. And not far from here, it's Marine's G3 base. Karma said nervously. Compared to pirates, Marine's power is not weak at all. Especially in this era, Vice Admiral Garp, the hero who defeated the rocks, became famous all over the world and was the demon in the eyes of all pirates. I know. Our new friend should be within the encirclement of these Marines right now. Jinglu said with a smile. Are you talking about Berndy Waldo? Karma remembered, and said in shock. Yes, it's him. He is my favorite guy, and he will become my crew member in the near future. Jinglu said with a smile. That guy is not a good stubborn, he is very courageous, dare to make a shot at the nobles of the world. The strength is also very strong, the bounty now is 500 million Baileys. In this respect, it is 300 million Baileys higher than you. Karma exclaimed. Of course, he knew very well that the strength of his boss far exceeded the bounty. Because of him, now there is a reward of 250 million Pele. And the boss can kill him in seconds with just one knife. The reason why the bounty is not high is just because the other party is unknown and has not really made a move and has shown his strength. Our goal is him. Jinglu nodded and smiled. Looking at the black spots that gradually appeared on the sea level ahead, light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 45. Berndy Waldo. With a bounty of 500 million Baileys, those with the Momo fruit ability can magnify their speed, the speed and volume of the contact object, by 1 to 100 times. In the original book, he exists as a pedal to help the protagonist upgrade, so he can be said to be a tragic character. His brother was frail and sick since he was a child. Waldo's dream is to travel the world with his brother and protect his brother. It can be said that this man's heart is not bad. His dream is to pursue freedom of the sea with his elder brother, to see different islands and countries, and to go on an adventure around the world for a week. Until recently, he ushered in Marine siege by attacking the ships of the world's nobles. In this encirclement and suppression, the world government spy organization participated in the plot, and the crew betrayed him and subverted his original thinking. Berndy Waldo. Your original destiny was to enter the propulsion vehicle and spend your life in the dark. But when you met me, your fate has since been reversed. There were more and more black spots ahead, getting closer and closer, and the smile on Jinglu's face became more and more prosperous. Boss, we are about to get closer. A fierce firefight is going on in the sea ahead. Karma said loudly. Tianueshi also walked over at this moment, staring at the sea in front of her. The other crew members all took up their own weapons. Next, it is likely to face a fierce battle. It's Marine. About 6 warships. Stuck in the middle is World Destroyer, Berndy Waldo's ship. The ship is burning and will sink soon. Above the mast, the pirate on the watch had a telescope in his hand and reported loudly. Boss, what should we do? Karma asked nervously. According to the speed of their ship, about 3 minutes later, they will enter Marine's shooting range, which also means that they can attack the opponent. How to do it? Jinglu grinned and slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist. Of course I am preparing to fight. After getting the order, Karma and others were all startled, and then shouted in unison, Yes, Captain. Afterwards, shells were moved out by the crew, and black cannons were moved towards the marine warship ahead. A minute later, Jinglu, standing on the bow of the ship, shouted, Fire the cannon! Karma did not hesitate to light the artillery lead ahead. Boom! There was a loud and deafening noise, followed by a sharp whistling sound, and the pitch-black artillery shell drew a parabola, bombarding the rear of the warship, splashing a large amount of water. Enemy attack! Master Vice Admiral, there is a pirate behind us. Marine, who was besieging the Valdo ship, suddenly heard the sound of artillery fire, and was shocked, and turned around quickly. After spotting Jinglu's boat, he immediately ran to report to Vice Admiral at the bow of the boat. What are you nervous about? But there is only one ship, and what flag is that? Black flag. It's not a skull and crossbones flag. Is the opponent really a pirate? Xiasen Vice Admiral picked up the binoculars and looked to the rear. After seeing the flag clearly, he asked in a daze. It's the pirate, Vice Admiral. The leader is the Karma with a bounty of 250 million. Marines shouted immediately. 250 million. Such a little pirate, dare to get involved in our encirclement and suppression activities. There are 6 warships here. 3 Vice Admiral. Xiasen shouted. In front of them, other warships also discovered the situation, and they communicated with each other, quickly reporting. And surrounded by the center, the flames on the deck of the Valdo pirate ship. Why? Why are you? Waldo's face was full of blood, and his eyes were full of exhaustion and pain. His brother had passed out in a coma. Marines' encirclement and suppression, the betrayal of the crew, turned this originally harmonious and comfortable pirate ship into a hell in the blink of an eye. Captain Waldo, things in this world are not that simple. The crew you get along with each other day and night are your enemies. Was it surprising? Can there be real trust between people? In the final analysis, we are just a group of passers-by who meet together, and we are just taking advantage of each other. Isn't it? The companion who was still laughing a second ago stabbed him in the back just now, and said these BD words with no expression at the moment. Waldo was very angry, but his body became weaker and weaker. The sneak attack behind the opponent caused himself to be seriously injured. That's it, Captain Waldo, the rest of your life will be spent in Impel Down. Of course, your brother, I will also send it for you to fulfill your real and ridiculous dream that day. There was an indifferent voice, and Valdo's expression became grim. Damn it! I shouldn't believe you. The two quickly fought, but after a few rounds, Waldo was kicked and flew out, rolled several punches on the deck, and vomited blood again and again. It's so pitiful that you are so weak at the moment for you with 500 million bounty. The ruthless sarcasm fell into Waldo's ears, making his heart tremble. At this moment, a cannon sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was another deafening sound of artillery. Black flag pirate ship. In the range of fire. Karma, give Lao Zi full firepower. Fight hard. Jinglu roared. Yes, boss. We will punch out all of Marine's shit. Karma waited for the crew and shouted angrily. Chapter 46. Boom 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 boom. The deafening sound of artillery fire resounded across the sea at this moment, and the pitch-black artillery shells whizzed towards the warship ahead. Brothers, do it! Karma brandished a long sword in his hand and yelled loudly. Roar! The crew raised their weapons, fighting high. The black flag trembles in the wind and makes a rattling sound, seeming to respond to the blood-boiled people on board. At the same time, on the front warship. Are you crazy? This group of pirates dare to attack us single-handedly. There was an unexpected look in Vice Admiral's eyes, but he smiled right after him and drew the long knife from his waist. Then let them know how powerful marine fighters are. Then he shouted towards the lieutenant in front of him. Captain, turn the bow and beat them hard. Captain Marine saluted immediately and shouted, Yes, Master Vice Admiral. The warship quickly turned around, and Shiu-sen Vice Admiral, together with the escort warship next to it, quickly greeted the black flag pirates. Not far away, on the other 4 warships surrounding the Valdo pirate ship. Xiasen, do you want to grab military merit again? It's Karma, offering a reward of 250 million yuan, it's simply a military exploit for nothing. The 2 Vice Admiral had smiles on their faces and talked with the phone worm in their hands. Let him take it, Waldo is the collaboration between the 2 of us, and this kid can't do it for nothing. Oh, yes. However, I didn't expect Waldo to be able to resist such a long time. As they said, they looked at the pirate ship that was already burning up ahead. The pirate flag, which was burned by the flames, had become incomplete, and was fluttering violently in the sea breeze. Under the banner of the pirate, Waldo vomited blood in his mouth, his eyes were fierce, and he looked like a trapped beast. There are unexpected episodes, but it doesn't seem to be a famous character. Waldo, your last hope seems to be cut off. The once familiar partner is now mocking him wantonly. If at this juncture, a famous pirate arrives, it is indeed very likely to let you escape. But it's a pity, it seems to be just a little guy with insufficient strength. Waldo shook his body and glanced at the distant sea subconsciously. Passing through the 4 warships, you can see the 2 warships of Shiusen, rushing towards the pirate ship flying the black flag at extreme speed. Boom 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 boom. The sound of artillery fire continued, and water sprays exploded on the sea. Withdrawing his eyes and looking at the crew members who were still on the deck, fighting against Marine in the flames, Vardo's eyes trembled, and his spirit was raised again. His crew is still fighting, and he can't give up. Don't give up yet. The other party sneered and attacked again. After dozens of rounds, Valduo flew out and hit the mast, cracks appeared in the hard wood. Puff! Another mouthful of blood was spit out, and Vardo's eyes were dizzy, reaching the limit. He swayed up from the deck and stood in front of each other again. Don't give up yet? Waldo. However, I am very happy to see you like this, angry and hateful, but I can't help it. Your crew is falling. The support you may get is just an obscure guy. You only need a vice admiral to solve it easily. What a desperate, gloomy life. I'm going to laugh out loud. The big pirate who used to be arrogant in front of me and waved orders is now kneeling on the soles of my feet. The words in his ears continued to pass into Waldo's ears, making his heart boil with anger. However, there is no alternative. Just in the face of Marine encirclement and suppression, even if the battle is difficult, it will not reach such a point. He didn't expect that the knife would stick out from behind. The trusted crew member, partner, betrayed him. In the corner of his eye, the ship with the black flag was blurring the light, and it was about to come into contact with the warship that surrounded him for a while. Is my life going to end? At this moment, it's not bad to be accompanied by someone. Waldo tried to open his eyes and looked at the pirate ship with the black flag flying. He was also very puzzled. Knowing that the other party had 6 warships, he still rushed over without hesitation. What was the reason? With that imposing appearance, the goal actually seemed very clear, it was as if he was coming straight at him. The ironic laughter still echoed in my ears. The black flag is close to the flying Marine flag. At this moment, boom boom boom. The continuous sound of artillery fire sounded, and the pitch-black shells greeted the opponent unceremoniously. In the blink of an eye, the first round of shells reached the head of the black flag pirate ship. But at this moment, a blade of light flashed, and everyone who saw this scene shrank their pupils. Hey! Faintly, there seemed to be such a voice in my ears. The shell was cut in half and flew down against the sides of the black flag pirate ship. In the next second, the black pirate ship's shell hit the warship, igniting a huge fire, and a series of sounds sounded. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only about 100 to 200 meters. Waldo saw a figure standing up from under the black banner, facing the burning flame, facing the laughter of the person in front of him, and slowly drew his sword. Then, swing the knife. The next second, the laughter stopped. The warship that was hit by a cannonball and burned into flames was split into 2 halves. At this moment, the sea is silent. P.S. Ask for flowers and evaluate votes. Chapter 47. Visible to the naked eye, the huge warship was split from the middle, split into 2 halves, and slowly sank toward the sea. Fear, helplessness, and shocking screams, even though they were separated by a certain distance, still came over clearly. Valdo stood there blankly, and at this moment only the pirate ship flying the flag was left in his eyes. As for the man opposite him, all the voices stopped. Damn, who is it? He slashed the warship away. Damn! 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 That is a premium warship with marine characteristics, and it can even travel in the calm belt. With a trace of suspicion, the flustered voice soon came over. If my mission fails this time, you Marine will be responsible. When Waldo heard these words, he suddenly laughed. It looks like an accident happened to your plan. There will be no accidents, Waldo, I will personally send you to impel down. You guy who dares to attack the nobles of the world will never end well. I promise. The other side roared. Not far from the sea, the 4 warships were silent at this moment. Xiaosun, Vice Admiral, how are you? I'm okay, it was another warship that hit. Xiaosun Vice Admiral returned quickly, but the shock in the words was obvious. But I don't have time to communicate with you. A hole, dare to break Lao Zi's boat, I will never spare him. His eyes were filled with the wreckage of warships floating on the sea, and the helpless and flustered marine floating in the sea. Xiaosun stared at the banner with the black flag hanging in front, and drew the long knife from his waist. No matter who you are, I declare that you are dead. Lao Zi bet you. Taking a deep breath, he roared suddenly. Ready to fight on the sidelines. Yes. Marine beside him yelled, his expression becomes tense at this moment. Just now, the warship next to it was cut in half by the guy on the black flag pirate ship opposite. This is amazing. At the same time, the black flag pirate ship was on board. Ha 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 ha, the boss is mighty. One knife splits into 2 halves, this is the strength of the boss. Karma and others screamed loudly and laughed constantly. Such a blow undoubtedly made them feel morale shaken and their fighting spirit was high. Jinglu is holding a Kaiyuling long knife, standing on the bow of the boat, with sharp eyes. He grinned as he looked at the warship that was visibly angry and charged at them. Come on, Marine. If you want to save Valdo, you are an obstacle that must be overcome. The 2 boats seemed to be in a tacit understanding at this moment, and they did not fire at each other again, and moved quickly on the sea, approaching each other. Karma and others clenched their weapons and were ready to fight. No need to prepare too much. Fighting is just a momentary matter. Jinglu said lightly. Soon, the warship was very close to them, and the distance between the 2 ships was only about 20 to 30 meters. When he reached 10 meters, Jinglu stared, and an invisible majestic breath rose up. Autumn withers, Shui is merciless. A sad song of autumn, tactful tune. His knees were slightly bent, and in the next second he bounced from the bow, leaped into the air, and in the blink of an eye he drew an arc on the sea. He's here! Marine exclaimed loudly. Xiaosun Vice Admiral's pupils contracted, and he clenched the long knife in his hand. I saw it. Want to have a head-on duel? His complexion became savage, and with a kickback, he was about to meet the opponent's blow. One song, blow, and cut. As if singing sounded, Jinglu was also at this moment. He reached the top of Vice Admiral's head and swung his long knife down. Brush! The knife is bright, and a gust of wind blows down. Xiaosun Vice Admiral also swung the knife, but after the sword was swung out, it didn't hit the opponent's long knife, and only the shadow of the knife was touched. OM! At this moment, the violent slash suddenly pulled, covered it, and slashed towards it. Like a strong wind, like a brutal collision. Puff! The slash hit him in front of him, blood spurting out wildly, and Vice Admiral's eyes widened and shocked. How is it possible? Such a quick knife! 2 words were spit out, and he fell to the ground with a pop. Looking to the front again, the slash blows past, and it touches the warship, and the squeaking sound keeps coming out. In a flash, the whole warship is split from the middle. Warship, cracked. Xiaosun Vice Admiral was also defeated, only for a moment. Quickly jump into the sea. The Marines panicked, horrified, and screamed. Jinglu's figure fell, the long sword returned to its sheath, and the warship that was about to sink under his feet jumped up and returned to his ship. Karma and others watched this scene, their eyes widened, and then they screamed out frantically. Too strong. Even Vice Admiral can't stop the boss's blow. Fight, only for a moment. The black flag fluttered, and when it reached the warship, it was passing by the center line where they split. Little ones. Jinglu smiled and looked at the Valdo ship surrounded by 4 warships. Exist. Karma and others yelled. Our friend, it may not last long. Boost. Jinglu drank. Yes. Captain. Chapter 48. The Black Flag pirates were full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit, and they kept roaring. The fact that the captain smashed the warship with 2 knives was a great boost to their morale, and at this moment, even if there were 4 warships ahead, they didn't worry at all. 4? It's just the captain, 4 knives. Kill. Fire. The crew roared loudly and unceremoniously launched an attack on the warship ahead. Tianyu stood beside Jinglu with a smile on her face. This is the first time I saw you like this after going to sea. Jinglu laughed loudly. Starting your own business and working for your brothers is completely different, Ashi. Of course, starting today, everything will depend on us. As he said, he picked up the wine gourd around his waist and poured it into his mouth. Fortunately, when I came out, I secretly succumbed to 50 jars of good wine from the Newgate guy. It's enough for me to relieve my greed for a while. When Tianyu heard this, she frowned. Food, resources, the next thing is all problems. It's not a big problem, we are pirates. No, just grab it. Jinglu burst out laughing. Tianyueshi pursed his lips and smiled, you are not such a man. Jinglu shrugged, wiped the drink from his mouth, and looked at the warship ahead again. Above this sea, there is never a lack of enemies. If you don't have anything, just go get it. At this time, the remaining 4 warships clearly reacted, all turning their bows and driving towards them. It suddenly dawned on Tianyu that she drew a long knife from her waist. I will also fight with you, Jinglu. It will never become a burden to you. Jinglu laughed loudly. This woman is gentle and innocent, yet she has absolute independence and self-reliance. In a blink of an eye, the Black Flag pirate ship had already met with the warship ahead. Boom 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 boom. The artillery fire shook the sky, and the pitch-black shells roared across the void and attacked them. Jinglu brandished a long knife and easily cut open the cannonballs flying above his head. Karma and others also kept leaping up, hitting the cannonball above their heads. A round of bombardment with dense shells did not cause their pirate ship to suffer severe damage. At the same time, on the warship. Who is it? Xiaosan Vice Admiral, didn't even take a single blow. Contacted the nearby marine station and was attacked by an unknown enemy. Vice Admiral on the boat, with a solemn expression at the moment, shouted. The 2 Marine Vice Admiral, with fine beads of sweat oozing on their foreheads, stared at the Black Flag ship approaching them. Their strength, and that of Vice Admiral, is just between them. Xiu Sen's defeat means that even if they switch roles, the result will not change in the slightest. The mysterious man on the ship has the ability to solve them with one sword. The guy who notified the CP, if this mission faces a failure, he will immediately solve Valdo. Such a guy, never let him live today. One of them, Vice Admiral, said in a deep voice. Yes. The soldier responded immediately. Fight against it all, Pulan Vice Admiral. I will stand in front of you. If the situation is not good, please ensure the safety of the people you lead and evacuate immediately. The Vice Admiral stared at the pirate ship ahead, and then spoke to the phone worm after a while. Sorrow Vice Admiral, what are you talking nonsense? Even after the break, it should be me. Moreover, is the matter really so serious? Palong Vice Admiral said loudly. It may be more serious than you think. Sorrow Vice Admiral looked at the other side, and the man drew his sword again, Thinking of the encounter with the two warships just now, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Hurry up!" Suddenly roaring, Sorrow Vice Admiral saw the opponent swinging a knife. OM! The void trembled at this moment, and then, a sharp slash shot out from the opponent's bow, piercing the water, and splitting the sea into a chasm with incomparable clarity, and hitting the warship he was on. "Come! Cut away the sea! Who is this guy? Really obscured?" Solo said loudly. He raised the big knife in his hand, jumped up fiercely, and slashed away to the slashing slash. Boom! Under the violent concussion, Sorrow roared loudly, sweating on his forehead, and the slash stopped at the bow of the warship, stirring water. After a few breaths, the power of the slash became weaker, and Sorrow flew back and landed on the deck, sliding all the way for 15 meters before stopping. This. Looking down at his own hands, he saw that the blood had oozed out, and the hands that clenched the broadsword were shaking violently. Marine on one side looked shocked when he saw the appearance of his vice admiral. Slashes with a distance of 300 meters can even possess such power. "I found out. Lord Vice Admiral. The opponent is most likely the samurai named Shimatsuki Jinglu from the Whitebeard pirate group. Bounty, 200 million baileys." Seiro's face twisted when he heard the words. 200 million. This kind of guy, you tell me there are only 200 million. Chapter 49. It's too ridiculous. 300 meters away, with a single slash, the man who was able to abolish his hands and split the warship, turned out to be only 200 million baileys. In the first half of the Grand Line, perhaps this amount is already very high, but here is the second half. It's a place full of monsters. 1 or 2 billion are just newcomers, 5 to 6 billion are considered common, and big pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion are considered famous. 200 million. Simply unknown. Killed Zaishan Vice Admiral with one slash, and slashed the man who abolished his hands with one slash. Only 200 million? This is at least 1 billion. Does Marine's Intelligence Department eat so much? Master Vice Admiral, the pirate ship is closer. That man, swinging his knife again. Just then, Marine's roar came. Solo's pupils contracted, and his hands holding the sword were trembling, as if he had lost consciousness. OM! The void in front trembled again, and a chasm appeared above the sea, and a sharp slash came, and the blink of an eye was already in front of him. Compared with the previous blow, it is faster and more fierce. Roar! Sorrow roared, jumped up again, swung his big sword, and faced the slash. Boom! The violent impact reappeared, and Solo's face was distorted at this moment. "Block me!" he roared. But just after 2 breaths, blood burst out of his right hand, and the knife cracked open with a crack. Solo's face changed, and in the next second, an unstoppable slash rushed towards his body. What? With a scream, and with the blood tossing, Sorrow Vice Admiral fell heavily on the deck of the warship. But at this moment, the slash still did not dissipate, the general ship's bow position was instantly cut open, and the mast fell down obliquely with a click, causing a lot of exclamations. Sorrow! Solo! In the phone worm, Pulin's voice came in a blur. Solo turned his head vigorously, his chest and body were already wet with blood, and his mouth was open, and a lot of blood was spit out. Withdraw, withdraw! Such a guy. It's the devil. After saying this, he closed his eyes and lost his breath. The Marine on the warship panicked and kept calling Solo Vice Admiral's name. The black flag was hunting and shaking, and the man standing on the bow of the boat, holding a long knife, turned into a life-threatening Shinigami in their eyes. As the pirate ship approached, they saw the man, raised the long knife again, and swung it down. Marines are desperate. In the next second, 2 warships were cut in half by this knife and turned into dust on the sea. Damn it! Sorrow, you wake up! Are you still alive? Palong yelled at the phone worm, but couldn't get a response. When he saw the two warships sinking again, his whole body was trembling. There is anger, fear, and unwillingness. It was originally to capture World Destroyer Valdo, but he didn't expect to kill such a terrifying figure halfway through. Withdraw. He gritted his teeth and burst out a word. Yes. The only two remaining warships immediately turned their bows and drove away to one side. Black Flag pirate ship. Have you evacuated? Should you say, did you make a wise decision? Jinglu smiled slightly and inserted the long knife in his hand into the scabbard. Facing the sea breeze, his simple black hair fluttered with the wind, and his robe trembled hunting. Boss. Waldo's ship is about to sink. There seems to be enemies on his ship. Karma held the telescope and said loudly. If he can't hold it even for a little bit of time, then he is not Waldo. Even if you die, it doesn't matter to me. Jinglu said with a smile. Although the words said this, he was very confident in the other party. Every pirate has his head pinned to his waistband. The desire to survive and the determination to live are stronger than anyone. The big pirate, even more so. Hey! What's the matter with you? Why are you all evacuated? On the Valdo ship, the man panicked and shouted loudly. Cullen, Lao Zi's hope seems to have come again. Waldo grinned, spit out a mouthful of blood, and staggered to stand up straight. He looked at the black flag coming here, and his heart moved slightly, with a strange feeling. The boat under my feet was shaking constantly, and it was about to sink every moment. The marine on the boat, at this moment, also like dumplings, jumped out of the sea one by one. Marine, also evacuated. Let them let go of me, who was just a breath away. It seems that the guy on that ship is very powerful. Murmured in his heart. Then he raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. Traitor! With a sneer, Vardo shouted. Cullen's eyes became fierce. Even if Marine leaves, do you think you and the remaining crew members can survive? I will kill you first. With that, Cullen roared and attacked Waldo. Waldo, who was hit hard, only blocked 2 or 3 times before he was knocked to the ground, and then kicked hard by the opponent. I will kill you first, BD. You will go to hell, Waldo. Cullen kept kicking and beating Waldo like crazy. The latter vomited blood and lay down on the ground, but still laughed contemptuously. This made Cullen even more angry. He was almost crazy. Time passed unconsciously, and suddenly, a voice rang in my ears. Hey! Can you stop? Cullen woke up like a dream, slowly turned around, and saw a pirate ship with a black flag flying at the sea in front of him. The vocal man crouched on the boat and looked down at him, his eyes cold. He is my valued partner, you do this. It makes Lao Zi very shameless. Waldo, who was lying on the ground, grinned after hearing this. Chapter 50. His complexion was stagnant, and Cullen looked at the ship's close at hand, the black flag, which was different from all the pirate skull flags, showing a weird, dark, and unique mysterious color. The young man squatting on the bow, with 2 knives slung around his waist, stared at him, cold and cruel. The pirates behind him grinned grinningly, and their weapons had been aimed at him. You, who are you? Cullen was nervous, and asked with a trembling voice. Being able to break through the blockade of 6 warships and 3 Marine Vice Admiral, coming here, there is no doubt that the opponent's strength is very terrible. Who? You can call me Shimatsuki Jinglu. Jinglu said faintly, stood up slowly, and made a slight leap, already in front of the opponent. He glanced at Waldo, who was lying on the deck, and grinned. It's really embarrassing. The big pirate who offers a reward of 500 million, Mr. Burndy Waldo. There was a bit of bitterness on Vardo's face, but he couldn't answer the other party's words. Jinglu didn't care either. He slowly drew his sword and looked at Kulun. The world of pirates, betrayal is a big sin. Kulun panicked. I am not a pirate, I am a member of the world government. Do it with me, do you know the consequences? Jinglu sneered, so, is world government just a group of scum like you? Cowardly, mean, and disgusting. After finishing speaking, the long knife waved. Puff! Before Cullen could react, the blood on his body was sprayed out, dyed the deck red, and fell into the swaying flames beside him. Puff! Falling softly to the ground, Cullen's world plunged into darkness. After getting rid of the annoying flies, Jinglu once again focused on Waldo in front of him. What? Waldo, don't you have the strength to connect? Hearing this, Waldo showed a hint of anger on his face. Don't underestimate Laozi. Afterwards, he struggled to stand up and staggered and looked at Jinglu. Shimotsuki Jinglu? I have heard of you, you are the kid from the Whitebeard Pirates. But obviously, you are more powerful than the bounty strength on the surface. Jinglu smiled and carried the long knife on his shoulder. I did it alone. Behind me is my pirate group, Black Flag. Hearing the captain's words, Karma and others raised their weapons and called out loudly. Familiar scene, when I established my own pirate group, it was like this. Waldo was silent at first, then sneered. But you won't know, who will betray you in the future. Jinglu laughed loudly, so, a small setback defeated you? It made you doubt your own perception and subvert your thoughts. Isn't it the Waldo anymore? If that's the case, then I'm arrogant to you. The words became cold, Jinglu turned around. I was going to invite you to join my ship, but now it seems that you let me down. Taking a step, Jinglu walked towards his boat. A real man, as the freest guy in the sea, even if he is betrayed by his own person, he can still hug the guy who stabbed him loudly and tell him, I still trust you, and then blow his dog's head with a punch. Turn around, trust and cherish the brothers who follow and accompany you more. With a light leap of his legs, Jinglu jumped onto the boat. Go. After sipping to this Karma and others, Jinglu no longer paid attention to Waldo. Ship, Captain, Waldo, don't you care? Karma and others were stunned. And Tianueshi was also stunned. The purpose of their trip was not the man in front of them. A man who cannot stand up again in failure and frustration is not worthy of being my crew member. Jinglu's voice was very loud and did not hide it at all. Standing in the raging fire, Waldo stopped these words in his ears, and his eyes showed hesitation and hesitation. Even if he is betrayed by his own people, he can still hold the guy who stabbed him loudly, tell him, I still trust you, and then blow his dog's head with a punch. Turning around, I trust and cherish the brothers who follow me and accompany me more. A man who cannot stand up again in failure and frustration is not worthy of being my crew member. The words echoed in his ears, making him tremble all over. Yes. Even if Cullen is a traitor and betrayed him, he still has a brother who always believes and can trust. How can we fail like this? Lifting his head suddenly, Waldo looked at the pirate ship ahead, the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, hunting and shaking. What kind of man can you tell me like this? Maybe if you don't survive as a captain, I can live better with them. The eyes gradually brightened, and then Waldo turned without saying a word, and he fell on the deck, dragging away the brothers who were still alive one by one and placing them in a safe place. Then, looking at the black flag pirate ship that had sailed for a certain distance, he took a breath. Shimotsuki Jinglu. I Valdo joined you. Tell me your ambitions, what are you going to do when you come to me with this attitude? The sound that made his best efforts to roar echoed in the sea. After a while, a domineering, flat voice only responded. World number 1. Waldo's pupils contracted, and he was stunned.